Starting on defense for Kanab this morning, the catcher, Randy Bognick. The shortstop, Griffin Ball. The first baseman, Alex Baird. Playing center field, Waylon White. Playing third base, Kel Glover. Playing right field, Lane Sims. Playing left field, Carson Bloomquist. The second baseman, Jackson Riddle. And pitching for Kanab this morning, number 14, Bracken McQuivy.
We're back at Gates Field at Kearns High School, 2A state baseball, day 2. And we got the Kanab Cowboys and the Beaver Beavers. Kanab is a home team. Right now, Bracken McQuivy on the mound for the Kanab Cowboys, taking his warm-up tosses. Game was scheduled 11 o'clock. I think we're going to hit it right on the knob.
Yeah, we are. Yesterday we got a little bit of a slower start because of the rain the night before, but today we're going to be able to start on time. And really yesterday I felt like caught up through the day.
Yep, well, Brendan Jackson got here early this morning, and he said if the game don't start on time, the heads are going to roll. So we got it. So for the Beaver Beavers, leading things off is going to be Bentley Bradshaw. He'll be followed by Boston Black and Kobe Carter in that order. Bracken, right-hander, comes pretty much down over the top. Got a little movement on his fastball. It's going to tail in on the right-handers. And pretty good sharp breaking curveball. He's going to need that good secondary pitch to keep these Beaver Beavers off stride here today. Yep, so they got things ready to go. Yeah, like I said, this is probably the best high school baseball, well, not just high school, this is the best baseball field, I think, in the state of Utah. When you look at everything around the grounds, infield, outfield, facilities for broadcasting, you know, we're dugout level.
Yeah, we are, and so, you know, nice covered chair seating for the fans up above.
I walk down in here and my whole heart starts pumping, thinking about the good old days. I even, like I said, I got to take a couple whacks in the batting cage up there, so I had to take them both sides just to even things out. I'm going to pay for it, I'm sure. When I wake up in the morning, I'll be wondering, oh my goodness, what happened here?
I'm just glad you didn't pull a muscle, and you're still here with me. So
we're here. So all right, we're ready to play ball. Bentley Bradshaw.
Yep.
Stepping to the plate.
Bradshaw yesterday drew a walk his first time up. This was against North Summit on this field. Struck out, flew out to right field, and then was intentionally walked in his last at-bat.
So he's in center field today. Covers a lot of ground out there for Coach Daniel Carter. There's the first pitch from Bracken McQuivy. Right down over top, fastball, catch that inside corner for the strike.
You know, we've seen this too yesterday and already so far today too, but these umpires setting up on the inside part of the plate, they've given that inside strike.
Runs upstairs for ball 1.
Yeah, really just kind of over the top delivery right there from McQuivy, and just left that one up in the zone. And Bradshaw, really good leadoff hitter. He's patient. He's going to draw walks and do whatever it takes to get on base.
He's your atypical leadoff hitter, that's for sure. 1-1. Must have been downstairs, ball 2.
Yeah, and Bradshaw kind of looked back at the umpire right there and just kind of verifying that was down, and yeah, the umpire says, yep, ball 2.
That's a problem. That's what you got to recognize as a pitcher when you got the umpire set up on that inside corner like that. That outside's going to be questionable. There's a swing and a miss. Going to even things up. 2-2.
Yeah, really good pitch from McQuivy as he kind of challenged him in on the hands. Again, that's obviously the approach Kanab wants to take against Bradshaw, is to keep the ball in on his hands, and he was able to swing over the top of that.
Well, these guys, like you said, they know each other. Kanab winning the 2 season series. 2-2 is going to stay upstairs.
Kind of 2 different deliveries right there. Willie, we saw that again after he got that pitch for the strike on the inner part of the plate. Really comes over the top and kind of more of a change-up type look, but the ball just stays high.
Full count on it. Yep, they ring him up. Bradshaw was headed for first base, and the umpire rung him up.
Yeah, and that really fires up the Kanab fans and dugout. Pretty consistent, though. He's called that pitch right there on the inside part of the plate.
Yeah, but 2 strikes, that's a tough one to watch. That's going to bring up Boston Black.
Black yesterday was 1 for 3.
He first pitch swinging, fouls it off to the right-hand side for strike 1.
He popped up the catcher. He struck out, had a single, and then he was also intentionally walked in that last inning.
That was that one to load the bases
North
up.
Summit, yeah, they wanted to load the bases up. Winning run was at third base, and they were trying to just play for the force out.
Here's the 0-1. Beat towards the third baseman. That's going to go foul. Fielded there by Cale Glover.
Yeah, Cale Glover's pretty smooth out there. We saw him play shortstop when Griffin Bone was pitching. And then when they moved Bone back to shortstop, they slide Glover over to third base. But really good glove and a good arm out there.
Okay. Austin steps back in. He's ready for the 0-2. It's on its way. Curveball. The Beaver dugout wanted it, but they didn't get it. Stayed upstairs.
Yeah, curveball did stay up, and so far umpires keeping the ball down around the knees, not going to give that high strike.
Here's the 1-2. Another one upstairs. Going to even the count. 2-2. Went out here. We are still top of the first inning. Beaver getting first whacks today. There's another one ripped, just foul, down the third baseline.
Yeah, Black turned on that pitch, and like you say, Willie, just barely missed that one down the left field line. It actually ends up back on the field to where the left fielder, Carson Blomquist for Kanab, has to actually go get it and throw the ball in, because the foul line's really angled back in towards the foul pole here, and it's got a cement retaining wall with some piping, and then the grass hills where fans can sit on both sides. But he turned on that one. That would have been a double. Yep,
you get the top 4 in the Beaver lineup on base, and it's like you're a quarter horse barn out there. Boy, they're off to the races. So we'll do the 2-2 again. That's going to stay upstairs. Another full count. Full count to the first 2 pitches his face. That's not quite what Coach had drawn up here.
Yeah,
to
Coach Fox
doesn't
want to see a lot of pitches with Adam McQuivy. He wants to be able to see him, be able to go all the way and finish this game.
There's another one being just foul.
Yeah, and that time was a line shot, but just out of the arm stretched of Kel Glover, the third baseman. But he's definitely going to play the line, and that's twice now. And the umpire says we're not going to play until that ball literally bounced out in the same place. But Blomquist was kind of moving over towards center field and didn't really see the ball get on the field. So Beaver sends a player down there, and I'm surprised that Blomquist is even moving towards center field the way he's turning on the ball instead of just playing down the line.
Sitting there at the fence right below that 2,155 miles to Cooperstown sign. So we're going to do the full count again. This will be the 7th pitch in the at-bat to Boston Black. Here's the pitch. Curveball's in the dirt. Good stop, keep it out front there by R.J. Magnette, but that's going to be the first base runner for the Beavers. First base on balls. So
really good at bat.
Now we got some drama building here. We got probably arguably the best defensive catcher in 2A baseball against the track team and the horse stable, quarter horses of the Beavers. Let's see if they test R.J. Magnette early. First pitch to Kobe Carter. That's ripped. Line drive. They're going to double him up. Line drive right to Cale Glover for the L5 and out number 2, and then they double off Boston Black at third base. So, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on after half inning of play. Beaver 0, and the Kanab Cowboys coming to bat on the Mid-Utah Radio Network and D6 Media.
Come find your
Starting for Beaver. Defensively, the center fielder, Bentley Bradshaw. Second baseman, Boston Black. Shortstop, Kobe Carter. Third baseman, Titan Fails. Catching, Cutler Matheson. The first baseman, Hoyt Bloomquist. The right fielder, Jake Norman. And the left fielder, Luke Robinson. Pitching for Beaver this morning, number 19, Deegan Bailey.
Back at Kearns High School, let's give mention here to our V6 sponsors. Larson Haslam Dental in Roosevelt has the latest dental technology and offers same-day crowns. Dr. Jake Richardson is accepting new patients. Call 722-0101 to schedule your appointment. Christine Watkins, all right, this is Congressman we want to talk about coverage today, sponsored in part by State Representative Christine Watkins. She's a strong rural advocate for oil and gas, small business, education, and the Second Amendment. She's my type of gal. Double play to end the inning there.
And that was a tough one because that ball was hit really hard and it was diving towards the ground. And, Kel Glover just come in, made the catch, and then fired across first base. But Boston Black, you got to freeze and kind of see that one through. But if you're not hustling, too, you're going to get thrown out at second. That's just kind of one of those tough in-between plays.
Yep. So first pitch from Deegan Bailey to R.J. Magnet's upstairs for ball one. Next pitch popped up. Looks like it's going to get out of play behind us here. Even things up at 1-1.
One thing you noticed too already in this game is this Kanab dugout, and we saw this yesterday with the South Sevier game. They're pretty loud. In fact, Coach Baker for South Sevier felt like his dugout needed to match the intensity of Kanab's.
Exactly right. Cutler Matheson gets the hairdo award. The dreadlocks back there behind. There's one drilled foul by R.J. Magnet on that pitch on the inside portion for strike two.
You like his better than Magnet's, huh?
Well, Magnet just got the curls working. Cutler's got looking at him when he was up in the batting cage there. He's got the dreadlocks on.
They're both
catchers.
Yeah, both catchers sporting the hairdos. That's kind of the style now. They watch these guys in the MLB and they.
If I had that much hair, I might sport that kind of thing. Mine a little thin. I wouldn't be getting no awards. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That's lifted towards the third baseman. Titan Fails. He's going to camp under it, and he makes the catch. P5. Now let's get this out of the way. Every number on the ball field every position has a number, I should say. Pitcher 1, catcher 2. First through third is 3, 4, 5. Shortstop 6. Outfield left to right 7, 8, and 9. So the P5 is a pop up to the third baseman. That brings Griffin Bone to the plate. First pitch on that outside corner for strike one. Deegan Bailey comes right down over the top. He's got some good pop, as you might be hearing if you're listening at home, on his fastball, and good curveball. Looks like we had a baseball on the field. Umpire getting that cleared off.
Yeah, and Deegan Bailey just a sophomore too, Willie. So, bright future for him, and Beaver coaching staff's got to be happy with what they're seeing out of this first start right here, getting R.J. Magnet to pop up. That's huge to get that first out.
Yep, just tried to get that low one on the outside corner, and that the umpire still not at this time giving that one. The curveball right there on the inside corner. Griffin's shaking his head, yes. He knew that. He's seen it now.
That was a good-looking curveball, too, from Bailey. So right now he's already shown these Kanab hitters are going to have to hit multiple pitches. They can't just sit on a fastball.
And there is that fastball. Hit at Kobe Carter. He fields it, throws a strike across the ball field for the 6-3 put out.
That's a tough play because Carter had to wait on that one. There was no way to get it. Took a really high bounce, and he had to wait for it to get to him, and then just shows the rocket of an arm that he's got. Fires it across to get the out.
Exactly right. Yeah, you're talking about that curveball of Deegan Bailey. We finally got to see that good 11-5 break on that thing. Good sharp break. That brings up Bracken McQuivy from the right-hand side. First pitch from Bailey. Down low for ball 1.
You know, it's a good place to miss, or if you're going to miss, is miss down, but that's a pitch, too, that this umpire's been calling.
Next pitch down in the same spot. To me, that looked inside, but that's that tail we talked about on the fastball. Strike 1. Looked like maybe a makeup call to me. 1-1. There's that curveball. That's ripped hard to Titan, fails. He got it, comes across the first base for the 5-3 put out. Third out of the inning, so deja vu on this one. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Makes it easy to keep the scorebook. You're on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media. Field, Kearns High School, 2A state baseball. Beavers and the Kanab Cowboys. Bracken McQuivy taking them out in his warm-ups for the second inning of work. Want to recognize some more Uinta Basin sponsors here from V6 Media. Uinta Basin Healthcare's mission, caring for our communities through access to compassionate quality healthcare and investing in those we serve. Moon Lake Electric, locally owned association with over 83 years of providing dependable and affordable electric service to its membership. Its well-trained workforce of 90 employees and its state-of-the-art electrical system have set a standard of excellence in the electrical industry. And folks, if you're listening or watching this baseball game on TV or on the radio, they're the folks that help us put this stuff on. So if you would, give them their business. You don't hear an Amazon or eBay on this one, so let's keep our business local. And RJ Mognet just throw down from Bracken McQuivy. We're ready to start. Top of the second inning. Bracken McQuivy is going to face Titan Fails, Cutler, Matheson, and Dallas Yardley after that inning double play on the line drive to Cale Glover. There's the first pitch. It's right there.
Fells batting in the cleanup spot, was 0 for 2 yesterday with a walk.
Right up on the plate, open just a little bit stance. The 0-1 down. The ball 1. We're even at 1-1. At bat number 1. We go with the numbered games again.
That's
today.
right.
Pitch down for ball 2.
You know, so far too, McQuivy's really attacking these Beaver hitters on the inside part of the plate. You know, and we saw Boston Black turn on some of those pitches. He hit them foul, but he was able to turn and get on those fastballs on the inner part of the plate.
There's one that's hit right at Cale Glover. He scoops it. Right there, the 5-3 put out. Well, they're strong on that right hand or on that left-hand side. There's shortstop Griffin Bone, Cale Glover, just a youngster, you know, and the left fielder out there, Carson Blomquist. So not a bad idea to try and attack that inside.
You know, and Fells got around on the inside fastball, but that's he just got it on the ground and hit it right to the third baseman there, Glover, who made a nice play.
And Griffin Bone shading that third base hole as well. Cutler fouls off the first pitch.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing not quite in that 5-6 hole, but pretty close. And then second and first pretty much straight up. There's a huge hole up the middle.
As well as the outfield, pretty much straight away.
Yeah.
Not real deep. That field is probably as deep as anybody. There's curveball. It's going to drop right down in there.
Yeah, it's the best curveball so far that McQuivey's thrown. If he can get that dialed in, he's going to be really effective out there.
So the 0-2 pitch on its way to Matheson. And that curveball hit right back at McQuivey. He feels it. First base for the 1-3 put out, and out number 2.
Yeah, McQuivey's fairly tall kid out there and able to jump up, make the play. That was hit pretty soft too, so if that gets over his head, I believe that's going to be an infield single. But McQuivey fielding his position and doing the nice job making the play.
That brings up Dallas Yardley. He's the DH today for Luke Robinson. First pitch. Popped up in the air towards the first baseman, Maddox Baird. He's going to camp under it. He's got it for the P3, and out number 3. So here we go again. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. At the end of 1.5, it's 0-0. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Moving off now to the bottom of the second, the first baseman, number 8, Maddox Baird.
So Maddox Baird's going to be the first one to face Deegan Bailey for his second inning of work. He'll be followed by Waylon White and Keel Glover.
Yeah, and just watching the warm-ups too, they had Regan Bradshaw come in and warm up while Cutler Matheson's getting his gear on and really focusing on keeping the ball down. And you even see the stance right here out of Matheson, and really good job of Deegan Bailey just kind of keeping the ball down. They know that's how they're going to beat this Kanab team, is to keep the ball below their hands.
And that first pitch is down there for strike 1. Had him leaning for another low one down there. A little, looked like maybe a change-up or a slider down there, but it misses and he holds. Even things up, a 1-1. Pitch on its way. There's a curveball that's fouled off right above the dugout for the Beavers. Strike 2.
You know, when Beaver's sending someone down to the bullpen already, and I'm guessing, because we don't really know and don't have all the pitch counts, but they're really liking what they see so far out of Deegan Bailey, but probably trying to keep him, at that 35 pitch.
And they like to change too. They like a different look. Maddox was willing to wear that one, wasn't he?
He was trying to get hit on that curveball, leaning in with his right knee, but not able to get hit, and it ends up staying inside for ball 2.
But it buckled me at the knees.
Yeah.
I can see it now.
Yeah.
It's 2-2. Baird steps out. Have a look at the coach. Here's the 2-2. Oh, that does. He wears that one. So a hit by pitch.
I believe the other one would have felt a little better. That one took the fastball right on the number 8 as he turned his back into it and squared him up good.
So the first freebie given up by the Beaver Ball Club.
Number 23.
Hit by pitch.
Yeah, this is the scary part of of Kanab's lineup. When you bring Waylon White to the plate, I mean, and you see Titan Fells already, he's 10 feet up on the grass, and they're going to take away anything as far as the bunt, which he does square right here.
So that first pitch is up. Well, you know, one of the things it does is you see right there, it gives Deegan Bailey something else to think about.
Well, you got first baseman, got to hold the runner, third baseman in tight, so it creates a lot of room on the ground if Waylon White can hit something hard on the ground.
There's a pitch on that outside corner for strike one.
The other two that you see with the outfield is Beaver, they brought in all their outfielders. They don't want anything to, you know, drop in front of them. They want to be able to come in and take away the hit from Waylon White, keep him off the bases.
The throw to first, close. Waylon White, we have seen him, you know, drive that ball, especially the gap in left center field.
Yeah, and right now it's one of those things that Beaver's willing to bring the outfielders in and challenge him to try to hit something over him, but they want to take away any base hit in front.
So the pitch in there, that's when it's driven. That ball's deep. But it's tracked down out there by Jake Norman, the right fielder. That's what I said, that's just nearly to the warning track.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Norman ran a long ways. That ball was hit well, but it hung up in the air. It wasn't really a line shot, and it gave him time to run under that. So really nice play, but Waylon White scored that one up well.
Yeah, that little wind. I think both Bentley Bradshaw might have had a chance to get at that as well. Wind coming from that north might have held that up.
Yeah, and it helped the right fielder be able to run and make that play.
So that brings up Cale Glover with one out. Baird still at first base. Another throw over to first. In the dirt, but a good dig there by Hoyt Blomqvist.
Yeah, Blomqvist had a really good game at first base defensively yesterday, and so far already, you know, it's nice when you have a first baseman like Blomqvist over there that you can trust as far as a pitcher, and Deegan Bailey's not afraid to throw over there.
Squares to bunt, pulls it back. Matheson throws behind Baird, but not in time. So that pitch, ball one to Cale Glover. So the wheels are turning here. See if they can start moving some infielders around. Never know what's going to happen. Put the pressure on. Both teams do it the same way. He does square it again and pulls back. Takes ball two.
Yeah, and right now at some point you have to say, if you're Beaver and if you're Deegan Bailey, if they're going to bunt, I'm just going to throw a strike in there. We're going to take the out, but don't want to walk this guy and lose him and to put runners at first and second. And Coach Fox, you know, he's okay with that.
Yep.
Yeah, square early, show that you're going to bunt, and if it's not a strike, pull back. We'll take the walk.
Do it again, and he does bunt right at the pitcher. Good bunt. The only place they can go is first base for the out. They do get the 5-3 put out for out number two, but that does move.
Good execution, too, from Kel Glover, and the first one to meet him before he comes in the dugouts. Coach Fox giving him knuckles, telling him nice job, way to move the runner, and playing some small ball, doing the little things it takes to get that runner in scoring position. Now it's up to Lane Sims. See if he can't drive him in and get that early 1-0 lead for Kanab.
One of the things that Coach Fox mentioned to me in the pregame was, you know, he needs some good two-out hits here with runners on. We got that first one of the game right here in the second inning. Bottom of 2, 0-0. Lane Sims hits it right at the third base and fails. He fields it, throws across, gets by Blomqvist. We're going to get the first run of the ball game. Play it home, but it's going to be too late. So get the first error of the ball game. The E5 fails, had that ball kind of get into his midsection, had to hurry, and threw it by Blomqvist there at first base.
Yeah, and that's why you do the little things. That's why Coach Fox is bunting, but the pressure on the defense, normally that's a play that Fells is going to field it cleanly and make the throw. That one, like you said, it just kind of rode up into him and got him a little deep and didn't get a good clean exchange from the glove hand to the throwing hand, and you know, it allows the runner to come around, score, and then puts Lane Sims at second base.
Yep, and Blomqvist takes first pitch inside and low for ball one. So he has another chance as well for a two-out RBI. I'm glancing at somebody in the Beaver dugout. I'm not sure what that was about. But that's a ball that's hit off the end of the bat towards the second baseman. Boston Black, he's up with it to cross the diamond for out number 2. Then the 4-3 put out for out number 3. But the Beavers come up with 1 run. They do so on no hits, 1 error, 1 runner left on base. At the end of 2 complete, it's 1-0. The Kanab Cowboys. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Working out in the second, they got 1 run on no hits, 1 error, 1 runner left on base.
At V6 Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help by delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help. V6.
Paint projects go more smoothly when you use Jones Paint and Glass, because we're as excited as you are about your project. Our paint experts know their paint and will work with you to help you find the perfect paint products for your needs. They'll help ensure you get the color you're hoping for and that you're able to get the job done right the first time. Stop by Jones Paint and Glass to speak with an expert today.
KSBC.
Yeah, you're as live as it gets. Willie Akers and Nolan Anderson here at Gates Field. Maddox Bear Bracken McQuiggan, I'm saying, should just finished up his warm-ups to go to work here in the 3rd inning. Top of the 3rd, Beavers going to bring up Deegan Bailey, Hoyt Blomquist, and Jake Norman. Down 1-0.
Deegan Bailey.
Yeah, and you see R.J. Magnette throw that down on the throw down. Just an excellent arm, and that's one thing that Beaver's going to maybe have to do themselves is think about bunting, moving guys around, getting them in scoring position, because they're not just going to be able to steal a base like normally.
R.J. Magnette doesn't waste effort. He's serious about the game of baseball. He doesn't just lob the pitch down there. A good curveball as well from
we saw that.
McQuivy.
We saw that last time in the 2nd inning. McQuivy really's got that curveball working, and it's got that good sinking action to it, and shows right there as that Deegan Bailey just swings over the top.
Yep, it dropped right off the table, 11-5 there. Here's the 0-2. Upstairs, right at McQuivy. But by self-preservation, he sticks the glove up there, and it sticks in the ball glove for the L1.
Yeah, that ball was hit hard as McQuivy threw another curveball. That one hung up just a little bit, and Deegan Bailey, line shot right back to McQuivy with quick reflexes, makes the catch.
So, Hoyt Blomquist for his first time at bat here in the top of the 3rd. First pitch right there. After going full count on the first 2 batters that he faced, he's kind of dialed things in.
Yeah, throwing really well so far.
There's that. Looked like he just took something off of that one. Wasn't a curveball, but it was definitely a little less velocity.
Yeah, maybe just kind of a little straight change right there, and it works well as Blomquist swings right through that one.
So the 0-2 to Blomquist. Curveball, got him down underneath. Oh.
Yeah, McQuivy's kind of just shaking his head like, you bet, I've got it. And Magnette, firing it down as they get the strikeout right there. But McQuivy's kind of getting in the zone right now.
Yep. Second strikeout to go with 1 base on balls by Bracken McQuivy at this point. Brings up Jake Norman. Jake in on the right-hand side. He's choked up a couple inches. Takes ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Right there, that's going to find the hole. Griffin Bone made a valiant effort at it, but that got through the 5-6 hole there for the first hit of the ball game for the Beavers.
Yeah, Jake Norman batting in the 9th spot, playing right field. We saw him last inning make a nice catch on that one ball that Waylon White hit deep to right center. Now he gets a little hit to get this offense going here with 2 outs.
So 2 outs, that brings up Bentley Bradshaw. Bentley had struck out looking his first time up. Quigley goes to first, no, not in time.
You know, it's interesting to me too with Magnette catching back there, but we still see a lot of throws over to first base. But I think that's just to say, hey, we're going to keep you close, and if you dare try it, we've got Magnette behind the plate.
Yep, just a slide step from McQuibby to deals strike 1 right there. Yeah, he's going to help out Magnette. You know, he's not going to give him the big lead. He's going to keep him close, you know, with either the look over or the throw over. And let R.J. Magnette do his job.
That last pitch really got the Beaver fans going. They did not like that one, but strike 1 to Bentley Bradshaw.
The 0-1's upstairs. The ball 1. Even things up 1-1.
He looks back to at the umpire like, now was that one up? And the umpire says, yeah, and he looks at his coach and puts out his hand like, I'm not sure I know where the zone is, but that's been pretty consistent right there.
Well, the last thing you want to do is get the ump shook. There's another throw to first.
He's for the most part called it pretty close to.
Pretty consistent.
It's got to be kind of that belt to knee, or he hasn't called that high strike.
So the 1-1, 2 outs. Norman at first base, got a good lead. That one's up from McCready.
Yeah, 2-1 right here, you know, kind of a hitter's count. You might see Coach Carter try to get Norman started right here, and then Bentley Bradshaw, you know, if it's in there, there's 2 outs, but go ahead and swing away.
Yeah, good shot. Then you still got back to your top of the lineup if he gets thrown out. Put something in the hole, he might score. There's one that's in the hole. It's over there to the right field. Going to go first to third with Jake Norman. Second hit. Throw back behind him. They're calling him safe.
Yeah, and I think Coach Fox is upset he never got back to the bag right there, as the first baseman, Maddox Baird, kind of went down on one knee and blocked the bag. But Bradshaw's, he's a little hurting out there a little bit right now at first base, but really good job of cutting that ball off of Griffin Bone and firing it over to first base. As you know, Bradshaw took a big turn after that single to right field.
Number 4, Boston Black.
Have good heads-up play. Coach Fox on the edge of that dugout. I don't know if he's going to go out and talk to the umpire or what, but
I thought he was too, to be honest. He kind of got his 2 bits in and argued, and the umpire said no, so I guess he figures he's wasting his time to go talk to him. But I think he, you know, from our angle, he had a pretty good argument. It didn't look like he got back the bag, and maybe the tag wasn't there and he reached around. I'm not sure.
So that brings up Boston Black. He takes strike 1.
Yeah, Coach Fox gave him the first, third defensive call. I would imagine too, if you see, you know, they'll throw the runner out with Magnette with his arm back there. So, you know, Beaver's gonna have to realize that and know that if you can't get the stolen base, you got to try to stop and stand a run down so that runner from third base can score.
Bradshaw faked like he was going to go. And the pitch is up. Even things up 1-1.
Yeah, Boston Black, he drew a walk his first time up, but he had a couple balls that were just a line drive and then a hard ground ball just foul down the third baseline in his first time up. So he's capable of turning on any pitch. Glover is playing literally on the line too.
To the outside. Magnette has to come up out of his stance and get out there to stop that one from getting to the backstop. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 runners on. 1-run ball game in favor of Kanab right now. We are in the top of the 3rd inning. Beaver threatening. There's one that's popped up going towards center field. Waylon White. He circles and comes back. And he's got it. Shot number 3. So the F8 ends the so-called rally. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. So at the end of 2.5, it's 1-0 Kanab. We're on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
For
Number 22, Jackson Riddle, is up to the plate. Deegan Bailey, he hits that first one right at Titan Fails, makes a good diving catch, comes across the infield for the 5-2. Boy, the Blue was about ready to give him the safe sign, but
Yeah, Fails, he felt really bad on that last play in that last inning where he makes the throwing error and allows Kanab to score one. He made up for it right there as that ball was going to be a base hit. He fully extends, lays out, dives for it. Once he fields it, he comes up and throws a rocket to first base for the out.
great play. That's a highlight reel. This R.J. Magnette popped up to the third baseman his first time up, takes strike 1.
And we saw him yesterday take one deep to left field for a home run and then had a double in that game as well. And he's capable of doing that right here if you don't keep the ball down and out of his power alley.
Yeah, he likes that ball up in the middle half. Not quite that high, takes ball 1. So you get that ball up at the belt, you got some problems maybe. You want to stay down there at the knees. Here's the 1-1. Curve ball in the dirt. Ball 2.
Yeah, and that's a good pitch right there from Bailey to drop that one down on the plate right there. But Magnette has he's a catcher. He understands the zone. He knows balls and strikes, and he read that one and laid off it.
Here's the 2-1. That's down. That's down where you want to pitch him. Just doesn't get the call. 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 right here. He's going to be swinging out of his shoes if it's anywhere close.
Oh, and it was up, but it was in, and he turned on it and fouled it off.
Yeah, fouled it right over here into the Beaver dugout on this third base side. So evens the count full now, 3-2.
1 out. Deegan Bailey facing R.J. Magnette. Here's the pitch. Yeah, that's just a nubber. That's just going to get out there no farther than Kobe Carter right off the end of the bat for the L6. Out number 2.
Yeah, got that one right off the end of the barrel.
The shortstop,
Just a little too far out in front of
It
it.
was up there where he wanted
Yeah.
it, though. That was in the wheelhouse. He just turned on it pretty quick. A little bit off speed there. Brings up Griffin Bone. Grounded out to the shortstop. On the inside portion for ball 1. They're yelling at it, but we're sitting back here. That was in the batter's box. He's asking where it was.
Yeah, now both teams
Both
starting to
dugouts-
chirp. Yeah, they're
both
getting
jug-
fired up
yeah.
right there. That ball was probably inside.
The John is on.
Yeah.
There's a curveball that's hit high towards left field. Luke Robinson coming in. He's got it for out number 3. So they have 7. Ends the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. At the end of 3, it's 1-0 Kanab Cowboys over the Beaver Beavers on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media. The Acres, Nolan Anderson back here at Gates Field. The Kanab Cowboys hold a 1-0 lead over the Beaver Beavers. And we're going into the top of the 4th. Bracken McQuivley still on the mound here for his 4th inning of work. Just finishing up his warm-up tosses. Well, pitchers, I had Bracken coming into this inning with 39 pitches. We talked about that, days of rest from 1 to 35 pitches, you don't have to rest. You do have a limit of 75 over 2 consecutive days. 36 to 60 pitches 1 day, 61 to 85 2 days, 86 to 110 3 days. So got 1 day left in this tournament. Both coaches watching the thing. Got the UHSAA tracking things. Kurt over here to our left. Here, Kobe Carter takes the first pitch. Curveball catches the corner for strike 1.
Yeah, McQuivey's really found the curveball since that 2nd inning. He's done a nice job with that. Beaver, however, does have the 2 hits, but no runs. Kanab has the 1 run, still looking for their first hit.
Well, thought they called a balk, but there's a ball on the field. So we're going to do it again. Still got both dugouts jawing at each other here. The 0-1 pitch to Kobe Carter from Bracken McQuivey. Another curveball in the dirt, blocked there by R.J. Magnet. Talked about R.J., good defensive skills, good arm. Probably one of the strongest arm of the catchers in 2A right now. And popping the bat.
Yeah.
1-1 to Kobe Carter. Watches ball 2 down low on the curveball.
Yeah, he wanted to swing at that one, but recognized it early that it was going to be down and stay down, and was able to hold up, stay off that pitch.
Crowd in the plate, open stance. Another one, ball 3 in the dirt.
Yeah, now Beavers dugouts, got a 3-1 count. They're getting excited, chance to get that lead runner on base here.
Kobe Carter with good speed. Here's the 3-1. Oh, they call that strike. Carter was on his way to first base. Tell you what, umpires can have long memories. Daniel Carter starts down and thinks better of it and walks back.
Wisely turns around. It's not worth arguing right there on just a strike 2 this early in the game.
Yeah, top of the 4th inning, 1-0. Curveball's outside, no doubt on that one. Base on balls given up to Kobe Carter. That's a second. 2 strikeouts, 2 base on balls. And that's going to bring up Titan Fails. Made a couple good defensive plays here. Early innings.
Yeah, grounded out to third base, his first time up.
Good sharp one to Cale Glover over there. Here's the pitch. It's inside. He's been calling that ball on the inside corner. Well, you got the Beavers. Every one of them crowding that plate. They're as close as they can legally be.
Yeah, and Kanab right from the get-go says we're going to throw you inside. So those balls are on the inside part of the plate, but maybe seem like they're a little further in than they really are.
Yep. Kobe Carter's got a good lead. There's a swing and a miss. Someone, I think he just took a little off there. I think he got a straight change.
Yeah, that was a good changeup, and Fell's way out ahead of it right there. Pretty big hack, but just too far out front.
It's a good way to attack these guys. They're aggressive when they swing.
Well, that's the one thing, talking to Coach Carter before the game is their strength, felt like just continue to hit the baseball.
The 0-2 on the way. Curveball got him swinging over the top of it for strike 3.
Yeah, and that was Mognet right there. A lot of catchers don't catch that foul tip cleanly, but he does, and that's first out of the game for this inning.
3rd strikeout for Bracken McCrivey. Carter takes a good lead there at first. Throw over to first. I think with R.J. Mognet back there, all you need to do is look him back over there. Don't take the chance of giving him an extra base, maybe 2 if it gets down there. Ricochets off that concrete wall you were talking about earlier. Here's the first pitch to Matheson. Swing and a miss on the curveball. Cutler hit a number right back to the first baseman. Back in the 2nd inning, McCrivey went up and got it. Threw a strike to Maddox Baird there at first base. So 0-1, Carter at first base with 1 out. Bracken McCrivey on the mound still for the Cowboys. Another throw over.
Yeah, and he went back in standing up, so he can get another step out there, but he had a big lead, but he just quick back to the bag. So, you take another step probably and then just take one big step and dive back.
So here's the 0-1. Side step, that one's popped to the right side. It's going to get out of play. Strike 2 to Cutler Matheson. And then Matheson was down 0-2 back in the 2nd inning when he hit one off the end of the bat right back at Bracken McCrivey, trying to pull the outside pitch. We've talked about that, got to try and shoot that ball to right field because that's probably where they're going to throw him again. Down and away. Could do the curveball, could just be the change that he's been showing. Goes up high, pops him up.
And that's a pitch, just tried that high fastball, so you would think maybe right here McCrivey comes back to the curveball, and this might be the chance on an 0-2 count. If you're going to try to steal the bases, expect maybe a curveball right here and try to get Kobe Carter down there second base.
Another throw across there. Got somebody throwing their toy balls over there. I think we got Brendan Jackson, UHSAA, playing with little balls down here. Gonna have to have a talk with him between innings here. Swing and a miss on a good curveball down there to Cutler Matheson for out number 2.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back strikeouts, really big for McQuivy and the Kanab Cowboys. At some point, you might see Carter try to get down there to second base and get him in scoring position. Dallas Yardley coming up to the plate, popped up to first, his first time up.
4 strikeouts for McQuivy. Carter, now he stretches out just a little bit more. First pitch to Yardley. That's a curveball. Oh. Got the high call on that one. So it's not set in stone. 0-1, 2 outs. Got a runner on first. Kobe Carter. Beaver down by 1. Another throw from McQuivy. He's thrown more at Carter here than he's thrown at the plate almost this inning.
Yeah, he really has, and for good reason. Carter's the tying run there on first base, and Beaver wanting to get him to second base, and Kanab wanting to keep him right there.
And one of the faster Beavers as well. So the 0-1 to Yardley. On its way, there goes Carter, and that one's ripped, but right at the left fielder who makes a great catch. How they're saying that it was down. Got down on the ground. Nope. Gonna go to second. No. So, sinking line drive for a base hit.
Yeah, really good job right there too. You got Jackson Riddle out there at second base, did a nice job just going to his knees on that throw down to second, trying to get Yardley going from first to second, just to keep it in front of him, not let it get by him, and allow Carter to come in from third base. So Beaver right now with 2 guys in scoring position at runners with Carter at third base, and then you got Yardley at second base.
Deegan Bailey lined one hard back at McQuivy, his first time up. So 2 outs. Bailey asked for timeout. Good effort out there by Carson Blomquist, though. And no argument from Coach Mason Fox. Good call from the blue out there. It did. You could see it hit the ground right as it got to the glove.
Yeah, really good job of just getting it on that short hop versus, kind of trapped it right there, but didn't let it get past him.
So the first pitch to Bailey. 2 outs, 2 on. That's hit right at the third baseman Glover. He retreats, picks it up, throws a strike to first base for the out. So the 5-3 put out ends any chance of scoring a run. No runs on. What do they have? Just the 1 hit. Yeah, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. So at the end of 3.5, it's still 1-0 Kanab on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
For Beaver in the 4th, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base.
Is how our team can help. By Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help by delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help. V6
And back here at Gates High School, quick shout out to some of the V6 media sponsors. Gateway St. Clair is locally owned and operated and has served Duchesne for 22 years. Stop by for a car, a truck wash, Subway sandwich, hot stuff pizza, and lots of delicious snacks. They also have a free RV dump, clean bathrooms, and the friendliest staff around. So Bracken McQuivy coming up in the bottom of the 4th inning here, takes first pitch down low for ball 1.
Yeah, McQuivy doing a nice job on the mound. He's give up just the 3 hits, but no runs so far.
Here's a 1-0. That ball's lifted to the right side. If it stays fair, nope, it's up there on the grassy knoll.
Yeah, we see a lot of those where players have a chance right here because that fence retaining wall comes down the line right there in the corner. But a lot of balls, you have that chance either to get them or they're just out of play.
So the 1-1 about to be delivered by Deegan Bailey. Curveball misses down low. The ball 2.
Beavers coaches come out and move the center fielder, Bentley Bradshaw. He was kind of playing on the right side of second base out there and kind of on the right center field side. Now he's on the left center field side.
2-1s down and away for ball 3. Defending state champs down 1-0 right now in the bottom of the 4th inning. McQuibby takes 2-1 pitch right down the middle.
Yeah, really good pitch.
Strike 2.
That's a tough one to lay off of, but at the same time, Kanab trying to get base runners. We've seen Coach Fox already bunt, move guys in scoring position, so they want to get someone to first base with no outs.
There's the payoff pitch, and it's hit on the line. Right straight at Bentley Bradshaw out there in center field for base hit.
Yeah, right where the coaches moved him, but that was just a line shot. Hits just behind the infield dirt.
So just the first hit in the ball game for Kanab, even though they've got the 1-run lead. Beaver leads with hits 3-1, but they do have the lone error in the ball game as well. Brings up Maddox Baird. He walked and scored the only run of the game. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1.
Yeah, Maddox Baird batting in the 4 spot right here. Coach Fox like to see him drive something in a gap.
He lifts that to the left side. That's going to get out of play, foul. Just a loud, long strike. Cutler Matheson, good defensive catcher back there. Not quite as strong an arm or as quick a release as R.J. Magnette, but if you don't get the good jump, he can throw you out. So the 1-1. Throw to first, not in time. Deegan Bailey trying to keep Bracken McQuibby close there. The 1-1. Oop, in the dirt. Umpire said he went.
Yeah, that one, that time he dropped it right in front of the plate. Didn't quite get it 60 feet 6 inches, but Baird, he did cross the zone there where it's either did he check his swing or did he not? And I think they got him. Well, he dropped the ball, but they had him.
Dropped the ball.
Yep.
They had McQuibby leaning, but dropped the ball.
Well, what happened is he was taking that little couple hop step lead, and that's right when Bailey threw over.
The hop shorter this time.
Yeah.
There's the pitch. There he goes, and it's hit in the air behind him. And Norman comes in, calls him off, and makes the catch on the F9 for out number 1. McQuibby retreats. He had gone on the pitch. Hung up there about halfway to check things out. Retreated.
23, Waylon White.
So Waylon White, they're going to move the outfield around here. Titan Fales is in there. About 3 foot on the infield grass.
Yeah, and this is one where third baseman's going to take away that bunt down the third baseline, but Waylon White, if he could drag bunt and pull it with him down that first baseline, with first baseman holding the runner, that'd be a pretty tough play for anybody to get him out.
Led off with the curveball. It's down and low on the inside portion for ball 1. Throw over there, trying to get him again.
Kind of that same move. And McQuivy, he's got to watch that. That's something that Beavers picked up on, and they had him picked off if Blomquist could have kept a hold of the ball.
Yeah. There's one that's ripped in that hole that's left there by having to hold him on. McQuibby's going to hold up at second base. That one was ripped off the bat of Waylon White.
Yeah, he hit that ball really hard, and that's why it got to Norman so quickly, and McQuivy has to hold up at second base. But now Kanab making some noise here with the one out, got runners at first and second.
The third baseman,
2 hits
number 11,
in the inning, or the
Glover.
only 2 hits for the Kanab, even though they have the 1-run lead, courtesy of a walk and some errors back in that first inning, or second inning, I should say. So that brings up Cale Glover. He grounded out to Titan Fails there at third base for the second out back in the second inning. First pitch. He hits one, just gets over the glove, but Norman's in quick, and they're not going to test the thing. 3 straight hits here.
Yeah, and with two outs right there, you might have seen Coach Brinkerhoff over there, the third base coach for Kanab, sending McQuivy, but with only 1 out, wisely holds him up.
Yeah, Coach Daniel Carter's going to go out and have a talk to his pitcher. Well, there's a break in the action. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media. DP Curtis Trucking works hard to move America and get their drivers home on the weekend. DP Curtis hires reliable drivers with competitive starting pay and raises after 90 days. Additional pay for tarps, drops, picks, and additional trailers. Employment options include insurance, 401k, paid vacation, and attainable bonuses, and more. Why would you drive for anyone else? Call DP Curtis Trucking for details, 435-893-2886. That's 893-2886, or click on dpcurtis.com.
Hello, this is Brenda Bartholomew, CEO of Gunnison Valley Hospital. We are celebrating 90 years this year. We're planning on celebrating all year long. On behalf of the providers, past and present, and our amazing staff, we extend a thank you to all who have been with us in this journey of success. We have loved taking care of the people of Central Utah since 1932. We look forward to serving you for the next 90 years.
The Intermountain Power Service Corporation is committed to supporting our local schools, communities, and the economies of central and south central Utah. Each year, IPSC's 2 950-megawatt generating units provide 3 million megawatt hours of energy for communities in Utah and Southern California. The Intermountain Power Project ranks among the best of coal-based power plants in reliability, cost-effectiveness, and environmental responsibility. IPSC, honored to sponsor this sports broadcast.
Jones & DeMille Engineering is proud to be a part of Utah's rural communities and loves to cheer on the youth of rural Utah. We take great pride in helping shape the quality of life by offering full engineering and architectural services, municipal and private business software solutions, and community involvement. Jones & DeMille is your go-to resource for planning, funding, designing, and infrastructure needs. We strive to serve with a professional, personalized rural touch to provide value that reaches beyond the project. Jones & DeMille Engineering, shaping the quality of life together.
Life's hard. Don't make it harder. Shop the Jorgensen Automotive Group. The Jorgensen Auto Group bursts the bubble of the big city car deals. Jorgensen Ford Richfield, Jorgensen Chevrolet Ephraim, dealing experiences that fit your lifestyle and budget. You can even shop from the seat of your britches at both Jorgensen dealerships. Sit down or pull over and click on JorgFord.com or JorgChev.com. Start your lifestyle story free of the after-deal remorse you often get in the big city. Enjoy the experience at the Jorgensen Automotive Group.
Your source for high school sports.
KSVC.
Okay, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here. Think we got things figured out. The new pitcher, Dallas Yardley. Deegan Bailey moves to second. Boston Black to left field. And Luke Robinson comes out of the ball game. First pitch, Lane Sims is up for ball 1.
Yeah, loaded bases right here for Kanab for Lane Sims with just the 1 out. So infield for Beaver comes in on the grass. They're going to look to go 4-1 right here, try to get a double play, but definitely get the out at home plate.
So Dallas Yardley comes up and in. He threw 35 pitches yesterday, so he's got 40 pitches at his disposal here today.
Yeah, looking to try to drive something out of the infield where he can pick up that runner there at third base.
Appreciate Kurt with UHSAA tracking pitches for the tournament. Oh, was swing and a miss. Lane Sims on one that was up in the strike zone.
Yeah, hitters count 2-0 right there, and he took a hack at it, but a little bit up and in, and really probably not a pitch you're really wanting to swing at. You want something out over the plate that you can drive outfield and even into that right center field gap.
There's the 2-1 up. Don't have to worry about that one. No doubter, Cutler Matheson goes out there to talk to Dallas Yardley, settle him down a little bit. Not abnormal to, have the adrenaline coming in there and try to do a little bit more than you need to do with that baseball.
Yeah, and right here, Yardley just got to settle in and throw a strike. You don't want to give him a freebie on the walk right here.
So, bases loaded, 1 out, 3-1 count to Lane Sims. Kanab holds a 1-run lead with the bases full of Cowboys. Yeehaw. Here's the 3-1. Down in the dirt. It's going to bring in a run.
Yeah, and that one he just tried to guide it in there instead of just throw it. And Lane Sims draws the base on balls and picks up a RBI.
So, 2-0. Bases still full of Cowboys, and that brings up Cale Glover. Cale grounded out to Titan Fails here at third base. They're going to play it the same way. Everybody's in on the infield, going to try and go 4-1. Curveball going to catch that inside corner.
Yeah, and Carson Blomquist grounded out to second base. Same situation, trying to get a pitch you can drive out of the infield.
Yeah, and if he hits it in that same place, it's probably going to get through the infield where he hit it last time. Drawn in like this. Everybody good leads. Curveball in the dirt. Here again, yeah, Yardley's kind of trying to guide that ball, kind of like he's got the string on the end of it, and it's not working.
Yeah, just got to throw the ball. Trust yourself. Trust your defense behind you, and a really good job of blocking the ball there on the curveball, too.
Just go to your pocket with your follow-through there. Get out on the ball of that foot. Beaver sending a couple people down to the bullpen there in left field. Here's the 1-1. Fastball right down the middle. I'm not sure what Blomquist was looking for on that one, but he didn't see it.
Yeah, that one, he missed an opportunity for sure on that fastball. Now he's down the count 1-2. Beaver sending multiple players down the bullpen. They don't want this to get out of hand right here.
Got 2 sets of pitchers running down there and didn't catch any. Well, there were a bunch of numbers, so it's hard to sort them out between who's catching and who's throwing down there. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bases full of Cowboys. There's the pitch. Curveball that's lifted to left field. Carter's going to be back there, the infield fly rule. Out number 2 on the F6. So they can back up now. Jackson Riddle comes to the plate. He grounded out to the third baseman his first time up.
The second baseman, number 22.
Yeah, good adjustment that time after walking the first batter that Yardley faces. He comes back and gets a big out right there, so 2 outs, but it's not over yet. Kanab still loaded bases, and Riddle capable of driving in a couple runs right here.
So, Yardley ready to deliver. Playing behind at first base there. Curveball, he dials that one in.
Yeah, good looking pitch. You see the red dot on that one. You try to pick up the rotation of the baseball, and you could see that one pretty good.
Riddle grounded out on the first pitch he saw back in the third inning. Here's the pitch, another curveball upstairs, and he takes a whack at it. Can't make contact. 0-2. 0-2, 2 outs. Number 22 at bat. And a 2-0 ball game.
Yeah, with White on third base too, they're going to stay and throw out of the stretch.
There's one that slipped. That's going to score at least 1. They're going to hold him. It's a good thing they did, because that throw. They got guy hung up at third.
There's nobody at home.
They lucked out there. A single scores 1.
Yeah, big time hit right there, but just about ran himself out of an inning right there is, runner held up at third, which, like you said, it was good he did because perfect throw to home. But the runner from first thought the guy from second scored, so he was trying to get to third base.
Checking here to see if there were two runners on third base. There used to be an out if you had two runners occupying the same base. Don't know if he actually touched third base.
How about the catcher, number 26, Randy
So
Bachman.
regardless, the man you probably don't want to have up with the bases loaded for the Kanab Cowboys is R.J. Magnette. And he stands in with two outs.
Yeah, no place to put him.
2 runs across in the inning, and you got to be careful. Here's the first pitch from Yardley. Curveball that sees good. Boy, that ball is hit hard, but looks like Bentley Bradshaw's got room, and he makes the catch for the F8, but he gave it a ride. So, got 2 runs on 4 hits. No errors and 3 runners left on base. After 4 complete, 4-0 or 3-0. That's right, 3-0 Kanab. You're on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
For Kanab in the fourth, they got 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, 3 runners left on base.
Paint projects go more smoothly when you use Jones Paint and Glass because we're as excited as you are about your project. Our paint experts know their paint and will work with you to help you find the perfect paint products for your needs. They'll help ensure you get the color you're hoping for and that you're able to get the job done right the first time. Stop by Jones Paint and Glass to speak with an expert today.
When you hear the crash, you better think Jones.
Baseball, Kanab Cowboys starting top of the 5th inning. McQuibby out there for his 5th inning of work. Came in the inning with 55 pitches. They hold a 3-0 lead. He's going to face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. White Blomquist, Jake Norman, and Bentley Bradshaw. R.J. Magnette throws down another strike. I love to watch him.
Yeah, really surprised too. When Beaver did finally get Kobe Carter moving, it was a pitch that was hit into left field for an out, but nobody's dared try it yet.
And then if Magnette would have pulled that ball, about to left field, that would have gone easy. There's the first pitch hit right at Griffin Bone. Across the, good dig there by Maddox Baird. He owes him.
Yeah.
Hot dog right there.
Yeah, Bone scooped that one up and zipped it across there, but it was low, and Baird with a nice scoop.
The right fielder,
So,
number 29.
with the 4 hits last inning, Kanab does take the lead, 4 hits to 3. A 3-0 lead on the scoreboard. Lone error right now is to Beaver. Brings up Jake Norman. Had a single his last time up, was stranded at third. There's a curveball. Not a break, but just way out of the strike zone for ball 1. So, top of the 5th here, 3-0 Kanab. Bracken McQuibby still on the mound for Coach Mason Fox. Ball's up and in.
Yeah, Norman just about wore that one right there on the inside part of the plate, but he does a really good job in the 9th spot. He's kind of like that second leadoff, just finds a way to get on base.
There's one that's going to find a hole. It's right out there to Waylon White in center field for the 4th hit of the ball game for the Beavers.
Yeah, and 2 of those by Jake Norman, back-to-back singles, and gets this inning going, bringing up Bentley Bradshaw.
So Bentley Bradshaw, Boston Black on deck. Bentley's 1 for 2 in the ball game. Struck out looking in the first, had a single. Back in the third, stranded at first base. So McCribby ready to deliver. First pitch, curveball right there. He's dialed in that curveball again.
Yeah, he's thrown it really well, and it's, you know, the 4 hits have been pretty scattered. They haven't been able to, you know, they did put 2 together, but other than that, they haven't been able to get anything going.
Throw over there by McQuivy. Not in time. Norman back in plenty of time. So the 0-1 to Bentley Bradshaw. Another curveball fouled off into the screen here in the stands on the right-hand side. For strike 2. So 0-2.
Yeah, if you look at the outfield, pretty shallow there in right field. Center not too deep either, but left field playing a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
And that wind's coming in right to, you know, now the left fielder is really going to shift towards center field.
Bradshaw hit line drive hitter. He's choked up a couple inches on the bat. Oh, he just swings and waves at strike 3.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get down 0-2. It makes it tough, and you just got to try to battle. And right there, got caught chasing that pitch kind of up and out of the zone.
So the 5th strikeout for Maddox, or for Bracken McCribby. I don't know why I keep on calling him Maddox Baird. Does have the 2 walks. Bentley Bradshaw was one of those walks. Then a fly out to center field is up next. McCribby tries Norman at first base again, but he's back. Here's the pitch. Fastball stays up for ball 1.
Yeah, Boston Black started out in second base. They've moved him out to left field now, but has done a nice job in the 2 spot right here for Beaver. And Coach Carter would like to see him continue to get something going and give Kobe Carter a chance to come up to plate here with 2 outs.
There's that curveball. Does it in, kind of froze Boston there at the plate.
Yeah, McQuivey's definitely not overpowering by any means. He does a really good job throwing just the fastball, the straight change. He's got a nice curveball, and he's really mixed it up well, and it's kept these Beaver hitters off balance. They can't just dig in and sit on just one pitch.
So Boston Black steps out, getting a signal from Coach Carter there at third base. One ball, 1 strike. Looking, Boston Black does have good speed. Cale Glover playing back there at third base. 2-out bunts, not out of the question here. Like you say, you want to try and get Kobe Carter up there to the plate. If he can get a bunt down on that third base line with his speed, he's probably on base. He's going to do. He goes to the alley out there. They're going to score their first run. Norman's coming around. Black's going to third. There's the throw. Gets by him. Gets backed up good. So,
yeah, and if that throw would have been on line here, you'd had a situation where if they get the out there at third base before Norman crosses home plate, they wouldn't have got that run in, but ball was just a little bit offline, and it took a couple bounces and got past Glover, but nice hit. And then Waylon White, too, kind of struggled to pick it up there cleanly in right center field. And that's going to get Beaver their first run, and Boston Black's there at third base now.
So Beavers on the board with they got their 5th hit. And that brings up Kobe Carter with the runner there at third base. First pitch to Kobe's a curveball.
You know, and that was the difference too, Willie. The difference in Boston Black getting a nice hit in the right center field gap versus getting out as he took the curveball. He hit it the right side. That's one thing that the Beavers have got to do a better job of, and that's even Norman. You've seen him get the hit that way. You got to drive the ball up the middle right side.
There's the one ball that they're thought he was going to call that pitch, but says it's outside, ball 2. So the 2-ball pitch, 2-0. Kobe Carter. There's one that's on the outside portion, just like you talked about, though. He tried to pull that outside pitch.
Well, that's the difference. Instead of just driving that down the right field line or into the right center field gap and getting an extra base hit out of you, you gearing up and try to turn on a pitch and you end up rolling over it, grounding out, or even popping that pitch up, and that time just fouls it off to the third base dugout.
Not trying to be critical, just want you to see what we see here. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's the pitch. That's going to find a hole. No. Good play there by Griffin Bone to dive and catch and try to go there, but Kobe Carter's going to get an infield hit on that one and score the 2nd run for the Beavers.
Yeah, and the difference on that one is as opposed to the pitch before is that one was kind of middle in, and that time Kobe did exactly what he needed to, is drive it in that 5-6 hole, but Bone laying out, scoops it, just no chance at throwing him out at first base.
Yeah, Coach Mason Fox is going to go out and have a talk with his pitcher here while we're got a little break in action. Let's give another shout out here to the V6 media sponsors. Jones Paint and Glass has high quality paint brands including designer favorite Benjamin Moore at affordable prices. Visit their design experts in Vernal or Roosevelt to find the right color and paint for your next project. We're going to stay with McQuarrie. Just wanted to go out and settle him down.
Oh, we saw that yesterday too, Coach Fox. Team getting a little bit of a rally, getting some momentum, go out there, immediately talk to the team, settle them down, and try to shut down that momentum.
Yeah, that brings up tight and fails with 2 outs. Kobe Carter on first base. McQuarrie deals to him. That was lifted to the left-hand side. Bones says he's got it, and he does for out number 3, the P6. But Beavers come up with 2 runs. They do so on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on. So after 4.5, it's a 3-2 ball game. Kanab Cowboys coming to bat on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
4 here in the 5th. They got 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base.
Shout out to a V6 sponsor, Larson Haslam Dental in Roosevelt. Has the latest dental technology and offers same-day crowns. Dr. Jake Richardson's accepting new patients. Call 722-0101 to schedule your appointment. Christine Watkins to coverage today, sponsored in part by State Representative Christine Watkins. She's a strong rural advocate for oil and gas, small businesses, education, and the Second Amendment. Winning Base of Healthcare's mission is caring for our communities through access to compassionate, quality healthcare and investing in those we serve. Moon Lake Electric is a locally owned electric association with over 83 years providing dependable and affordable electric service to its membership. Its well-trained workforce of 90 employees and its state-of-the-art electrical system have set a standard of excellence in the electrical utility industry. All right, bottom of the 5th inning. For the Kanab Cowboys, just got to get on the right sheet. Going to be Griffin Bone. First pitch swinging, he drives one underneath the glove of a diving Deegan Bailey at second base there.
Yeah, 2 of them actually had a shot. The first one was Dallas Yardley, the pitcher. He couldn't quite stab it, and then Deegan Bailey gets under his glove, but nice hard hit ball. First pitch swinging, Griffin Bone.
Bracken McCreevy coming up with a chance to help himself out. He had a single back in the 4th inning and scored a run. He'll be followed by Maddox Baird. Dallas Yardley still on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. Hit 13 pitches back there when he came in the 4th inning. Play at first, not in time. Beavers came up with 2 runs in their half of the 5th here. Kanab looking to answer back. There's the pitch. Strike 1. Kirby steps out.
Still got some people throwing down there in the Beaver bullpen.
Wax a little nostalgia back here. Stick down the old scoreboard down there in the right field line. Got a couple kids up there setting in the perch.
Yeah, they used to use that, you know, flip it inning by inning, and you got to basically stay out there and then have little radios to communicate.
So here's the pitch. There goes the runner. The throw from Matheson. They got him as he went by, got him on the foot.
Yeah, and that's one of those momentum killers or builders, and you know, that's going to shut down what Kanab had going right there, and fires up the Beavers.
Yeah, Coach Fox asking the first base umpire there where he got him.
Yeah, he says about 6 inches, and then the other part of that's strike 2 to Maddox Baird. Or McQuivy, sorry.
Yeah, Bracken McQuivy. That's right. I've been doing I started it. There's one that just whacked in first base. That's going to find a hole behind just down the first base line. Good hustle there from Bracken McQuivy to turn it into a double.
Pretty good speed right there. McQuivy was going from the get-go, and really, you know, that's what really hurts. You just get thrown out and then hit something like that. But
just
that's
the ball,
baseball.
you know, 40, 45 feet down the first base line, just inside fair territory, turns it into a double. So with 1 out, that's going to bring up Maddox Baird. This is the guy I've been talking about.
Yeah. Well, and he's been hit by a pitch and flew out to right field.
Scored a run after being hit by a pitch back in the 2nd inning. It was the first run for the Cowboys. That's what it was. We had a walk, the air, or it was hit by pitch. Ball 1 to Maddox Baird with McQuivy on second base. Not sure what Maddox was looking for, but that really, ball right down the...
Really good pitch. If you're a hitter, that's what you want. But nice pitch from Yardley, painting that inside part of the plate.
Yeah, he stepped back and asked him if that wasn't inside. And umpire said, no, right there. Shakes his head, steps back in. 1-1 on its way. Oh, that gets him on that little piece of the helmet you were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, Baird, you know, luckily for him, you know, he got his head turned just in time, and that ricochets right off the helmet. Coach Carter's going out. Like you say, they've had people warming up the last couple innings, and you know, Kanab runners at second and
he takes
first
the ball.
now.
So Cutler Matheson heading to the dugout. Not sure if maybe he's going to come in. So while we got a break in the action Let's get a word from our sponsors on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Attention, please. Now pitching for Beaver, number 13, Cutler Matheson.
Okay, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here. Cutler Matheson goes from behind the plate to pitcher. Boston Black comes back into second base. Dallas Yardley goes out to left field. Deegan Bailey goes behind the plate. So 21 pitches for Dallas Yardley in his appearance.
Number 23, Waylon White.
So Waylon White will face Cutler Matheson with one out. Runners at first and second. With a 3-2 lead for the Kanab Cowboys. Titan Fails in on the grass at third base, as well as White Blomqvist at first base. Strike one for Matheson comes kind of from the three-quarter, almost sidearm slot.
Yep, primarily been catching so far in this tournament. We saw him last year doing this exact same thing.
Very same thing, twice in one game, pitched twice in the one game, that I think the semifinal game. So the 0-1 to Waylon White. He turns around, squares, takes strike two. He's shaking, he's saying, Go back too soon. Would have been a good pitch to bunt.
Yeah. Oh, especially one to drag bunt, pull it with you down that first base line.
Blomqvist moves back, Fails moves back as well. He's still a little wary over there. Next pitch outside for ball one.
Yeah, trying to get Waylon White just to wave at one there. Had the 0-2 count, challenge him on the outer part of the plate, up and out of the zone.
Waylon White, though, he'll slap that to the opposite way. Here's the pitch. Waylon hits it right back at Matheson. Matheson goes to third for one. That's all they're going to get, but they cut the lead runner. So 2 out. No damage yet. That's going to bring Cale Glover. Had a single his last time up.
Yeah, Glover's had a good tournament. A really good glove out there defensively, and he's had some big hits as well. He, like you said, he had a single his last time up. He's 1 for 2. He grounded out to third in his first at bat.
So Maddox Baird at second base. Waylon White at first. So they do have some good speed still on the bases. Caleb Glover, 1 for 2 in the ball game. Oh, Cutler comes with the heater up.
Yeah, a little bit of pop right there. Both these two teams even in hits out there on the board, 6 apiece.
Oh, another heater fouled off either the catcher or the umpire's mask. Must have been the umpire. He's asking if he's okay, and he's saying, yep, he's good. So that evens the count at 1-1 with 2 outs, 3-2. Bottom of the 5th inning. 6 hits apiece. Caleb Glover trying to change that right now. In outfield kind of shallow all the way around. Caleb Glover looks at strike 2.
Yeah, good looking pitch right there from Matheson. So far he's come in and, obviously his arm's warm. He's playing catch every inning as the catcher, but he's throwing strikes. It's a little different than just throwing back to the mound versus throwing from the mound home.
Came from more of that sidearm slot there too with that one. Fooled Glover. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Curveball. They'll ring him up.
Yeah, a little bit of momentum as Cutler Matheson comes in and shut down the rally of Kanab.
So, no runs on the 2 hits in the inning. No errors and 2 runners left on base. So still 3-2 at the end of 5. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media. Yeah, your connection finds Willie Akers and Nolan Anderson at Gatesville Kearns High School. We got a good one, 3-2. Going in top of the 6th inning, Kanab by 1 over Beaver Beavers. Cutler Matheson now pitching, and he's going to get his first whack another whack here at Bracken McQuivy. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
McQuivy sticking with that curveball. He's had a nice curveball. Really found it in that 2nd inning and then just has kept these Beaver hitters guessing up there.
I had him at 70 pitches coming in. There's the next pitch, curveball, strike 2. Cutler shaking his head, so yeah, he.
We've seen a couple of those of the Beaver hitters too. They've been on that curveball and they've drove it to right field and they've got hits out of it. But when they've tried pulling that pitch, they've swung over the top or ground themselves out or popped up.
There's that curveball. The umpire said that must stayed up. We've seen that go both ways in the ball game. One ball, 2 strikes. That one's fouled off to the right-hand side. Stay alive.
Yeah, if you're Matheson, you've got to expect probably seeing another curveball here from McQuivy, and you've got to be able to stay on it to square that thing up.
So we'll do the 1-2 again. There's that curveball whacked and caught by, stuck in the glove there by R.J. Mognet.
You know, he's caught a lot of those foul tip third strikes. He really, you know, pitcher's best friend back there behind home plate.
How about the left fielder, number 21, Alice Yardley.
6 strikeouts in the ball game for McQuivy. 2 walks. Brings up Dallas Yardley. He's going to get a base hit down that right field line, and he's going to do the same. Oh, is he going to go? He's going. Here's the throw. Going to have a play at second. Got him. Yes, sir. Tried to stretch the single. We're going to get in the single. Trying to stretch it into a double. Gets thrown out at second base. Good play over there by Lane Sims. Good arm to Griffin Bone. Good tag.
Yeah, and the problem was he was slowing down at first base and then took off. You're either thinking two right from the.
Well, if he'd have been listening to him, I thought he was going to do the same thing, and then he stopped. And I figured, oh no, then he goes again.
And it's got to be 2 right out of the box. Yep. Otherwise, it's just a single. But you're down 1 run, too.
That 1 step was the difference. So there's a pitch, strike 1 to Deegan Bailey. Behind the plate now. Him and Matheson swapped places this last inning, last half.
Yeah, we've seen Deegan Bailey pitch, play second. Now he's playing catcher. Really one of those utility players you need on every team.
Curveball swings over the top of that one. Yeah, we've seen him in the outfield before.
Yeah.
So digs himself a hole, though, 0-2 here. 2 outs. Bracken McQuivy ready to deal the 0-2. Comes a curveball hit right back at him. Oh, underneath the glove of Jackson Riddle out into center field for a base hit.
We've seen that similar thing with Kanab. They get caught stealing second base and then come up with a couple hits back to back, and then right there you get caught trying to stretch a single into a double and get thrown out and then get a hit.
Down 0-2, you know, he drove one right back up the middle.
Yeah, so and Bailey's hit a couple hard. You know, he lined that one right back to the pitcher, McQuivy, his first time up, but he's hit it hard up the middle.
So Hoyt Blomqvist at the plate now. Takes first pitch for called strike 1. McQuivey's been able to find that inside corner. Umpire's giving him that pitch.
Yeah, and Blomqvist still looking for his first hit of the game.
Another throw over by McQuivy. So the 0-1. Here's the pitch. That's lifted towards Waylon White in center field. He can't put it. He got it for out number 3. So the F8 ends the inning for the Kanab Cowboys. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on. At the end of 5 1/2, it's 3-2. Kanab will be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and B6 Media.
For Beaver in the 6th, no runs on 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base.
Matheson back on for his second inning of work. Going to face the Kanab Cowboys, who've got a 3-2 lead. He's going to face Lane Sims, Carson Blomquist, and Jackson Riddle. Three to 2.
Leading off for Kanab.
Beaver leads in the hits, 8-6, but it's down on the scoreboard by 1, 3-2. Lane Sims up, got on an error back in the second. Base on balls in the fourth. First pitch from Cutler Matheson, that sidearm slot down for ball 1.
Yeah, and just a good job right there laying off that pitch down in the zone. Kanab trying to, add to their 1-run lead right here.
Oh, swinging way under 1 that comes from that sidearm slot up in the strike zone.
Yeah, he stayed off the low pitch, but then he chased the high one right there.
That was good move by Coach Carter. You come with Matheson. Not only does it come with a change of velocity, but a different arm slot as well altogether.
That's the one thing he talked about when I asked, just asked him what he thought about this game, and kind of in the pregame interview a little bit was he had plenty of arms. A little bit different team than they were last year. Last year they just out-hit everybody, but just not getting a lot of runs right now.
There's a curveball that's just lifted left side. That's going to find a hole. Toby Carter made every effort that he could to get to it and almost got there. But that's one of them tweeners we talk about. Going to look like a line drive and the line score tomorrow, but we know the truth.
Well, it makes you wonder too right here what Kanab's going to do, if he's going to go ahead and try to bunt one, move the runner around to get the runner in scoring position for that second part of the lineup.
Update, extra innings in the 3A. Juab 2, Canyon View 2. That was after 7 complete, so they're going into extra innings there in the 3A tournament. We're here at 2A. Carson Blomquist facing Cutler Matheson. Squares, they go.
Yeah, that's what Coach Fox is going to do. We saw him score that first run on a good executed bunt. They get the runner to second, and then on a throwing error. And so wanting to pick up an extra run right here, got no outs.
The job here is to get it to the first base side. Oh, takes a pitch. That's going to work as good as a bunt. They could bunt him to third base now.
Yeah, and if I'm Coach Fox, I'd probably do that. I'd probably stick with the bunt and get that runner 90 feet now.
Yep, the ball gets by Deegan Bailey, who had to come in and swap places, like we said, with Cutler Matheson. Don't know how much he's been behind the plate. Next pitch, so they change things up. He takes ball 2. Had not squared the bunt. Personally, myself, I'm bunting him to third. Yeah, we tried.
Yep.
Had the bad angle.
Well,
third base.
And the thing right there too is you got Titan Fells, the third baseman. He's staying home with the runner at second base, so the pitcher's got to cover the third base side. And he tried to kind of get that one down that third base line. And if you do, you might be safe at first and move the runner.
So 2 balls, 1 strike. Well, take strike 2. That's going to take away the bunt. He's kind of shaking his head, but that's been a strike all day long right there. Well, not all day long, but it has been a strike from time to time. Here's the 2-2. Well, they're going to ring him up. Curveball looked like it might have been up, but umpire says not so. Second strikeout looking in the ball game today.
Number 22.
That's one thing these Kanab hitters, for the most part, they've put, like you said, the second backwards K, but it's only the second K too. They've put the ball in play.
Another one gets by Bailey, and Lane Sims ends up at third base. So, what does Coach Mason Fox do with Jackson Riddle here?
Riddle's 1 for 2. Grounded out to third base. Titan Fells his first time up and then had a single and an RBI. So I imagine you're going to let him just swing away right here, try to drive something out of the infield as Coach Carter and the Beavers come in on the grass.
Well, pops one up. It looks like it's everybody giving up on it. Must be going to get out of play back here behind us.
Yep.
So
Beaver doing the right thing. You know, Coach Carter brought his infield in on the grass and doesn't want to give up anything else.
Yeah, calling timeout. Got a ball.
That's the one thing you do see. A lot of kids playing ball and catch down those right field and left field grass areas where the fans can sit. You see a lot of balls get away and get out on the edge of the warning track.
So 1-1 pitch is upstairs for ball 2.
Yeah, Matheson really needs a plate out right here with one out, runner at third base.
Not going to get it with that pitch upstairs for 3-1. Hitters count here for Jackson Riddle. R.J. Mognet standing in the on-deck circle.
Yeah,
he's given one a scare already today.
Coach Brinkerhoff telling him, hey, it's got to be right where you want it right here on this 3-1 count.
And it was. Strike 2.
You know, and if you're Riddle, hey, so what? Strike 2. He's going to throw the same pitch. Be ready for it here on the full count.
Don't want to go with the curveball here and chance a. Oh. Got what he wanted, but that's going to be deep enough to tag. There's going to be a play at the plate. Here comes the air ball, but it's not going to be there. So.
Yeah, Jackson Riddle does the job. He takes the high fastball and drives it into center field, and you know, it wasn't super deep, but it was deep enough as the throw was kind of up the third base line, and no play there at home plate.
Could have been close had it been at the plate.
Number 26, Randy Mognet.
R.J. Mognet gave one to scare here his last time up. Batting with 2 outs, drives one foul down the third base line. 0 for 3 today. 4-2 ball game. Bottom 6. Outside on that one.
You know, Beaver's done a pretty good job with Mognet. He's 0 for 3 so far in this game, and they've pitched him really well.
Here's a 1-1 from Matheson to Mognet. Upstairs. Two balls, 1 strike. There's the 2-1. Gets that outside corner, and Mognet's stunned, and he says, "You haven't given that one to us yet."
Yeah, he's a little bit frustrated to talk to the umpire, but the breeze starting to pick up too a little bit, Willie.
Yeah, cooling down. We saw the sun briefly in our little window here this morning. Fouls that one up. Deegan Bailey looking to, and catches it.
Yeah, really did a nice job just battling that. And Mognet still looking back home plate, not happy. Felt like he was forced to swing at that pitch.
All right, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. At the end of 6 complete, it's 4-2 Kanab. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and B6 Media.
Let's go! Get fired up!
Kanab in the 6th, 1 run on 1 hit. No errors, nobody left on base.
There he is talking to his bat right now, saying, "Don't fail me, don't fail me."
Where are you at on pitches for McQuivy?
McQuivy, I had him with 81, and we verified that with Kurt just after the last inning. So
after that first inning, he's really settled in and done a good job, where he's going to be able to finish this game.
15-8, 16-16, 15-12. RJ Magnet throws another strike down there to second base. So, Bracken McQuivy.
Yeah, and the winner of this game, Willie, will turn around and play at 7 o'clock here tonight against the winner of the Enterprise Wolves and the Millard Eagles.
So, Jake Norman, that means we'll be here at that same time. We're going to be here all day long again. First pitch, I should say, to Jake Norman. Curveball. Stays upstairs for ball one.
Yeah, and right now, obviously, it looks like Coach Carter's got the take sign on and making sure they see a strike before they start swinging.
A little change in their philosophy, but a good idea when you're down by 2. Up. Picked up there by Kale Glover at third base. Throw to first for the 5-3 put out. I was like you. I thought being a good idea. Wait till you get a strike. You need base runners. This guy, nobody coming up here's got a 2-run home run in him till there's somebody on.
Yeah, it looked like it, but he stung that one, but just a better play defensively from Cal Glover at third base.
So 1 out. That brings up Bentley Bradshaw. 1 for 3 in the ball game with 2 strikeouts. 1 looking and 1 swinging. He turned around, steps back. Not sure what we're looking at here. No stopping the action. Bentley steps back in. Bracken steps on the rubber. We're ready to go. Here's the pitch. Curveball. Whacked. Looks like out number 2 on the F9. First pitch swinging.
Yeah, the other thing too, Kanab right now 1 out away from moving on to that 7 o'clock game is McQuivy would have a few pitches. He might be able to get through 1 or 2 innings in that next game.
He would be available.
Now batting the second baseman, number 4, Boston Black.
I think that's his 84th pitch. My count. That brings up Boston Black. He had a base hit his last time up. Fouls one off to the right. First pitch swinging. But this Beaver, they had that no-hitter with Jensen Kiesel back, a couple years ago in 2A. Had a chance to run the pitch count up and went to their wax. That's their strength, though. So one's upstairs, going to even things up at 1-1. Kobe Carter in the on-deck circle. They'd like to get him. That gives them the chance. That would be the tying run if they can get a man on ahead of him here with 2 outs. That one's drilled to center field. Waylon White drifting. He stumbled at first, but got back. He got it. So the F8's going to end the ball game. 4-2 for the Beavers. We'll be back with and close things out. Get ready for the next game on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Since 1947, Barney Trucking has built a reputation of unparalleled customer service and satisfaction in the trucking industry. Barney Trucking is now hiring drivers statewide, including Beaver, Millard, Sevier, Sanpete, Juliet, Carbon, Emery, Utah, and Salt Lake counties, as well as many other locations. The job includes a home daily schedule, excellent pay, benefits, training, retirement, a positive work environment, and requires a Class A CDL license with doubles endorsement. To apply, go to barneyjobs.com. That's barneyjobs.com.
Yep, he ended with 87 pitches, so he's got some left in him today. He can go 110 pitches total today, so he could be used in this next game. So let's give the final numbers here, and then we're going to get ready for the next ball game. The visiting Beavers, they come up with 2 runs. They do it on 8 hits, so they win that battle. But with that one error was costly to them, and they had 6 runners left on base. The hometown and the home team, the Kanab Cowboys, they come up with 4 runs. They do it on just 7 hits, but they played errorless ball, and they also left 6 on. That one error come in that one inning when they scored the 1 run, and that's been the difference in the ball game. So we got another good one, as Coach Nolan just told you. We're going to be back here at Gates Field at Kearns High School. He's Nolan Anderson. I'm Willie Akers. Happy trails.
You've been listening to High School Baseball on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network.
Field at Kearns High School for the 2022 2A Boys Baseball Championships, presented by Mountain America Credit Union. We encourage good sportsmanship by teaching you attendance.
Mid-Utah Radio presents high school baseball on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network.
People ask me what I do in winter when there's no baseball. I'll tell you what I do. I stare out the window and wait for spring.
This broadcast is powered by Barrett's Food Town, the Jorgensen Automotive Group, Smithfield Foods, Gunnison Valley Hospital, Sevier Valley Oil, Sahara Motors, Intermountain Power, Robinson Transport, Jones and DeMille Engineering, San Pete Steel, Norbest, and Barney Trucking.
The one constant through all the years has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, is a part of our past. It reminds us of all that once was good.
Now let's go live to the Diamond for play-by-play coverage of high school baseball on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network.
Alrighty, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson. We're back here at Gatesfield, Kearns High School. Game number 2 of the day features the Millard Eagles and the Enterprise Wolves. Millard will be the visiting team. Enterprise Wolves will be the home team. Number 2 rated Enterprise Wolves lost 11-0 to Parowan yesterday. Probably the best outing Shaden Benson's had all year, according to Coach Kyle Bundy.
Yeah, he threw really well, and that was anytime I knew that was the one pitcher in this tournament, whoever faced him, that's probably going to be the toughest game you're going to see is facing Shaden Benson when he's on his A game. Yep,
quick update here, 3A. Finally, after 9 innings, Juab Wasp beats the Canyon View Falcons 6-4 on a walk-off by
home run?
Wyatt Payton, walk-off home run by Wyatt Payton in the bottom of the 9th inning. So doesn't get any better than that. So
they were down to their you were just showing me that on Game Changer. Yep. They had a runner at second with 2 outs. That's a tying run, and then they got a hit by pitch to go first and second, and a 3-run bomb to win it. That's a big.
Yep.
That's big time.
So we're going to go here and got the coaches thing going here right now. So why don't we go ahead and have the visiting team line up by my partner here, Nolan Anderson.
Yeah, the visiting team is the Millard Eagles, and they'll be leading off with number 4. That's Morgan Wade. He'll be catching. Batting second, the second baseman, number 11, Peyton Rasmussen. Batting third, the shortstop, number 21, Hunter Rhodes. Batting fourth in the cleanup spot, the third baseman, number 15, James Stevenson. Batting fifth in left field, number 7, Colton Hatch. Batting sixth in right field, number 5, Cooper Watcott. Batting seventh at first base, number 30, Chaz Ashton. And batting eighth, the DH, number 28, Landon Lee. Batting ninth in center field, number 25, Taylor Davies. And in the 10th spot, pitching, being DH for number 8, Hunter Stott. The Millard Eagles are head coached by Dakota Bullock.
Okay, for the home team, the Enterprise Wolves, coached by Kyle Bundy. Batting first, number 13 in center field would be Brady Crouch. Batting second, number 6 in right field, Trayson Randall. Batting third, number 9 at third base, Jake Sanderson. Cleaning things up, number 4, shortstop, Rylan Randall. Batting fifth, number 14 at second base, Keldon Peterson. Batting sixth, number 24, the DH, Parker Staley. Batting 11th and pitching, Carson Stoffer, who's warming up right now. Batting 8th, number 31, catcher Riker Peterson. Batting 9th, number 7 in left field, Hayden Anzalone. Batting 10th, running out the lineup is the 00 at first base, Cooper Adams. So right there we got Carson Stoffer warming up for the Enterprise Wolves. Throw down there by Riker Peterson. We're ready to play ball, Coach.
Yeah, it's a great venue. We've been here, since early this morning. The first game of the day was a close one, back and forth. Kanab got the early lead and was able to go on and win that one over Beaver 4-2. And the winner of this game will turn around and play Kanab tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll be here. First pitch to Morgan Wade to hit the shortstop. Rylan Randall, the first base for the out. 6-3 put out. One pitch, one out.
Yeah, if you're Coach Bundy, that's what you want to see. The fewer the pitches, the better. Especially when you get in this one-loss bracket, you got a lot of games to make up.
That's exactly right. So that's going to bring up Peyton Rasmussen, playing second base today. Bat from the right-hand side. Stauffer, right-handed pitcher. Comes from the about three-quarter to overhand. Tries that curveball that misses for ball one. Peyton Rasmussen, patient hitter at the plate. Next pitch is down low for ball two. We're at Gates Field, Kearns High School.
Peyton Rasmussen yesterday, too. He had the double, two triples. Had a really nice game offensively at the plate.
Next pitch, swing and miss. One that's up in the strike zone for strike one.
Yeah, got caught chasing that high fastball.
One is down and in for strike two. Changing eye levels there with the pitches. Good job there by Carson Stauffer, normally catcher for the Enterprise Wolves. There's one that's a little nubber hit off the end of the bat. They're going to have to hurry. They ain't going to get him, I don't think.
No, infield single.
Yeah, just a little cue ball hit out there towards the second baseman.
Yeah, and Peyton Rasmussen with good speed, but second base playing back. He got it just past the pitcher, obviously, and second baseman charging as fast as he could come in, get it, and flip to first base. But Peyton Rasmussen beats it out for the infield single.
That'll bring up Hunter Rhodes, a shortstop in today's game. Pitched one of the games yesterday. Did an outstanding job. Good athlete here. Stars in basketball as well. Swing and a miss, and one up in the strike zone. It's that same pitch that Peyton Rasmussen went for.
That's a pitch that's kind of up there in the hitter's eyes, and it's a tough one to lay off of. But
looks as big as a basketball,
yeah.
doesn't it, coming at you? Well, maybe a volleyball, not as big as basketball, but it looks big enough. Yep, if you want to watch and hear both, channel v6.com. Curveball just misses outside. Ball one. They're our media partner. They're the official stream for the 2A State Baseball. They provide a stream to KSL as well. Ooh, nice pickup there by Cooper Adams on a throwback from Riker Peterson after that strike two.
Yeah, if that ball was a little bit better thrown, there might have been a play there on Rasmussen at first base. He got a really good secondary and kind of slow getting back to first base.
That ball gets by Peterson. Rasmussen will hustle down to second base. That's going to even things up, but puts a potential run, a RBI possibility out there at second base if Rhodes could find a alley.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday too, but Millard coming in 1-18 into the tournament. They get two big wins yesterday, and sometimes that momentum just continues to carry over, and Enterprise coming off a big loss.
There's one that's hit right at the shortstop. That's where ground balls go to die out there to Rylan Randall on the 6-3 put out.
Yeah, they do, and then, when you got a first baseman over there in Cooper Adams, that just big, tall target, but he stretches well. He's just got a really good defensive glove. Makes it really tough.
Yeah, we saw that on that throwback. That's a tough one, that one that hits out there and then kind of screwballs at you to your throwing hand side. Get a good pickup. That brings up James Stevenson. Curveball hit right back up the middle. Number fielded by the second baseman, Keldon Peterson, over there. Adams for the 4-3 put out. Third out. No runs, one hit, no errors, one left on. So at the end of a half inning of play, it's Millard nothing with the Enterprise Wolves coming to bat on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Since 1940s.
At V6 Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help. By delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, we'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help.
Paint projects go more smoothly when you use Jones Paint and Glass because we're as excited as you are about your project. Our paint experts know their paint and will work with you to help you find the perfect paint products for your needs. They'll help ensure you get the color you're hoping for and that you're able to get the job done right the first time. Stop by Jones Paint and Glass to speak with an expert today.
When you hear the crash, you better think Jones.
KSBC.
Okay, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson, part of that source today. Mid-Utah Radio alongside V6 Media, channel v6.com. We'll get you both. So coming to bat, bottom half of the inning, first inning, going to face the Hunter Stott will be Brady Crouch, Trayson Randall, and Jake Sanderson. Ryan Randall would be the number 4 hitter if we get that far. First pitch from Hunter Stott, who threw 1 pitch last night. Throws the first one over the head of Brady Crouch for ball 1.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see these Enterprise hitters that are approach at the plate when they're not facing a big 6'7" lefty in Shaden Benson.
Up, lifts that first pitch to right field. Cooper Watcott comes in, going to have that for the F9, out number 1.
Well, already we can see that their first pitch swinging, they're going to attack the strike zone.
So Trayson Randall, he's in right field today. Steps in on the left-hand side. Randall boys both throw right-handed but bat left-handed. Oh, swing and a miss. Well, got a little piece of it.
That's the second, obviously only the second batter, but both players so far, Enterprise, Brady Crouch and Trayson Randall, swinging first pitch.
I don't know, that's popped right here behind us, hits the netting. Comes back down.
These players are going to attack the baseball. You know, you go from seeing a Shaden Benson, and you really couldn't get the bat on many balls, and so anytime you can get a chance, you're going to attack the zone right now, and that's what they're doing today.
So Chad Ashton gets ground ball, going to beat Trayson Randall back to the base for the G3. So we'll get this over first thing. Every position on the field has a number. Pitcher 1, catcher 2. First to third is going to go 3, 4, 5. Shortstop 6. Outfield left to right 7, 8, and 9. G3 is a ground out to the first baseman. Brings up Jake Sanderson from the right-hand side. First pitch swinging, just like you said, and not take anything away from Hunter Stott.
No,
but after facing Shaden Benson yesterday, it's going to be like BP.
Well, and I'm sure that Coach Bundy addressed the team and said, "Hey guys, we got to swing the bats, be aggressive, get your hacks in." They faced a really good pitcher, but Hunter Stott's doing his job. He's not obviously not a Benson, but at the same time he's throwing strikes, he's moving it in and out, and so far he's got the first 2 batters out.
Yeah, nothing fancy, just coming at him. Don't take my batting practice thing wrong there. I'm just saying that's the way that's kind of what they're looking at today. That was their approach to the ball game. They're going out there, and like you said, get their swings. There's one that's lifted to the left-hand side. Colton Hatch out there in left field is camped under, and he's going to make the play for out number 3. So they have 7.
Yeah, really good inning that time from Hunter Stott and this Millard Eagle team. And, Enterprise goes down in order, 1, 2, 3.
Well, and the thing you run a chance of having is one of them, you let somebody in that you don't think supposed to be in the ball game, you let them stick around, they're going to start believing. So.
Yeah, well, and same thing. Millard's coming in on 2 big wins. Enterprise on a really tough loss. You know, they were hoping to stay in the winners bracket. They dropped down to 1 loss. You just never know how kids respond.
So no runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. At the end of 1 complete, it's 0-0 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Leading off for Miller in the 2nd inning, the left fielder, number 7, Colton Hatch.
First pitch with a strike to Colton Hatch. Curveball. Hatch lifts that to the right-hand side. Good play there by Riker Peterson. Couldn't decide whether he was going to go with the glove up or the basket catch. Decides on the basket catch and makes it for the P2 and out number 1.
Yeah, and that was a lot tougher play than I mean, if you're watching that live, that's a tough play. He did a really good job getting to the backstop there right in front of the dugout, and then like you say, he was going to catch it up, and then he had to turn the glove over and catch it down.
That's exactly right. Young catchers need to remember that strike 1 on a curveball. You work yourself, you get to the backstop and then work yourself back onto the ball field. Mark Peterson did it just right. The 0-1 on the outside for ball 1 to Cooper Watcott. One pitch from Stauffer. Up. Stevenson couldn't hold back.
Yeah, the Cooper's telling the umpire that, hey, then my bat hit his mitt, so a catcher interference, and that's going to put Cooper Watcott on first base.
Right, there's a freebie that I hadn't had in my book, the catcher's interference. Better put that in my list of freebies over
here. The first baseman, number 30, Chaz Ashton.
Try to keep track of the freebies, so with nobody out, or we do have the 1 out. Watcott's at first. Chaz Ashton at the plate. Curve. Ooh. Looked like it was going to be a curveball out of the hand, but that one stayed up.
I'll tell you what, if Riker Peterson isn't a big, tall catcher like he is with the long stretch, that ball would have hit the backstop.
The 1-0 pitch is inside for ball 2.
Yeah, Stauffer, trying to bring a little bit extra zip right there, falls behind 2-0.
Here's the pitch from Stauffer. Watt caught it first. Another one upstairs. So 3-0. Chaz Ashton, the big kid. Let's see if they turn him loose or put the handcuffs on him with 3 balls. I'm betting handcuffs. And it works out. Base on balls, so 2 freebies here in this inning. Catch the interference and base on balls. Going to bring up Landon Lee. He's one of them kind of guys like Coach has talked about, just finds a way to get on the base.
Yeah, for sure.
DH in today for the pitcher Hunter Stott. Hit by pitch a couple times yesterday. Wore it with honor. So 2 guys on, 1 out. Oh, fouled that one off to the right-hand side, just late on that pitch from Stauffer.
Yeah, and Stauffer's got a lot more zip, like I say, Willie. I think he, this second inning versus that first inning, he's reaching back and trying to find an extra gear out there on the mound.
Yeah, Landon Lee was way behind that first pitch. Curveball come. I saw that one out of the hand. Strike 2. Landon Lee was bailing on that one. The 0-2 coming to Landon Lee. Oh, spin. Look back.
Yeah, I think they get the Miller dugout. A lot of them yell on balk. Maybe felt like he kind of flinched first before he spun around.
Another curveball just misses down and in.
Yeah, and that's a good spot for Stauffer if you're 0-2. But Landon Lee, we've seen him last night. He had a great game, and he understands and knows where that strike zone is.
Well, I always thought when somebody's behind you like he did on that first swing, you really don't want to throw anything off speed to them.
Yeah.
That speed just speeds them up. So fouled off there.
Yeah,
anyway, that was back in the day when catchers used to call their own games. So that was just drilled into my head early on.
And Millard, we talked about this too. When they're out there, they got the old radio system set up. They're calling the pitches into the earpiece.
Oop, curveball down for ball 2 to even things up. Lee had flinched, but didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, we saw Lee. He got hit once for sure, and
I think at least twice yesterday.
And maybe twice, but he finds a way.
That one's low and away, going to bring the count full. 7th pitch in the at-bat for Landon Lee. Nothing else. He's using up some pitches here. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung, hit right at the shortstop. Randall to second for 1. Oh, in and out of the glove of Keldon Peterson.
Yeah, just kind of nonchalant out there, and that's what happens. And fortunate for Enterprise, and I think Coach Bullock's telling him, you got to come hard here and pick me up, and then rounded it. Very easily could have scored from third base, but wasn't quite ready. So that's going to leave loaded bases for Taylor Davies.
So I give the air to the second baseman on that one. That one should have been handled. Taylor Davies up. The base is loaded and 1 out. Takes first pitch, ball 1.
Yeah, and we see Davies yesterday hit one in that left center field gap and got a stand-up triple. So he's capable of really driving the baseball.
Fouls that one off to the right-hand side. Yeah, we saw the wheels that he had too.
Yeah, he kind of tapping the bat in his hand after they fouls that one off, looking over in the dugout like, man, that's the one I wanted. I just missed it.
Here's the 1-1. Pulled in at first and third. That ball's hit at Randall at shortstop to second for 1. They're going to get the 1, but they're going to give up a run.
Yeah, and that's one of those that was kind of hit towards that 5-6 hole. Randall able to get to it easily, gets that runner going from first to second, but really that's all the chance they had, and Miller gets the first run of the game and takes the early lead 1-0.
Courtesy of 2 freebies. We've talked about that. Catcher interference and an error in this inning based on balls, 3 BBs.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody calling out an algebraic equation there.
I think they were using Pythagorean theorem out here on, trying to, if you A squared plus B squared equals C squared to get the distance from home to second.
Pythagoras a horse when he won a quarter horse in the Derby here a few years back. First pitch, runner going.
See, that's what they were doing. They were getting that distance dialed up from home to second, but ball in the dirt, and I don't think Enterprise had a play on anyways. They were just going to give them the base versus give up another run. So we saw Morgan Wade hit one really hard his first time up, grounds out to the shortstop, has a chance to get 2 RBIs right here and tack on 2 more runs.
Here's the pitch. Outside, going to get the friendly call on that one.
Well, and that would have been the pitch if you wanted to take it and hit it to right field, right center field gap, and, trade places out there with Taylor Davies on second base.
There's a curveball. Had him leaning at first. And run out of real estate over there. That one hits on top of the bleachers for strike 2.
Yeah, Wade just got under that pitch. He's got to really stay on top of the ball, square it up, hit a line drive somewhere.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. That's second and third. That's Chaz Ashton and Taylor Davies. There's the pitch. Right down the middle, that's hit at Randall. Across the, kind of a low throw. That's going to score 2 runs on the E6.
I think even if he catches it, Willie, I'm not sure how they're going to. I think even if he catches it, Wade beats it out. But obviously, errant throw by no question. But Wade hit that one kind of in the hole and really got down the line well. So good job for Miller putting the ball in play, putting the pressure on this Enterprise defense, and got the early 3-0 lead.
Well, I bring Peyton Rasmussen up. Had a single his first time up. He has the lone hit right now for the Millard Eagles.
Well, we'll still have to check the official scoring because they haven't really flashed up another hit or an error on that last one.
Well, they didn't have an error up there for Enterprise that I remember seeing, but.
Well, on the second baseman dropping the ball on the double play.
Strike on the outside corner. We'll see what they decide to do. That I put an error in my book here. I thought, yeah, you can't assume the out. That's true, but that was low.
Yeah, right now just getting in Stauffer's head too. Expects the defense to make some plays behind him, and these Millard Eagles, they're on a roll. They're playing well.
Swing and a miss. One up in the zone.
That was a big, healthy cut, but the one thing I've noticed too is they'll take their hacks, but then they shorten up. They put the ball in play with 2 strikes.
Ball inside. Count's full.
And that gap's out there wide open where Rasmussen likes to hit the baseball.
Yep.
That right center field gap, that's where he likes to drive the ball.
You did see the speed of Brady Crouch last night, able to drive one down that we thought was in there. Oh, ball. Nobody covering the base on ball 4.
Yeah, this Enterprise team just does not look like they are really engaged, to be honest with you, Willie. That was a ball 4. Runner at first, trotting down. Catcher rifles it down to second baseman. Both the second baseman and shortstop just stand there. And Coach Bundy's seen enough. He's going to bring in another pitcher, but at the same time, I think he's going to address the team. They've got to get woke up right here.
Wake-up call, That's right. All right, well, there's breaking the action. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Enterprise, number 58, Davis Bracken.
Row 720. That's Harmon Tire and Nephi. Go Wasps!
This is Central Utah's sports leader,
KSBC.
Okay, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here. I think we've got things figured out. Gates Field, the new pitcher is going to be Davis Bracken. He replaces Riker Peterson in the lineup, who is left. He was the catcher. Carson Stauffer is going to take over behind the plate. So your battery will be Davis Bracken and Carson Stauffer. 4 errors up now for the Enterprise Wolves on that throw down by the catcher.
Yeah, Hunter Rhodes has a chance right here too, Willie, to add for sure one more run if they can somehow get Peyton Rasmussen down there to second base. They'd have a chance to pick up 2 more runs and push this 3-0 lead up to 4, maybe 5.
What the heck did I do to my book here? Rasmussen's up to bat.
Nope, Rhodes is up to bat. Rasmussen
up
just
to bat.
drew the walk.
Okay. 1, 3, 5, 2, 4. There's some balls. Take it out of that one.
Fastball right down the middle for strike 1 to Rhodes. That's the pitch that, he should have been ready for.
Guess I forgot how to keep the scorebook here for a little bit.
Bracken right there too, trying to keep Rasmussen close at first base.
There's the ground ball to the third baseman. He goes across for the 5-3 putout. Out number 3, but the Millard Eagles come up with 3 runs. They do it on no hits, 4 errors, and 2 runners left on base. So at the end of 1.5, it's 3-0 Millard. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
For Millard in the second, they got 3 runs on no hits, 4 Enterprise errors, and 2 runners left on base. Leading off for Enterprise in the second, the shortstop, number 4, Ryland Randall.
You're listening to exciting high school sports action on
KSBC.
Hey, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here to Gates Field, Kearns High School. Hunter Stott's going to face Rylan Randall, Keldon Peterson, and Parker Staley. Rylan Randall looking to get the ship righted here for the Enterprise Wolves. Drives it. What you need to do, just take the pitch where it's pitched.
Well, Coach Bundy went out there, made a pitching change, and then challenged these guys. Like you said, a little bit of a wake-up call, and Rylan Randall comes up to the base, or up to the plate with the base knock, and responds. He's kind of the leader, and then we've talked about it. He gets on first base, and look out, you know.
Well,
tighten your belt, put things in your pocket, because he'll swipe you clean.
That's right. Here's Keldon Peterson. It's Rylan Randall on base. He's gone. That's hit right at the shortstop. That's good when it takes the force off. Oh, good hustle there by Keldon Peterson just to beat out almost beat out the 6-3 put out, but he gets it.
Well, and give Rhodes a lot of credit because he's going towards the bag on the stolen base, has to retreat, recover, go fill this position, and then make the throw across the diamond. So really good play there from Hunter Rhodes at shortstop.
And that brings up Parker Staley, the DH. Oh, the first pitch from Stott. Takes a long look at second. Now he delivers. Oh, swing and hit that and took off of his foot. Still got all the way out to Coach Bundy.
Yeah, he's hurting on that one. That one's tough when you pound the ball. You see that too, and you don't see it as much in high school. They're starting to wear the elbow guards and things like that. You see Stauffer in the on-deck circle. He's got the elbow pad, the Evo shield, but not many of them wearing that shin guard like you see in college and in the pros, but that's one of those reasons why you wear it right there.
That one's drilled to left fielder Colton Hatch.
And Randall had third base stolen. He basically has to stop about a half a step from third and retreat back to second base.
Yep. Yeah, took my grandson to
the catcher, number 11,
UVU game here a while back and saw one of the guys wearing the shin guard. He says, "Grandpa, how come if he's going to play soccer, why has he only got one shin guard?"
Yeah.
The learning moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that brings up Carson Stauffer. Stauffer backs out. He didn't like how long Stott was taking out there. He was taking a good long look at Rylan Randall. Randall and Rasmussen.
Yeah, and Randall's just got the green light, whether it's still in second, still in third. Just great heads-up baseball player, understands the game, and really good speed.
That one's lifted towards the center fielder. Hunter Rhodes got that one. Didn't get to the center fielder. So the F6 is out number 3. No runs on just the one hit, no errors, one runner left on. At the end of 2, it's 3-0 Millard. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
For Enterprise in the second, no runs on one hit, no errors, one runner left on base. Leading off for Millard in the third baseman, number 15, James Stevenson.
SBC.
Now Davis Bracken facing James Stevenson. First pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. Millard comes up in the top of the third, leading 3-0. Number 11 over number 2 right now. Pitch down in the strike zone as well for ball 2. Different approach from the Millard Eagles as the Enterprise Wolves there looking at some pictures, being selective. The Enterprise thus far called strike 1. They've been teeing off.
Yeah, they really have.
Mostly fly balls. Ryland Randall with the only hit for the Enterprise Wolves right now. Of course, there's just one hit, ball 3 on the outside. Just one hit for the Eagles as well, but the difference is the 4 errors, 2 base on balls, and a catcher's interference. There's one that's hit by Ryland Randall out there for the second hit of the ball game.
Yeah, Stevenson. Yeah, Stevenson doing a nice job right there, just staying on the ball, getting his hands through the baseball, and driving it right back up the middle.
Colton Hatch.
You know, it's interesting, Willie, it depends on who you talk to, but as you look at the way this thing's kind of stacked up as you go into who gets to Kearns, really out of that northern region, it's just South Sevier and North Summit.
That's right.
Everyone else out of that southern region, and you know, we talked about it. People wanted to argue both directions, which one was the best region, and so far that southern region showing that other than number 1 South Sevier, and then you get North Summit, the 12 seed made it here.
Good stop there by Stauffer. After the first pitch was a called strike, that one's on the outside, a curveball that Stauffer moves over and picks up, keeps Stevenson there at first base. Nobody out, Stevenson at first. His team leads 3-0. Here's the pitch from Bracken. Oh, tried to hold up, but off the bat. For strike 2. Thought for a minute maybe we had another catcher's interference to
yeah.
with. That's what it looked like the first time around. 1-2. Curveball way outside, and that's going to let Stevenson scamper down to second base. And even to count at 2-2 to Colton Hatch. Colton popped up to the catcher his first time. We talked about that play that Riker Peterson at that time, the catcher, had made. Shows the coaching, Kyle Bundy, you know, when you got your backup catcher that knows the procedure there, knows the fundamentals. There's one that's just hit right at the first baseman for the G3. Out number 1, Colton Hatch just kind of hit that one off the end of the bat.
Yeah, and that's one of those where, you know, second base, you know, you've got James Stevenson out there, and ball was kind of hit. He didn't move up, which he should have been going on the swing, which he should have moved up easily, but nonetheless still at second base.
Those are the ones you can't put in the scorebook. That brings up Cooper Watcott. He got on the catcher's interference his first time, but he rips one roll off the glove. And Randall, I thought, was going to have an opportunity. And so we've got the E5. That's going to be the 5th error.
Yeah, and that ball was hit hard, and that time Stevenson did get to third base. And luckily for Enterprise, Randall was backing that ball up, or Stevenson might have been able to score on that one.
I think you're right. So Stauffer's going to.
The first baseman, number 30, Chaz Ashton.
Stauffer is going to go out and call the defensive signals. Chaz Ashton steps to the plate, base on balls, and scored back in the second inning. He scored the second run for Millard.
Yeah, first third, we'll see what Miller does offensively, and then how Enterprise choose to defend it.
First pitch swinging with Ashton, fouled one off to the right-hand side.
You know, Millard really just kind of come in the tournament playing loose. Not, you know, sometimes that fares really well for you. Not a lot of pressure, and just have some fun.
Nothing to lose, playing the spoiler. There's the 0-1. Throw to first. Ooh. Had that ball been down.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. The ball was up high to the first baseman over there, Cooper Adams. But if the ball would have been down where he just catches and tags in kind of one swiping motion, might have had a chance.
Here's the 0-1 again. Bracken. Ball misses that outside corner.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it's almost like, you know, Stauffer right there is ready to throw out the runner there on first base, so they may give up the run from third.
1-1. From Bracken on its way. Yep, popped up to the right-hand side and foul. Off the bat of Chaz Ashton.
Yeah, ball was a little up in the zone. Coach Bolick saying, hey, stay on it and go with it. Hit that pitch the other way.
Yep, Watt caught it first. Stevenson at third. 1 out. Miller just doesn't steal a lot of bases. Now away, Stauffer comes up with that one.
No, they don't. And, you got a couple players on this team that can anytime, but nonetheless, they've done a pretty good job of balls in dirt and getting that extra base when it gets away from the catcher.
2-2. Another throw to first base. Coach Dakota Bullock calling out the signal 3-1-9. Let's see what that means. It means hit to the shortstop. The possible double. Oh, no. Another one. Kelvin Peterson was having a tough time there at second base. Tried to make the toss before he had the ball corralled for error number 6. And you do not see that normally out of an Enterprise ball club.
No, and it's just I think they're so used to making those plays that they're just kind of lost of focus right now. And Millard's hitting some balls hard, and they're making their own breaks.
And I think Bracken might have just got away with the balk there, had the ball. I think he was on the rubber when he dropped that baseball, but umpire shook his head. So, batter's Landon Lee. Pesky Landon Lee. First pitch, right there, strike 1.
Yeah, Landon Lee got on the, he hit the one to Rylan Randall, too, potential double play ball, and Peterson dropped it at second base. So we'll see what Lee does this time.
Up, swings at one down in the dirt for strike 2.
Yeah, that was ball 1, and Coach Bullock saying, hey, that's down. Now you're down in the count 0-2. You got to foul it off and do everything you can at the plate to extend the at-bat.
I look for something on the outside. Maybe they're trying to get him to try and pull it, hit a ground ball somewhere. Yeah, almost, but hits it foul. Yeah. You don't have real good speed at second base, but Landon Lee has fair speed.
Well, I'm sure Coach Bullock would love to see Lee get on and load the bases up for Taylor Davies.
Yeah, Taylor's been swinging the bat well in the tournament. And fouled off to the right-hand side. So, 2 fouls after 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Pretty good battling right there by Landon Lee. We call him pesky. That's what Coach Bullock says. He just finds a way to get it done. That's why he's the DH. Here's the 0-2. In the dirt, there's the ground ball. Oh, and Rylan Randall boots it.
Yeah, Bundy's going to go out and visit right now, but this Enterprise team just, you get beat the way you do yesterday, 11-0 to a Parowan team. You don't get a hit, and then you come out and, mentally you're just not quite into it like you were yesterday, and it's affecting them overall.
Well, they're going to take the ball from Bracken. See number 24 coming into the ball game. That's Parker Staley, the DH. So Parker Staley will pitch. Well, while we got a break in the action, let's hear from our sponsors on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Delta.
Attention, please. Now pitching for Enterprise, number 24, Parker Staley.
Adams is out.
Yeah.
Is that an 8?
It almost looks like an 8 or a 0. Is there a 0?
Had to be somebody that was in the ball
It might
game.
be number 8. Can't tell.
I can't tell. Or is it a
The
9?
center
I think that's a
fielder,
9.
number
Jake
25,
Sanderson, yeah.
Taylor
Bracken's at
Davies.
third. I'll get that right. The hitter is Taylor Davies. New pitcher is Parker Staley. First pitch from Parker. Right there for strike one. So, Jake Sanderson's at first. Cooper Adams out of the ball game. Bracken takes over at third. Strike two to Davies.
Yeah, immediately coming in, getting 2 big strikes, and that's what you want to see out of your relief pitcher. Come in, throw strikes.
Davis Bracken, not Bracken Davis. Curveball, pop foul.
Yeah, good job right there from Davies to foul that one off. Wasn't obviously a hitter's pitch. You're down on the 0-2 in the count, but at the same time, you got to be able to foul those pitches off, and he did just that right there.
So 1 run across in the inning for the 4-0 lead. Oh, that's going to get him.
Yeah.
That's going to drive in a run.
Hit by pitch, got him right in the back on the fastball, just kind of up and in, and I think he was trying to set up his next pitch, but nonetheless, he hits Taylor Davies. It's now 5-0 here in the top of the third. Millard leading Enterprise.
11 freebies given out by the Enterprise Wolves right now. 7 errors.
Batting the catcher, number 4, Morgan Wade.
Hit by pitch, 2 base and balls, and catch interference. Swing and a miss from Morgan Wade, the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, Wade's hit a couple balls hard, both of them at the shortstop. First when he got out, and the next when he got on the air.
So, things not going as the script might have read when we came into the ball game. Enterprise Wolves, the number 2 team, down by 5 in the top of the third inning to the number 11 team, the Millard Eagles. Could they be Cinderella? Swing and a miss, and another one up in the strike zone to Morgan Wade.
Yeah, it's just an aggressive swing right there from Morgan Wade, wanting to get that big hit, drive in a couple or more runs.
Yeah, just the one out. Swing and a miss on one that was probably on the outside portion for strike 3.
Yeah, really chased 2 pitches out of the zone right there. Got himself out.
There's somebody that doesn't usually chase pitches. That's Peyton Rasmussen. Base and balls in a single. Right there. Got some pop on that pitch from Parker Staley.
Yeah, he's just pounding the zone right now. Doing a really good job.
Curveball. Late recognition there from Peyton Rasmussen to foul it off. But puts him in a hole 0-2 with 2 outs. Bases loaded. Top of the third, 5-0 Millard. That's it, right back at the pitcher. Oh, and he falls down. What else could happen? What else could happen?
Yeah, just one of those games for Enterprise right now. Is the ball just a little chopper right back at the pitcher, and it literally kind of knocks him over the mound, and it just hit his glove, and he didn't feel it, kind of stumbled, lost his footing, and then everybody's safe.
The 8th error in the ball game. I'll bet all season long you got to put 3 games together to find 8 errors in the Enterprise rules. That brings up Hunter Rhodes. Hunter's grounded out, shortstop grounded out to third. 2 outs, 6-0. Curveball, nice.
Coach Bullock would really like to see Hunter Rhodes get into one right here, and extend this inning, but also tack on 3-4 more runs.
Another curveball. That's hit towards Randall at first, or the shortstop.
Safe off the bag. No, he dropped the ball. No, that's a umpire saying he got him, but he dropped the ball. I think they need to check it.
Well, I'm not doing anything in the room yet.
Yeah, they're going to talk about it, but definitely he didn't have the ball clean.
Yeah, they're going to talk. I think this is coming back.
Yeah, they're discussing it right now, but they're going to stick with the out call.
So, Millard Eagles come up with 3 runs. They do it on 1 hit. There were 3 errors and 3 runners left on base. So after 2.5, it is 7. And they had 4 runs in that inning.
Yeah, and almost 8 right there is.
Who was the fourth?
Enterprise catches a break right there, gets the out call, but
so
nonetheless,
just 6 runs, isn't it?
Yeah, just 6. I think they were counting the guy that come across before the out, but we'll have to double check that.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a break. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Mid-V6 Media.
Hi everyone, it's Brady with Droubaix Chevrolet in Delta. There's no doubt our economic climate is changing. Finding the right vehicle at the right price has become more of a challenge than ever. At Droubaix Chevrolet, we either have or can get what you want for your family, your work, or for fun at a price you're happy with. We do things differently here, committed to world-class service with a hometown feeling. Come experience the Droubaix difference for yourself. Find us online at DroubaixChevrolet.com or call 435-864-2581. That's 864-2581. Droubaix Chevrolet, your dealership.
Leading off for Enterprise, number 58.
4 hits. So this is a 6-0 ball game. Enterprise coming to bat. I'm going to have to catch up here. We had kind of an interesting play to end the inning there. Davis Bracken up, takes ball 1. Hunter Stott still on the mound. Swing and a miss from Bracken. 1 on the outside portion.
Hunter Stott's done a nice job, so far throughout this game. Only give up the 1 single to Ryland Randall.
Ball's up for ball 2.
Sometimes you come in, you overlook a team. These 2 teams have played each other twice. Enterprise winning both those 2 games.
That one's popped up to the right-hand side. That dangerous man to pop it up to is Chaz Ashton over there, but that one gets away from him.
I was going to say, if anybody in this tournament's going to make that play, it's probably going to be Chaz Ashton, as he's he's done a nice job giving chase to those foul balls.
So the 2-2 hit just out in front of the net. Oh, we're calling it dead ball. I have 6 runs, yes.
Saying dead ball right there. Must have come off his foot. Didn't quite really see that, but so we'll do it all over again. 2-2.
Yeah, it looked like it just in the dirt there in front of the plate to me, but I'm 30 feet away from that, and there's ball 3.
The Enterprise dugout really chattering, trying to get loud over there, get something going, and they've yet to do that so far in this game.
There's a base runner. Davis Bracken draws the walk. First walk given up by Hunter Stott. I've got things right on the scoreboard now. It's 6-0. 4 total hits for Millard, 1 for Enterprise. That brings up Hayden Anzalone for the first time. There's the pitch. That's behind. Oh, Bracken didn't go on a pitch behind. A good wiggle there, though, by Morgan Wade to get out there and catch that one.
Yeah, really good hustle on his plant foot trying to get that ball. He kind of did the splits and kind of footing just slipped out from under him.
That was headed for me right here. I was ready to get up and get the assist on that one. So the 1-0. That's up, ball 2.
Yeah, Millard getting someone warmed up too down there in the bullpen, but you know, right now they just want Stott to settle in, throw strikes, pitch with the lead.
Allen had him with 13 coming into the innings, so he had 34. No, more than that, he could pitch 75 in 2 days, right? So he had 74 pitches left coming in here. Ball 3 to Hayden Anzalone. He pitched 75 over 2 consecutive days.
Yeah, that's one thing you don't want to do too, let this Enterprise Wolves team back in the game at all by free passes.
And strike 1.
Yeah, Stott just really trying to just aim that one almost and make sure he gets it in there. Just needs to continue to just trust his stuff and play catch with the Morgan Wade behind the plate.
I think Anzalone, I would take another one if I'm Enterprise Wolves. Got a good hitter and Brady Crouch coming up behind you. There's up in the strike zone. Back to back, base on balls. Dakota Bullock, I think, may have seen enough. He's going to go out, have a talk to Hunter Stott. Well, we got a break in the action. We'll be back. Well, let's stay here. Let's see our sponsors here from. We can't get this in here. We're going to get a shout out to our sponsors from V6 Media. Gateway St. Clair, locally owned and operated, and has served Duchesne for 22 years. Stop by for a car, truck wash, Subway sandwich, hot stuff pizza, lots of delicious snacks. They also have a free RV dump, clean bathroom, and the friendliest staff around. Looks like we're going to stay with Hunter Stott. So we'll stay right here as well. Umpire out, marking down the trip from Dakota Bullock. He gets 2 passes an inning. On that second one, though, has a decision to make.
The center fielder, number 13.
That's going to be who's going to be the pitcher.
Yeah, and that's one thing, too. Obviously, second time through the lineup now for Hunter Stott as he sees Brady Crouch for the second time. He flew out to right field his first time up.
Yep, on the second pitch he saw. Here's the pitch. He bunts. That's a good bunt. He's there. Ain't no doubt. No doubt on that one. Infield single. Everybody's safe. Second hit in the ball game. So Enterprise trying to get the machine wound up here. Got a good start, bases loaded with a Randall coming to bat. Took the third pitch that he saw and grounded out to the first baseman.
And I'm surprised both the corners are playing in right here instead of just playing back. Playing some area, trying to get at least an out.
Yeah.
They're playing corners in, double play depth up the middle, but I think you go ahead with the 6-0 lead and play back.
Set back. Don't open up any more holes.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-1 to Randall. Up almost in the same spot. Called the ball this time. Other than a little difference might have been a curve ball.
Yeah.
One to Randall. Pitch. Oh, swing and a miss. He swung over the top of one.
Yeah, 2 strikes right there. Really good pitch from Stott to come back and get ahead in the count.
1 ball, 2 strikes. He's got 1 to waste here if he chooses to do that. Oh, it goes down and in, not a bad spot. But that's also the wheelhouse for them left-handed. You want to be careful down there. 345 feet ain't that far. Two. Third ball stayed out. Millard wanted it, but like I say, we're right here behind the plate. That was over in the batter's box on the opposite side of the plate from Trace and Randall.
Yeah, try to paint that outside or get him to chase or roll over one, but Randall stays off it.
So Watson, third walk in the inning is going to force in a run. Morgan Wade goes out there to talk to him. Brings up Jake Sanderson, who flew out to the left fielder for the third out in the first inning. Which was it was an 8-pitch inning for Hunter Stott.
Yeah, he's thrown really well those first 2 innings, and other than the 3 walks here, he gives up he had 1 base hit he gave up to Ryland Randall, and then a base hit bunt to Brady Crouch.
There's one that's drilled deep but foul to the left-hand side from Jake Sanderson. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say if something positive happens here, you're probably going to see the end of Hunter Stott here. Here it was, they had out there, must be warm. Nobody throwing now. Here's the 0-1. Outside, trying to drive it, swung over the top of it.
Yeah, Sanderson took a healthy cut that time as he was trying to drive that one deep to left field and just really turn on it.
That had right center field marked all over it. Well, there's a big hole out there, way outside. For ball 1.
Yeah, Morgan Wade did a nice job to get out there and snag that one and not let it get past and let the runners all advance and move up 90 feet.
So the 1-2. There's one, another one that's lifted foul to the left-hand side. That may stay in play. Looks like the third baseman, James Stevenson, has it for out number 1.
Yeah, really nice play from Stevenson to battle it. Hunter Rhodes was right over there to help too, but Stevenson called it and stuck with it.
So the only hit in the ballgame, well, we have a second hit now in this inning, but Ryland Randall drove one up the middle. So runners at first, second, and third. Ryland Randall, cleanup hitter for the Enterprise Wolves at bat. There's one that's popped up, had one up in the zone.
Yeah, that would have been a good pitch for Millard to get Randall to pop up on the infield right here and get another out.
Randall takes a deep breath, steps back in. That's on the outside corner. It misses. for ball one.
Yeah, and Wade's telling them it was off the plate just a little, not by much, but the umpire has been consistent, not called that outside strike.
So here's the 1-1. Trace and Randall. Well, there's one that they could have maybe thrown. It's going to be deep enough to score a run. The catch out there by Taylor Davies. But the run scores.
Yeah, Randall with the F8 out there right center field. Just enough to get the runner from second to third tagging up and the runner from third to home tagging up and coming in to score.
So the sac fly for Ryland Randall. The second out. Cuts the deficit to 6-2 and brings up Keldon Peterson, the second baseman. Had a tough day today with the glove.
He has, and I'll tell you what, if you're Coach Bullock, you'd be happy only giving up 2 after giving up 3 walks and a base hit bunt.
Ryland Randall will probably be going on this pitch. No, he wasn't. But there's a base hit. Right over third base by Keldon Peterson. Scores the third run of the inning.
Yeah, it's a good piece of hitting from Peterson. You're 0 for 1 with the ground out to shortstop, but with runner at third does a nice job getting the base hit, picking up that clutch 2-out RBI.
Joe Parker Staley now pitching. Has his chance to help his own cause. First pitch from Hunter Stott to Staley on its way. Well, that's popped up on the infield. Who's going to get it? Peyton Rasmussen's calling it. Rhodes comes over, calls him off for the F6. Third out, but Enterprise Wolves come up with 3 runs. They do it on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. So at the end of 3 complete, it's 6-3 Millard. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media. V6 Media sponsor. Jones Paint and Glass has high-quality paint brands, including designer favorite Benjamin Moore at affordable prices. Visit their design experts in Vernal or Roosevelt to find the right color and paint for your next project. Top of the 4th inning, James Stevenson, Colton Hatch, Cooper Watcott will face Parker Staley. First pitch to Stevenson, curveball right there. Strike 1. Next pitch, another curveball. That's hit right up the middle. Oh, almost a good play. Second baseman Keldon Peterson went over, fielded that, but it's going to go down as an infield hit for James Stevenson.
Yeah, and that's going to help Millard's cause as they give up 3 runs, letting Enterprise cut that 6-0 lead in half, and so they're wanting to add on here and get those runs back.
Brings up Colton Hatch. Popped out to the catcher, grounded out to the first baseman, takes ball 1. Ball 2 outside. Swing and a miss. One that was down and in.
Yep, pretty pretty good hack at it right there, though, from Colton Hatch. He's getting his money's worth.
He's a big kid. Pops that one foul off to the right-hand side to even things up at 2-2. So scores all threes out there in the inning columns. 3 in the first or second, 3 in the third for Millard. Fouled off behind. And then 3 in the third as well for Enterprise Wolves. Make the score 6-3.
Yes, so far in this game, the runs are coming in threes.
Well, everything was in twos yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, fouled that one off.
Engineer's telling me my throat must be sounding croaky. Says I need some food and a caffeinated beverage. They don't want me on caffeine around here, I promise them that much.
Well, that last foul ball come right off of his hand, I know he was kind of wincing right there, but he's a tough player, Hatch.
Yeah, right at the third baseman. He's going to go to second for 1. Over to 2 for, nope, going to call him safe at first, but they get the force out. And out number 1, second Hatch is safe on the fielder's choice.
Yeah, Hatch did a good job getting down the line. That was a lot better turn that time, too, from Keldon Peterson at second base. He got rid of that one quickly.
Cooper Walcott.
Cleanly, that's the first clean one that he's been able to make. So Cooper Watcott scored twice, takes ball 1.
Yeah, and Staley right now, he's done a really good job. Almost kind of looks like maybe one of those pitchers that Coach Bundy didn't want to have to use in this game. Kind of a high-energy pitcher out there, likes to work quick.
Yep.
He'll challenge you up and in, and he's got that curveball. Even saw, I don't know if there was a change or maybe that kind of that fork ball or straight change you were talking about earlier.
That one stays inside for ball 2. 2 balls. Once somebody shows 3-0. I had strike early. Didn't he swing at one here?
That was Hatch. I think it is 3-0. There's the first strike. Cooper Watcott got on the E5 his last time up.
Foul back. Counts full.
Yeah, that one gets all the way out to the first baseman as it comes right off the cement here.
Yeah, we're at concrete. Back up here.
Ooh, almost got away with the balk right there too, as there was really not much of a pause. Staley wanting to work quick, and I think he got away with one, no pause right there.
Yeah, you talk about that concrete up there on they've got a great saying by Ernie Banks, says it's a great day for a ball game. Let's play 2.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to do 4 today before it's all done. So Ernie, times 2, buddy. Chaz Ashton up, takes ball 1.
And if you're Millard, you got to take note from what Enterprise did last inning. They drew 3 walks, umpire's zone being pretty consistent, but get up there and make sure you get your pitch and don't chase anything out of the zone.
Oh, that one gets away from Stauffer, but it's not going to cost him anything.
And the runners both should have been moving up right there on that ball. We've seen that a lot in this tournament so far. Ball bounces away from the catcher, goes towards the first base dugout. Runners at first and second both kind of coming back to the bag instead of moving up towards the next one on that secondary lead.
We talked about the fact, they don't steal many bases, so that kind of makes them hesitant. That was lifted foul to the right-hand side for strike 1. Yeah, you're not out there, not stealing a lot of bases. That's kind of you work your way into it.
And it's the difference between 1 run, maybe 2 runs, depending on the situation. But you got to move up every time you can, get that extra 90 feet.
Next pitch, that's driven hard, but right at the left fielder, Anzalone.
See, and there's that costs you a run, because if you move up on the pitch before, you're tagging on that ball hit the left field and you're scoring at least one.
So 2 outs, that's going to bring up Landon Lee. A pesky Landon Lee.
The designated hitter, number 28.
That ball was hit well, though, by
Lee.
Chaz Ashton as he smoked that one, line shot into left field.
He's been on twice, courtesy of errors in the ball game. So the first pitch, yep. Umpire says he did go. Tried to hold up. Strike one.
Yeah, it was almost a defensive swing.
So 0-1 to Landon Lee from Parker Staley. Oh, curveball, that stays way up. I think even I would have laid off that one, Coach.
Yeah.
I like the high ball. Now Landon Lee takes the next pitch for strike two.
Yeah, that was the pitch. If you were going to be ready for one, that was the one right there. Something down in the zone right there. Good, hard fastball.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Fouled off to the right.
This is kind of when Lee does his magic, though, as he gets 2 strikes on him and then he just battles and finds a way.
Well, each of his 3 at bats now, he's had a foul ball after strike 2.
Yeah. He's a good example of what you want to see out of a hitter once they get 2 strikes.
Curveball ain't gonna.
Froze him. Got him looking on the curveball there. He was expecting another fastball, and Staley comes with the curveball, gets a backwards K to end the inning and end any sort of threat that Millard had, but they left a runner out there, in my opinion.
Yes, they did.
They should have been running on those balls getting away from the catcher, and they would have picked up one.
No runs, 1 hit. No errors, 2 runners left on base. Still 6-3. Let's have another look at some of our sponsors, V6 Media. Larson Hazlitt Dental in Roosevelt has the latest dental technology and offers same-day crowns. Dr. Jake Richardson is accepting new patients. Call 722-0101 to schedule your appointment. Christine Watkins for Utah Congress. Like this gal. Coverage today is sponsored in part by State Representative Christine Watkins. She's a strong rural advocate for oil and gas, small businesses, education, and the Second Amendment. Just need her to get one of them areas in the Salt Lake area to get to thinking about some of that stuff. Uinta Basin Healthcare's mission is caring for our communities through access to compassionate, quality health care and investing in those we serve. Moon Lake Electric is a locally owned association with over 83 years of providing dependable and affordable electric service to its membership. Its well-trained workforce of 90 employees and its state-of-the-art electrical system have set a standard of excellence in the electrical utility industry. That's V6 Media sponsors. They're our video partner here for the 2A state tournament. You can see them at channelv6.com, I should say.
Yeah, and they've got the lights on here, Willie, where it's still, pretty much daylight, but they got the lights on. And if you haven't seen these lights before, they're like 10 giant light bars, and they're all different angles.
It's kind of like a wraparound. That ball's fouled off to the left-hand side, and the first pitch that Carson Stauffer sees from, that's still Hunter Stott out there? It is. Still Hunter Stott. Strike one to Carson Stauffer.
Yeah, and he's thrown really well. I mean, the biggest thing that got him in trouble last inning was the 3 walks.
Well, that'll get anybody in trouble.
Yeah.
Especially if they're all in the same inning. The 0-1, swing and a miss from Stauffer. Nope, fouled it off, I should say, to the right-hand side.
Yes, Stott, as long as he throws strikes and gets ahead in the count, he's been really effective. He's trusted his defense back there to let him make those plays.
So 0-2 to Stauffer. Let's see where Stott pitches him. Curveball that he hung on that inside portion. Stauffer gets his money worth with the swing.
Well, he kind of has that same approach on the mound as a pitcher. He's just kind of a high energy guy, and you know, he's one of those kids that's really just trying to get to Enterprise back in this game, and not only do it on the mound, but trying to get something going right here at the plate.
Yeah, we saw some of that energy when he was taken out from pitcher when he went into that end zone. That glove of his hit the back wall as hard as any pitch he had thrown. So the 0-2, we're going to do it again. Hunter Stott to Carson Stoffer. Pitch on the way, and it's fouled off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, that one, Stott took a lot off of that pitch and got Stoffer out on his front foot. Way out and ahead of it, but he's got just enough to be able to foul it back and stay alive.
Good eye. He's a catcher. You expect him to have a pretty good eye. Late recognition on that pitch. Be able to hold the hands back. Ball one, a curveball that stayed out away.
Yeah, that's a good pitch, 0-2. You know, Coach Bullock's got to like that.
There's one that's lifted to center field. Taylor Davies is back. Cam Santa's got it for out number 1. The F8.
That's going to bring up Riker Peterson. Excuse me. We had Davis Bracken come in and replace him when he come into the mound, pitch, and then move over to third base. So this will be his first at bat.
So Davis Bracken did replace Riker Peterson in the lineup. Swing and a miss. Got a little piece of it. Actually, Bracken did. He got a base on balls his last time up. He did get to face him.
Excuse me, you're right. It wasn't Peterson. He came in before Peterson was supposed to come up and start that inning. You're right.
That one stayed up for ball 1. Yeah, I had him coming in the second inning there. That was in
so
the
he
third
led
inning.
off the third. You're right.
I'm starting to make sense out of some of this stuff I do here. That one's down for ball 2.
You know, Enterprise trying to get the energy going in the dugout again, but Hunter Stott trying to shut down anything they get going right here in the fourth.
There's one that's going to stay fair. Down the left field line. Bracken's a big kid. I don't know that he's going to go to. Short cutoff there.
Yeah, and Colton Hatch did a nice job just getting around the ball, fielding it, and getting it to Hunter Rhodes out there at shortstop and just keeping it to a single.
Number 7.
I'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Hayden Anzalone.
I wouldn't be surprised either right here if you don't see Coach Bundy give Anzalone the bunt sign right here and see if they can't get him to second base here with 2 outs and then turn the line up over to Brady Crouch at the top of the order to drive him in.
Yeah, maybe try to push one to the right-hand side here. Well, takes pitch for strike. Right there in the upper portion of the strike zone. Anzalone looking down. Coach Bundy. Coach looking kind of upset. I think Anzalone may have missed the signal here. Oh, man. There's one that's up. The call. Coach Bundy takes his hat off and just looks down in the
He's had a few calls in this game, though, too, so it goes both ways. Coach Bullock's had that same feeling at different times.
Coach Bullock's a little more animated about it, though. There's one that's drilled in the hole. That should get Bracken to third, maybe even a little farther. Well, they're going to hold him up, I think, on the stand-up double.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, out there in center field, Taylor Davies, he actually cut that off and barehanded it and zipped it into Hunter Rhodes, who's got a good arm. And with just 1 out, that's why Coach Bundy holds those runners up to getting to the top of the order now with Brady Crouch come to the plate.
Yeah, Brady Crouch, 1 for 2 in the ball game with a single back in the third inning and scored. Ball's on the inside portion for a strike. Brady Crouch right up on the plate. A little open stance. He gets that one towards the shortstop. Shortstop's going to come home. That was probably a bad decision there by Hunter Rhodes. Really, they're going to have no play at home. So on the fielder's choice, Brady Crouch is safe. Enterprise has cut the deficit by 1 to 6-4.
Yeah, Coach Bullock's going to go out and make a change.
So it looks like we may be going to have a break in the action. He's taking the ball away from him. Well, we got a break in the action, and we'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Attention please, now pitching for Miller, number 2, Trayden Terry.
On
KSBC.
Okay, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here at the Gates Field, Kearns High School, 2A state baseball. Millard has a 6-4 lead, and they're going to go with Trayden Terry on the mound. It will be a straight switch between him and Hunter Stott. Hunter Stott will lead the ball game. I had him with 1, 2. Six, 55 pitches. What I had him with unofficially, just a quick count.
Yeah, he threw really well. You know, the last couple innings, he the biggest one was that third inning when he gave up the 3 walks. But other than that, even in this inning, he's done okay. Give up a couple back-to-back hits, but Coach Bullock got enough out of him, what he needed, and gonna switch it up here and go to Terry.
Brings up Trayson Randall.
There's a balk, yeah.
So that's going to score a run on the balk.
Yeah, that's what the umpire, he just didn't pause, but at the same time, Enterprise got away with one of those earlier, and they got Millard on it. Sometimes that happens. Umpires realize that maybe they missed one, and then they're keying in on it, watching it, and they get it right there.
Exactly. So, no pitch. Still going to be the first opportunity. That moves Brady Krause to second, so got the tying run in scoring position. Trayson Randall at the plate. Crouch takes off for third. Randall fouls it back for strike 1.
Yeah, Crouch looking to steal third base, and with just one out to put himself in 90 feet closer, so on a sac fly he could score.
The pitch just misses outside. Had to wait and see, because that's been questionable.
Yeah.
I mean, it hadn't been solid. I mean, it's been both ways.
Yeah, it was a really close pitch.
So the 1-1. Oh, It was swing and a miss from Randall on a good curveball.
Yeah, Terry takes a deep breath right there. Feels like
he recognized.
Yeah, got one right there.
He left that one up right there, and Randall just swung over the top of it.
Yeah.
That's the last place you want to leave that curveball. Trace and Terry steps off. Looks Brady Crouch back. We'll do it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Trace and Randall. 0 for 1 in the ball game. There's the pitch. That's going to get over the head. Crouch had to retreat. They're going to send him. He couldn't pick up the ball. Taylor Davies tried to barehand it again and couldn't pick up the ball.
Yeah, it's a tough break for Millard as Enterprise just puts across the tying run now and makes the ball game 6-6.
6-6, and that brings up the number 3 hitter, Jake Sanderson, with 1 out.
Yeah, Sanderson 0 for 2. He flew out to left field his first time up, and then in his second at bat, he popped up to the third baseman. That's James Stevenson.
There's a swing and a miss. He was looking to dial downtown there on that one.
Yeah, and I would imagine, Trace and Randall faked it that time, but I bet you see him going here in the next pitch or two. Enterprise really wants to run the bases and put the pressure on the defense and the catcher to try to throw him out.
Good 3-step lead. He fakes, but that one's popped up in foul territory, but a good job there by Chaz Ashton. That's where foul balls in play go to die in the glove of Chaz Ashton there.
I don't know. It's really hard to explain, to be honest, because a lot of people can go make that play, but they don't make it like Chaz Ashton does. And, I mean, those are tough plays. He had the winds blowing from north to south right there, so he starts in fair, ends up having to track the ball foul, catch it over the shoulder and behind and get his body turned around. Really difficult, but he makes it look easy.
Alford kid that's got to weigh about 240 pounds. Big kid, well put together. Here's the other Randall. That would be Ryland. Randall's going to take strike 1.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that Trace and Randall hasn't taken off. I'd imagine you see him go right here, get him in scoring position for Ryland.
Yeah, no danger of running into a double play here, so. The 0-1 to Randall on the way. There's one that's drilled deep to left field. Still going, but caught there by Colton Hatch for the F7 and out number 3. But damage is done. 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. After 4 complete, 6-6 here at Gates Field. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
The second baseman, number 11, Peyton Rasmussen.
There's one that's driven the right-hand side. First baseman Jake Sanderson's going to call everybody off. He's got it for the P3 and out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Into 4.5. It's 6-6. And Enterprise coming to bat in their half of the 5th inning. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Leading off for Enterprise.
There's Nolan Anderson back here at Gatesville. I was watching Coach Bundy as he's walking down there giving signals to his other coach. One I've never seen. I think he's telling them to put their thinking cap on, if it's me.
Yeah, I don't know if he was.
The other coach is going, yeah, I don't know what.
Definitely get your thinking cap on, but I think what he was saying is have so-and-so get a helmet ready to maybe pinch hit or even pinch run.
Yeah, first pitch from Trayton Terry to Kevin Peterson's upstairs for ball 1. Well, I like to think on the lighter side, you're my serious part here. You know what they talk about, the expert analysis. That's you. I'm just the mouth of what Coach Bundy says. Yeah, let's turn it over to the mouth of the South here.
Well, I watched the exact same thing that you did, and it was funny because Bundy had to do it a couple times. It took the first base coach a minute to catch on what he was trying to do.
Swing and a miss on that 2-0 pitch. Geldon Peterson.
Just got an update too. Salt Lake Community College beat CSI to put them in the championship game.
All right.
And that's being held here at Slick. The winner of that tournament will host the Western Regionals.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there this morning. I thought that the junior college baseball season was over for the most part, but
no, it's
Slick.
It's Slick won the league, so they're hosting the tournament. And,
yeah, because I come right by there this morning up Bangor Highway.
Yeah, CSI beat CSN in a thriller in 10 innings to put them in the game to get to the championship. But Salt Lake beats CSI 6-4, so CSI goes in the one-loss bracket now, and they'll have to come back through probably face CSN again.
So Keldon Peterson drives one up for a base hit right up the middle. That brings up Parker Staley. There goes Peterson. There's a throw down by Morgan Wade, but Peterson had that one stolen. He had a huge jump.
Yeah, he really did, and it was a good pitch to Still on too. And now Staley has a chance to help himself out, get an RBI right here, and maybe take the lead. Enterprise has trailed this whole game. They have tied it up, but they have not had the lead.
That one's in the dirt, and Peters is going to take off. He's going to end up at third base on the ball in the dirt. Parker Staley.
Yeah, and Wade, really good hustle right there. But that's the difference in the base running right now. Was Enterprise a lot more aggressive on the base pass, with stealing bases and picking up the extra ones on the ball and dirt, where we saw Millard miss an opportunity.
So 1-1. Runner at third base. That's the go-ahead run out there. Keldon Peterson. Parker Staley at the plate. He's going to drive one deep center field. Davies is going to catch it, but that's going to score the run. Keldon Peterson is going to be able to come in on the sac fly.
And that's the difference. You pick up that extra 90 feet on the ball getting away from the catcher, and then you get the sac fly. Like I said, Millard had an opportunity to move two guys up, and neither one of them moved up, and then they hit the fly ball, but the runner stayed at second base.
So it took them 4 1/3 innings, but they finally got the first lead of the ball game, 7-6. That brings Carson Stauffer to the plate. He's flown out twice. Shortstop in center field, swings. Kind of a funny looking swing there on that curveball for strike one. Next pitch, curveball stays away. I envy those guys standing out there in the sun, sitting in the sunshine down there on the grassy knolls.
Yeah, the way this field sits and where we're at, we don't see much sun at all.
No, but unless that wind's coming out of straight out of the north or northeast, we don't get much of it. It's pretty much kind of from the northwest right now. Ball 2. Carson Stauffer. Trading Terry on the mound. And delivered the 2-1. Stauffer hits right at the shortstop. Hunter Rhodes picks it up across the diamond. He's safe. Did you see that play? That great play. Hit the Hunter Rhodes. He throws it's up the first baseline. Chaz Ashton gets it but goes for the tag. Stauffer did the kind of the hook slide with the left hand, hit the base and off. And I think they were trying to say that he's off the base. They're going to go tag him again, but don't have to stay on the base.
Oh, yeah.
Just like running through it.
Really smart base runner right there and slide to avoid the tag.
So I think the first, you got to give an error there, don't you? First error in the ball game on the, there's a attempted steal. He's there.
Now he's out. He slid past the bag, and that's the bag you do have to stay on.
Yep, you got to stay on that one.
First base, you can run through it.
You got to stay on that one.
Well, and I've heard this asked a lot, and this is just my answer of it, but the bases obviously stick up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Home plate's smooth, it's flat. Out there, everyone, why don't the bases stay same thing? Well, if you slide at second or you slide at third, and there's no base to stop you. You know, you slide into the base and stop yourself from going past it. But you know, right there, just
the other
slides
thing
on
is
past.
You got to have something to push off of when you're rounding the bases. You know, especially if it's a little wet out there. I mean, you think about it. What do they do between each ball game? They go out there and wet everything down. But you don't see them out there wiping the bases and stuff off when they're done.
No.
If the bases were level with the ground, then you might, if you catch it early in the ball game, could be some acrobats there. 3 balls to Davis Bracken. Old automatic there for strike one. Davis Bracken had a base hit his last time up and scored a run. 3-1 from Trace and Terry. outside corner is going to draw that base on balls. So, new life for the Enterprise Wolves after
The left fielder, number 7.
Carson
Hayden
Stauffer
Anzalone.
showing us how to and how not to run the bases. Hayden Anzalone coming to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with a walk, base hit, scored twice. If you're Enterprise Wolves, you want this man on base. Good things happen when he gets on. Way outside, Morgan Wade goes out there and gets that one for ball 1.
Coach Bundy giving the signs.
You can sign as to say, Davis Bracken, you stay right there unless the ball's hit. 1-0. Ooh. Called strike. That's all I'm going to say about that one, Coach.
I'll say it. I was going to say Anzalone felt like he let that one go and stayed off it, and then he's wishing, maybe I should have swung.
1-1 on the way. It's out there. Well, the way he started to flinch, I thought he was going to call that one a strike as well.
Well, just put it this way, with 2 strikes, you better be swinging the bat.
That's
anything
right.
Close.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the umpire flinching, not the hitter. We've seen a little bit of everything in this tournament, you know what? Now, throw over to first, not in time. We've seen back-to-back home runs to lead off the ball game from one of the teams we're going to see in this next ball game, one of the Rams, and that'd be the Parowan Rams. Seen a comeback for the other Rams over the Kanab Cowboys, 11-10. 11s were strong there, 11-0 for Parowan Rams over Enterprise yesterday. That ball's down and away for ball 3. 3-1. 2 outs.
Yeah, Coach Bundy, Lanzalone waiting for a sign. He just claps at him.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to go to 3-2 here because it gives somebody that's not too speedy a runner a chance to get a head start. So this is a pitch of decision right here for Terry. He fouls it off. 3-2. Well, good and bad happened there. Fouled it off, and now it is 3-2. And just what we talked about, there's 2 outs. Davis Bracken's going to be able to get a little bit of a head start.
Yeah, now you just stay home, play your position. More than likely you're going to have to field it and go 1, but if it's hit hard enough, you might still have a chance there at second base for an out.
So Hayden Anzalone, full count. They could go over checking on Bracken.
Not a bad idea right there. Sometimes that runner gets a little bit anxious and you can pick someone off.
Gets a head start on the head start. So here's the full count pitch. There goes Bracken. Ball 4. So that puts runners at first and second, but turns over the lineup. We're back to the top of the lineup with Brady Crouch. Brady Crouch has scored
The
twice.
center fielder, number 13.
On our fielder's choices last time up. Had a single back in the 3rd. Scored both times. 7-6, runners first and second, 2 outs. Trading Terry. But there's one that's hit to the right side. Late start by Cooper Watcott, but he does get over there. It's Snow Combs 1.
Yeah, it's a big out right there.
For out number 3, the F9. We call that 9.5. So that was almost come out of there. So 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 runners left on. So after 5 complete, it's 7-6 Enterprise. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
For Enterprise in the 5th, they got 1 run on 1 hit, 1 Miller there, 2 runners left on base.
At V6 Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help. By delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, we'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help.
Leading off for Millard in the 6th inning, the shortstop, number 21, Hunter Rhodes.
All right, we're back 7-6. Enterprise over Milford, top of the 6th. Staley facing Hunter Rhodes. Ball's fouled off to the right-hand side for strike 1.
Yeah, Rhodes has hit the ball hard 3 times tonight. Still looking for his first hit. He's grounded out twice to the shortstop and once to the third baseman.
So though one, there's a curveball. That's driven deep to left field, but Anzalone looks like he's got it found, and he tracks her down for the F7 and out number 1.
Yeah, he hit that one pretty good, but just straight up into the wind and too high. Needed to get that on a little bit more of a line.
The third baseman, number 15, James Stevenson.
Hey, James Stevenson had a base hit. He's got 2 today, 2 for 3. First pitch, nubbed off to the right-hand side, foul.
Yeah, tried a little bit of an inside-out swing right there, trying to get it over the first baseman's head and not able to do it and keep it fair.
It's just where he hit the last one down that right field line. So the 0-1, fouled off into the screen, or the net, I should say. We don't have screens here. We have nets.
Makes it a little easier to look through.
Yeah.
Stevenson right there, same thing, just a little behind the fastball.
Nick that, shouldn't even miss.
That time he blew the fastball right by him.
So 2 outs. We're in the top of the 6th in a 1-run ball game. Enterprise finally clawed their way back, tied this thing up in the 4th, went ahead by 1 in the 5th. We're in the 6th. Top of the 6th, Colton Hatch coming up. 0 for 2, got on a fielder's choice the last time up. Ball 1 on the outside.
You know, I really felt like the game changed too when that call happened there at first base. It really kind of took the momentum in the air out of Millard, and Enterprise caught a break, and then Millard goes out there. They give up the 3 walks in that inning, and Enterprise gets 3 back, cuts the lead to 6-3, and then Coach Bundy switches pitchers too, and so far Staley's been good.
After this pitch, why don't you explain that play for those that may have just joined us late?
Yeah, so Millard kind of rallying. They had loaded bases and 2 outs, and it was Hunter Rhodes hits a hard ball to the shortstop and kind of one-hops the first baseman. Hunter Rhodes goes through the bag, and first baseman doesn't catch it clean, and they said that he had it, and then it bounced out afterwards, and he called the out, where I don't think he ever really even established the ball in the glove, and anyways, they stuck with the call and said he was out, and that took a run off the board, and it stopped a rally. You know, Hunter Rhodes is the 2-hitter. You got your 3, 4, 5 coming up with loaded bases, and they'd been hitting the ball well, so it kind of just changed the momentum.
Yep. So Colton Hatch draws the walk. First pitch to Cooper Watcott's fouled off to the right-hand side. Yeah, at worst, it would be a 7-7 ball game if that run's not off the scoreboard. And who knows? The errors extend the inning there with 2 outs, and it's, you know, it's been a comedy of errors really for Enterprise at that point in time. 6 of them on the game. Strike 2 to Cooper Watcott. Yeah, and when we talked about it, I don't think probably you look at 6 errors, probably take 4 or 5 ball games for Enterprise to commit that many errors.
Yeah. Well,
as I've been watching the Game Changer and stuff, following them through the season, yeah, they're pretty. I mean, 1's the most I've seen.
Well, and they were really close to being the #1 RPI team. Enterprise South Severe back and forth, but South Severe able to maintain that #1 spot.
So Watcott lines out to the third baseman for out number 3. So the no runs, no hits, no errors, One runner left on. After 5.5, it's 7-6. Miller. Been lifting everything. So this Trayson Randall
leading off for
be the first.
The first baseman, number 6.
First hitter.
Trayson Randall.
He's got a ground out, base on balls, a single. Trayson Terry. All right, I mean Trayson Randall facing Trayden Terry. First pitch in there for strike one. Called. Randall didn't like that one. Laid off. Next pitch. That was lifted to the right. That's gets me trouble. That's in shallow. Yep, didn't think he was going to get there. That's the tweener.
Yeah, it's kind of in no man's land right there, right over the third baseman, short left field, where the third baseman, left fielder, and shortstop. Neither of those players can get to the ball in time, and it drops in for a single.
Your attention, please. Now hitting for Enterprise.
So here's a pinch hitter we talked about. That's Case Christensen. With Trayson Randall on first base. Another balk.
Coach Bullock not happy. They got another balk, no pause, and he's arguing that their dugout and their pitchers have done it too. And you know, he might be right. I think for sure we saw one earlier that they got away with, and that's what the umpires I think start keying in on it. But twice now Miller's been called for the balk, and he's so upset because now that's an extra run. You know, it's a one-run game. You're trailing 7-6, but that's a key run out there because if he comes around to score, now you're down 2.
Yep, and you're going to have one more whack at it is all.
Yeah.
So the old 1-0 is in there for a called strike one. You know, Christensen just give him a chance to. After 3 pop-ups from Jake Sanderson, I would imagine it's going to be a re-entry thing to put him at third base. Sanderson good defensively. Can't say that for sure, but 1-1 is outside for ball 2. Christensen was leaning, but didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, you know, big, strong kid right here in Christensen. Maybe doesn't have the defensive skills quite yet as Sanderson, but maybe a little better bat.
I went for one that was down and away, shaking his head. He knows. Coach Bundy just kind of shrugging his shoulders.
No big deal.
Live and learn.
Yeah, it's just strike 2.
Find one, drive one. pitch up in the strike zone. So full count. Here's the payoff pitch. Hit in the air. Shortstop Hunter Rhodes is back. Drifts in. He's going to get it.
And you could hear Rhodes right here saying, I got it. He called him off early, and nice play taking charge out there at shortstop, and that's the first out of the inning.
Well, another pop-up for the number 2 spot. Or 3 spot, I mean. That's going to bring up Ryland Randall. 1 for 3 in the ball game.
Yeah, and Ryland Randall,
he's popped up twice as well.
And he's capable of driving the baseball, but you got first base open, so I think you're careful on how you pitch to him. You maybe help yourself out and hope he gets himself out.
You throw one past guy in first baseman, that's going to score a run. The other Randall's going to come in on the other half of that.
Yeah, and the worst part about that, if you're Millard, is he's on base because now he's going to steal second and steal third.
That's exactly right. Keldon Peterson
the second base
comes to bat now.
Keldon Peterson.
He's got a couple hits in the ball game.
It's funny, I watched Randall look over to Coach Bundy there, and he just points like, I'm going to second.
There he goes. Had a big jump. Batten's going to get foul. Strike 1 to Keldon Peterson.
Randall's going to have a talk to Peterson when he comes in the dugout and say, hey, when I'm going, let me get down there and you can get an RBI because I'm just getting tired.
It's not like it's the first game he's played with the guy out there. You know what he's going to do, and especially if you see the coach. You talked about the signal he got was second base. So we'll do it again, 0-1. Gone again.
I got him. That was a really good throw away to
his knees. Yeah,
he did. He didn't come up out of his stance, which I think saved him the time. It was a perfect throw. You couldn't ask for anything better right there. And Wade, he's got to feel good about that one. That was an excellent throw.
He didn't get his usual jump, but
he just
Trey
got
Terry
done
did a good job.
Before because Peterson fouls one off.
So the 0-2 to Peterson. He lifts one to the right-hand side. Ashton's on his horse. Oh, not quite there. The second, Peyton Rasmussen beat him there.
Yeah, that ball was just too far down the right field line for Ashton, and Rasmussen that time probably had the best chance at it, and he laid out, but unable to come up with it.
Had the longest run, but he's a little bit fleeter than Ashton
same thing. We talked about that wind. You watch the flag. It's been moving pretty good out there, and those balls, the higher up they are, the more they move.
So we'll do the 0-2 again with 2 outs. Oh, that plunks him. Peterson wears that one.
Yeah, Peterson's pretty fired up, but you go back to that balk call too, Willie. Without that balk, it's first and third, and it's a one-run game. That balk then gives them, and not saying it wasn't a balk, that's the right call, and even Coach Bullock said he knows that's the right call, but he was wanting the same thing out of their pitcher, not getting it.
So, Parker Staley coming to bat. He's flown out 3 times. He takes strike 1. A lot of pop-ups from off the bats of the Enterprise Wolves. Yeah, it comes, change of speed. You faced Benson yesterday. Now you're out on your front foot today. The 0-1. There goes the runner. Up. Wade made a mistake. He come up out of the crouch that time.
Well, and then he didn't get the exchange from the glove to the hand. But you're right. I think he's best just getting that momentum and from the knees going forward.
So an RBI opportunity out there for Staley with 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch. Thought about it, held up. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. A 2-run lead for the Enterprise Wolves. Parker Staley, the pitcher record for the Enterprise Wolves at the plate with a 2-1 count. Here's the pitch. That one's driven to center field. That's going to score a run.
That ball was hit hard, just sharply up the middle. And a big clutch 2-out single with an RBI right there from Parker Staley, who's really kind of been the player of this game, in my opinion, for Enterprise.
Yeah, to come in here and shut down the Millard Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, look at all them zeros he's put up, but he's just done it with the energy too, in my opinion. Like just a lot of confidence, high energy player.
9-6, 1 out. Parker Staley with good speed at first base. He's going to stay there. Pitch gets away momentarily.
And that's the other thing, this Enterprise team, it doesn't really matter. I mean, we talk about Randall, but a lot of these guys, they get on base, they're still in bases, and then it's just, you get a runner at second, and a base hit scores him. You get a base hit, you still second, another base hit, you score him, and it just keeps going.
Called strike 1. Yeah, it just kind of gets that high West Desert carousel started.
Yep.
They go round and around. Big Davis Bracken standing in the on-deck circle, hoping to get another chance at trading Terry. The 1-1, they throw over to Staley, but Staley's back. Ball bounces off his back, and we'll do it again. 1-1. Carson Stauffer at the plate.
Got a couple other kids out there in our tree hut.
Oh yeah. Someone brought a chair with them today, though.
Yeah. A little better than the bench that's out there in the old scoreboard.
Chair's sitting empty. They're using the bench.
Yeah.
Let's keep it real out there, guys. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Oh, he reaches out, pokes one down the line. It's going to go foul. Stays alive.
Yeah, that's what his teammates are saying too. Stay alive, kids, stay alive. And they want to see this inning continue. You know, as Millard's been dangerous. They want to get more than that 3-run lead, because twice Millard in this game has put up 2 3-run innings.
One ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. No, it's in the dirt.
Pretty good pitch right there from Terry, as he about got Stauffer to chase for that pitch, kind of down and away, but he does hold up, and Morgan Wade doing a nice job there keeping it in front of him.
That evens up the count at 2-2, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. That one's drilled in the 5-6 hole for a base hit. Picked up out there by Colton Hatch, gets it in quick. 4th hit in the inning. Brings up Davis Bracken.
Yeah, Enterprise just kind of coming alive right now, as they're going to bring in a speed-up runner for the catcher Stauffer. Looked to me like it was number 8, that's Kyron Bracken, coming in to run for him.
Running at first base for Enterprise, number 8, Kyron Bracken.
Terry's wanting to get a different baseball right here. Feels like
now adding the third
maybe needs to change.
58,
so who's Bracken running for?
Just the pitcher, speed-up runner.
Okay. Kyron Bracken.
And I'm guessing this is probably big brother Davis Bracken.
That would be my guess if I was a betting man. That ball's ripped in the right field. That's going to score a run.
Yep.
So Big Brother drives either his brother or his cousin.
That's possible too, yeah.
In.
Yeah, runners at first and third, and Enterprise continues to add runs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Makes the lead now 10-6. Hayden Anzalone at the plate. He's 1 for 1. He's got 2 walks and a double.
So, ball 1 to Anzalone. Runners at first and third. 2 outs. 10-6 ball game. Here's the pitch to Anzalone. Slow, try to take something off of that, but it stays upstairs for ball 2.
You know, Anzalone's done a really good job, not only at the plate today, but out there in left field. Made a lot of nice catches and just done a good job to keep balls in front of him and get him quickly into the cutoff man.
Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 3.
Yeah, imagine you'll see him taken right here, and that's going to bring up, if he gets on base, you're right back at the top of the order with number 13, Brady Crouch, coming to the plate as he warms up on the on-deck circle.
Number 13 on Friday the 13th. Could be an omen.
Yeah, lucky 13.
One never knows. All 4. That'll load him. 6th base on ball. Coach Dakota Bullock, I think, is going to
he's going to
make a switch
change
here. So, while we got a break in the action, let's hear a word from our sponsors here on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Attention please, now pitching for Millard, number 15, James Stevenson. Now batting the center fielder, number 13, Brady Crouch.
Yeah, quite often, you know, the ball just kind of seems to find you, and you're not quite used to, you haven't taken a ground ball, you've been pitching or whatever the situation might be, and immediately ball's hit right to you. He almost had a great play right there, and then he still almost assisted it over to Rhodes to get the out at second, but not able to.
If it had kicked it a little more to the left, it might have gone to Rhodes right there. Yeah, so strike 1 to Trayson Randall. Trayson Randall. Takes the next pitch upstairs for ball one. So that took them to the 6th inning to mess up my scorebook. But they did, in fact, do it. 10th batter in the inning. He fouls it off to the back.
Well, and Enterprise just really has came on late. You know, they put up 3 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, 1 here in the 5th, and they've got 6, and we're still not done here in the 6th.
And this all started, scored these 4 runs with 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Stevenson. He had a curveball, but Trayson Randall recognized it. Went out there and was going to take that to the left-hand side. There's one that's hit over the second baseman. That's going to score 2. Single.
Yeah, now we're starting to get into that situation where you might see a 10-run rule if this continues.
That's exactly right. So we had Bracken and Anzalone score.
The right fielder, number 9,
so,
Jake Sanderson.
13-6, 3 more runs.
Yeah, we see Christensen come in and pinch hit for Sanderson and popped up the shortstop, but Sanderson's back in.
That pitch is down. How many times you come in to pinch hit and get the bat twice in that same inning, huh?
Yeah.
Fouls that one off weakly to the left-hand side for strike 1. So we got Trayson Randall at first. Brady Crouch at third. I'm surprised Randall's still there. He didn't go. Okay, we got another Randall in the on-deck circle. There's the pitch. There's one that's driven. Is he going to get there? Oh, he's stretched out, but no, Taylor Davies couldn't get there. That's going to score 2.
And that's going to allow Sanderson to get 90 feet away, and he is the winning run.
So, he had a double, and then got to the base on the 2. They're scoring runs faster than I can keep up, Coach.
Yeah, they've put up 8 spots so far here in the bottom of the 6th.
The shortstop, number 4, Rylan Randall.
And that brings Rylan Randall to the plate. In the gap, I think. Nope. Yep, he saved the. Going to give him another chance on the F7. But they get 8 runs. They do so on, I think, 6 hits. No errors. Or we did have 1 error in that inning. And 1 runner left on base. So after the end of 6 complete, it's 15-6 Enterprise. You're on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Leading off for Millard in the 7th inning. First baseman, number 30.
Okay, we got lots of changes here. I'm going to have a talk to Kyle Bundy when we're done here. I'm going to put Riker Peterson out there. He re-entered. I don't know where he went, so I'm going to put him in right field.
He's a catcher.
Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work. First pitch has popped up. Trayson Randall, the new first baseman, route number 1.
Yeah, Coach Bundy making a lot of changes with that lead, trying to save some pitches and hopefully be able to use Staley later on. He brings Carson Stauffer back in to pitch and brings Riker Peterson back in to catch, and then subbed in some new outfielders, players that haven't been in the game yet off the bench, but didn't get a number for some of them.
So the next pitch from Stauffer's upstairs to Landon Lee for ball 1. Landon's got on errors twice, struck out looking. There's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, pitch just got past him, little fastball down and in, and Lee swings right over the top of it.
Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Yeah, Millard's had a great run though. They picked up 2 big wins. They started off great in this game, and then just Enterprise kind of just took over.
It's a tough one to let go by, but he gets away with that one. He even count at 2-2. Fouled off to the left-hand side. This is an elimination game. Loser here goes home.
Yeah, and let's talk about that real quick, Willie. It looks like the Enterprise Wolves, if they can hold on, they will win this one and then play Kanab at 7 p.m.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Second out. I have that. I lost track of strikeouts a long time ago trying to keep up with everything else. So.
Well, and following this game too, for our listeners and those that are watching, we have the South Sevier Rams against the Parowan Rams at 4:30.
So Taylor Davies at the plate. Last chance for the Millard Eagles. First pitch from Stauffer is in the dirt for ball 1. Here's the pitch. That's up for ball 2.
Yeah, Taylor Davies has done a nice job in this tournament, played a really good center field for the Eagles, and then he's come up with some big hits too.
Okay, ball 3. Ball 4. Well, new life.
Yeah, never say it's over. You got 2 outs. There's a big hill to climb, but it's doable. We've seen stranger things happen. I mean, you just never know. You just play it one pitch at a time.
Yeah. Turns the lineup over. We're back to the top of the order with Morgan Wade. 0 for 4 in the ball game. Well, 0 for 3. Got on an error. That's down. Stauffer's having trouble finding the strike zone.
Yeah, he come in, he got the first 2. He got Chaz Ashton to pop up the first, and then Landon Lee strike out, but then 4 straight balls to walk Taylor Davies.
That's grounded towards third base. Long throw across the diamond. Got him. So the 5-3 put out is going to put the Millard Eagles out of this tournament. It's going to send them home, but they've had a good run, Millard has. So we're going to take a quick break, be back with our final numbers, and get on to our next ball game. You're on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
Final score, Enterprise 15, Millard 6. Enterprise will move on to this evening playing Kanab at 7 p.m. in the one-loss bracket. Congratulations to Miller on a successful season.
As live as they get, we're right here at Gates Field, Kearns High School. This is the two undefeated teams left in the tournament, and they're both the Rams, the Parowan Rams and the South Sevier Rams. South Sevier rated number 1, Parowan rated number 6. We're in the final RPI, and we're going to get things rolling here in just a few minutes. Just had the umpires meeting, so we're going to go with the starting lineup. I've got Nolan Anderson with me again, been with me throughout the tournament, and we're going to have him give you the starting lineup for the Parowan Rams, who will come to bat first.
Yeah, starting for Parowan in the leadoff spot, the pitcher, number 1, Trevin Yardley. Batting second at first base, number 22, Shaden Benson. Batting third, catching, number 31, Christian Bost. Batting fourth at third base, number 32, Jace Little. Batting fifth in center field, number 28, Wyatt Hall. Batting sixth in right field, number 4, Dawson Robb. Batting seventh, the DH, number 12, Luke Millett. Batting eighth in left field, number 23, Connor Robinson. Batting ninth at shortstop, number 19, Matt Townsend. And in the 10 spot, playing second base, being DH for number 13, Porter Jackman. The Parowan Rams, the head coach, Jed Townsend.
Okay, for the South Sevier Rams, Coach Eric Baker is going to go like this. Leading things off, number 3 at second base, Riley Barney. Batting second, number 1 at shortstop, Ridge Tebbs. Batting third, number 22 in center field, Keegan Heath. Batting fourth, number 10 at first base, Tate Brown. Batting fifth, number 6 behind the plate, Peyton Ingram. Batting sixth, number 18 in left field, that's Biggs Northrop. Batting seventh, number 31 at third base, Canyon Okerlund. Batting eighth and pitching, number 8, Riker Freeman. Batting ninth, number 7 in right field, Hagen Morrell. So, one thing guarantee here today, the Rams are going to win in this one.
Yeah, I don't want to take that bet.
Nope, I guess you're going to have to be colorblind in this one, aren't we? You got the Parowan Rams today in their yellow and blue numerals, and South Sevier in white with red numerals. Riker Freeman on the mound. Just a freshman. Doesn't look like a freshman. Doesn't throw like a freshman. Lefty. Going to face Trevin Yardley, Shaden Benson, Christian Bost. They started out the ball game yesterday, did the Parowan Rams with back-to-back home runs. Trevin Yardley takes ball 1.
Yeah, Trevin Yardley going to do the pitching for Parowan. Just a solid player. We saw him last year play multiple positions, and just a really good player. This is going to be a great game. We saw the two winners games yesterday were both really good games. South Sevier coming back from behind, down early 8-0, and coming back and winning that one 11-10 over Kanab, and then Parowan with a dominating performance over the Enterprise Wolves 11-0.
Trevin takes ball 3. This is not what they wanted from Riker Freeman. They needed him to be kind of conservative with his pitch count, because he came in with 39, so that leaves him with 41. He can throw 75 over 2 consecutive days.
Yeah, they want him just to pound the strike zone and let the defense work behind him.
Strike 2. So he battles back. Bring count full. Well, the payoff pitch. Riker Freeman from the left-hander. Facing Trevin Yardley from the right-hand side. There's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Well, nope, fouled it back.
Yeah, Peyton Ingram almost was able to snag that one as it was fouled off and then off his glove, but unable to corral that one and make the strikeout with the catch.
So we'll do it again. The payoff pitch. Shakes off the signal. Here's the pitch. Swings at a miss. Strikes him out with that heater upstairs.
Yeah, just sticks with the fastball and pumps his glove. That's a big out for the freshman.
So is Shaden Benson. Big left-hander. First time up yesterday. Put one out over the center field fence out there in the 390 district.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the better lefties that Benson's probably faced as far as being on that left side of the plate.
There's strike 1. So throws 3 straight balls, comes back now with 4 straight strikes. That one's fouled back.
Yeah, and that's what they want to see. Just Freeman after 3 balls, just pounding the strike zone, and Shaden Benson down at the count 0-2. It'd be nice right here if you could see Barney throw him that curveball of his.
Riker Freeman set for the 0-2. There's that curveball. Hit out towards the second up. Booted by the second baseman, Riley Barney.
Yeah, there it was, the curveball, but just didn't have enough sink on it as Benson hits that one. But that's still got to be an out. Normally Riley Barney makes that play, but Benson will get on the E4.
So the first error of the ball game committed by the South Severe Rams. We'll bring up Christian Boss. He's the catcher today for Coach Jed Townsend. Shaden Benson on with 1 out. Riker Freeman dealing the strike. Everything's been around the strike zone since them first 3 balls.
Yeah, and Freeman, like you said, he can go 75 over 2 days, and so he's limited. They had to use him yesterday against Kanab, but they did keep him under that 35 mark so that they could use him again today.
Well, he had 39 yesterday, so yeah. So he's got to go. He can have 75 on consecutive
That's right.
days.
It was under the 60.
Yeah, under 60.
Once it's 60, you got to have days in between there.
Yeah, that's hit towards Riley Barney. They get him there. Close play. Boss gets down the line really good. That's a 4-3 put out at number 2.
Yeah, Barney kind of took his time right there coming, and just it wasn't hit hard enough anyways, but you got to attack the baseball and then get that thrower to first base quickly, and Barney got it done just in time.
I saw a pitch that I hadn't seen from Freeman yet. It looks like he's got a cut fastball too as well, where it just kind of flattens out, cuts a little bit on the right-hander. First pitch to Little's in the down low, ball 1.
Yeah, and Little's a big, strong kid. We saw him hit one out yesterday. We saw him last year hit one out at UVU.
He can disappear it, that's for sure. That was on the outside corner. Fouls it off. Evens the count 1-1.
Yeah, I believe the ball got stuck right there. There they got it bounced down.
So 2 outs. Shaden Benson out there at second base. Ooh, Litton's upstairs. Little's thinking about it, but held off. Ball 2.
Well, that's not bad. I mean, you don't want to waste pitches and walk a guy, but at the same time, first base is open, so you don't want to totally groove something here to Little.
Right there, strike 2. Started that on the inside corner and worked it back with that natural tail on the left-hander.
Yeah, and Little's, he recognized it after the fact. That was probably his pitch to hit.
That's his wheelhouse, you betcha. Oh, down in the dirt. Benson doesn't go.
No, really good stop there from Peyton Ingram that keeps Shaden Benson at second base, as Benson was getting a really good secondary, but Ingram keeps that in front and then pops up out of his stance and picks it up quickly.
So full count. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Big time strikeout right there from Riker Freeman as he gets 2 Ks in the inning.
So no runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left on after 1/2 inning of play. For the lineup for the Parowan Rams, and going to give his team a chance to come up with no runs on the scoreboard for Parowan. Riley Barney, Rich Tebbs, Keegan Heath in that order.
The second baseman, number 3.
To face Trevin Yardley. Trevin come down from about the 3/4 slot. Good velocity, got a tailing ball that's going to tail in on the right-handers. Good curveball. First pitch down and away for ball 1.
Yeah, and Riley Barney does a really good job for the South Severe team in that leadoff spot. Been hitting there pretty much all year long, and he knows how to find his way on.
Next pitch down as well, ball 2. Christian Bossa holding the laying out, telling his pitcher, settle down. You know, don't try and do too much. Got a good defense behind him. Here's the 2-0. That's ripped right up the middle for a base hit. So it didn't take the South Severe Rams long to get their first hit.
No, that's the strength of this lineup for South Severe is their hitting, in my opinion. They just,
The shortstop,
you know, they're tough outs 1 through 9. You just got to, you know, try to keep the ball down and limit the number of hits the best you can if you're the opposing team, but South Severe hits the baseball.
They're on the bases too. Now we're going to test Christian Boss. He's right there with R.J. Magnette as far as defensive catcher, his ability to throw runners out. Ball 1 to Ridge Tebbs. So it's going to be a good test. See how Coach Eric Baker's going to choose to attack the Rams offense here. Or Rams defense, I mean. That one's down, so kind of got a postage stamp strike zone thus far in the ball game. No low strikes. Barney's got a good lead there at first. Not going. Pitch is fouled off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, pretty good swing from Ridge Tebbs right there. One of those guys on that 2 spot that he can hit with the runner on in front of him, and he can see pitches as well.
So 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. Got a runner on first. Bottom of the second, curveball. Ridge diving out of the way. Self-preservation kicks in on some of them when they start up there around your head and curves in.
Yeah, hitters count right here at 3-1 now. Tebbs is going to look for a pitch that he can drive.
Oh, calls it. Called strike 2.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen that all throughout the weekend, kind of a little hesitation from the umpires, and then players thinking, okay, ball 4, I'm getting down the line, and then calling a strike, bringing him back in. So that's a full count now to Ridge Tebbs.
Yeah. Trevor Yardley about to deal. Well, ball's fouled off. You know, and I talked about it in an earlier game. Trevor Yardley's trusting Christian Boss. You know, what he's doing, he's cutting down his stride. He's trusting Christian Boss to be able to throw these guys out. He hadn't thrown over there yet. Take the chance of giving them an extra base. He just quickly sent it up, called strike 3.
Right, got the curveball again, and Ridge Tebbs doesn't like that one, but umpire says that's strike 3.
Well, and that could be, you know, a matter of him taking off on that last pitch. Umpires don't like to be showed up. I mean, it shouldn't matter, but.
No, not that the player's trying to. That's why I say the hesitation on that call. If it's an automatic strike 2, the players aren't throwing the bat and hustling down the line.
Yeah, you like the hustle out of the player. That was a curveball that's going to be dropped in there in front of the left fielder,
and
Connor Robinson.
Keegan Heath starts right off where he left off yesterday, just a base hit machine.
Yeah, and he waited on that curveball. First pitch curveball from Trevin Yardley. Keegan Heath just waited on it and lifted it over the infield out there. 2-hopper out there to Robinson.
Yeah, and the catcher, Christian Boss, goes out there and talks to Yardley. I don't know if maybe with the runner at second, switching up the signs just a little bit.
So Tate Brown with runners at first and second and 1 out from the left-hand side. Here's the pitch. Upstairs for ball one. Shaden Benson got to second base, but was stranded there for the Parowan Rams. Now we got he was there with 2 outs. Now we've got 1 out. Rams at first and second. That's the South Sevier version. Here's the pitch. Fouled back right here above us.
Yeah,
Strike one.
Tate Brown had a really good swing at it right there. Just got a little bit underneath that one, not quite able to square it up exactly the way he wanted to, but that would have been a pitch right there where he could have drove it into a gap and then, seen the speed of these South Sevier Rams on the base pass.
So the 1-1 from Yardley. Upstairs for ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 runners on. We're in the bottom of the first inning here at Gates Field at Kearns High School, 2A baseball, where you got the undefeated teams left in the tournament, the Rams. That one's hit to the left-hand side. It's fair. That's going to score a run. That might score 2. It's down in the corner. Can't pick up the ball. It is. That's going to score 2 runs. There's the relay.
Yeah, Tate Brown couldn't have measured that one any better as he takes that outside pitch. He left-handed batter and takes that outside pitch and drives it down the left field line just inside the foul line, and it rolls down into the corner, and the left fielder for Parowan, Connor Robinson, not able to really get it as the carom kind of bounces past him and stand-up double with 2 RBIs.
Yeah, the ball kicked over to that concrete fence and then into the gate out there. Hard for Robinson to pick it up. So 2 runs come across. Here's another one. It's in for that May drop in front. They're gonna hold Tate Brown like we talked about in the previous game. Tate Brown's got a bum wheel. So 4 hits.
Yeah, and it's not like Trevin Yardley's a slouch out there on the mound. He's a good pitcher in the South Sevier, but like I said, their strength is hitting the baseball.
That's going to bring Biggs Northrop to the plate. Kristen Boss out calling the defensive signals. Peyton Ingram out there. I'm not sure the speed of Peyton Ingram. He's their everyday catcher normally. I don't know if they would give up an out here or a run for an out. If you're going to do it, you can do it early in the ballgame. If he is to go, Christian Boss got a good on that. Stops that one out in front of him for ball 1 to Biggs Northrop.
Yeah, and Coach Brown over there coaching third base, holding up Tate on that one. With 2 outs, you might have challenged it and tried to send him, made him perfect throw, but with 1 out, Smart holds him up. Now you got first and third and a chance to get that guy on first base, Peyton Ingram, down to second.
Now that's another hit. That's hit to the right field. That's going to score a run.
Yeah, and that ball was ripped into right field. Biggs Northrop with the single and the RBI, and right now just Trevin Yardley. Part of it's just fastballs too. He's got to be able to get that secondary pitch. He might have to start throwing more curveballs. He did start. He got Rich Tebbs looking on the curveball, but then started off Keegan Heath with the curveball, who that was a single, but then he's pretty much gone back to the fastball.
So runners at first and second with 1 out. Biggs Northrop, looking to put one down the first baseline to move runners to second, third. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, and Kenyon Okerlund, the third baseman right here, has a chance to get an RBI, but we've seen him right there. He showed he can bunt, but we've seen him hit the ball with some power too.
So the 0-1 to Kenyon Okerlund. They're going to go to second base. Trying to throw behind Peyton Ingram, but he's back in time. Trying to keep him from getting a head start on something. Off the bat of Kenyon Okerlund. Here's the 0-1. There's that curveball. Had him turning.
Yeah, right there on the inside part of the plate. Kind of starts it at him and then breaks it across that corner on the inside.
So the 0-2 with one out. Here's the pitch. There's that curveball again. Going to ring him up. Strike 3. But when he uses it, it's been effective.
Yeah, he just hasn't used it enough as Sal Severe's put up 3 runs and still not done here.
The pitcher,
We've seen Riker Freeman, you know, besides doing it on the mound, he can do it at the plate.
He's got some pop too. Got some pop in his bat. So there's 2 outs. Good speed on the bases. First and second. Peyton Ingram at second. Biggs Northup at first. Riker Freeman at the plate facing Trevin Yardley. Tries to get that backdoor curveball, but it stays out. Three runs across for the South Sevier Rams here in the bottom of the first inning. The 1-0. Swing and a miss from Freeman. He had a good swing on that one.
Yeah, he really did. That would have been one that, you know, he'd like to see that same pitch again.
Remember, you're just a freshman. So the 1-1. On his way. Curveball in the dirt. Nope. Biggs Northup had to hold up. He was headed to second, but Peyton Ingram wasn't going anywhere. That ball just, Boss kept it out in front of him. Talked about, we got 2 good ones here, and the thing got a play ball of some kind down there behind the dugout there down the third baseline. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Rams at first and second. Riker Freeman at the plate facing Trevin Yardley. Here's the pitch, down. To finish my thought, Christian Boss, when we start talking about defensive catchers at 2A, him and R.J. Magnette are the first 2 that come to mind. 1-2 in my estimation. That one's fouled off to the left-hand side. Full count. So 2 outs, runners are going to be going.
Yeah, that's a chance for Freeman to help himself out. He's already got that 3-0 lead, but full count. Trevin Yardley is going to come right at him.
Freeman calls timeout, gets it, steps out, wants to think about it. And you're talking about maybe coming at him with the fastball, but got to keep in mind that curveball. Don't get ahead of yourself. Pick up the spin on that pitch first thing. Fastball drilled. Nope, it's up. Shortstop coming around. They lucked out there. Matt Townsend coming around behind on the P6 for out number 3. But the Rams come up with 3 runs. They do so on 5 hits. There were no errors in the inning, and there were 2 runners left on base. So after 1 complete, it's 3-0. South Sevier Rams will be
Leading off for Parowan in the second, the center fielder, number 28, Wyatt Hall.
First pitch is in the dirt. The ball 1 to Wyatt Hall. Got 19 pitches in that first one, so that gives him about 21 pitches left. 20 now. Next pitch fouled off. We talked about that 75 pitch rule over 2 consecutive days. He threw 39 yesterday, so comes in with 41 available. Used 19 in that first inning. So it's 1-1 count. Pitch, curveball. That's ripped. That didn't fool Wyatt Hall. 1 hop. Diggs Northup's got it in left field. But the Parowan Rams come up with their first hit. They get their leadoff runner on here in the second inning.
The right fielder, number 4, Dawson Robb.
So Dawson Robb's coming to the plate. They use the number in the armband system here, do the Parowan Rams. Looks up, they got him in the rundown. Yeah, they got him.
Yeah, really good move right there. Is I think he just got frozen out there, I think, and then Freeman picked him. I don't think he was even ready for it. Coach Townsend's not happy with it. Not even going to look at him. He's just frustrated that he got picked. And
that's their first look at his pickoff move, and it.
Yeah.
Don't know if they know any more now than they did when it started.
No.
So, first one wasn't a very good experience. Next pitch, strike 1.
Well, and really the thing about it is he just comes set and then bang right to first base. And like I say, I think he just got caught, like feet in cement. Didn't know what to do or couldn't
strike
move.
2. I think they had a talk with Freeman before this inning and say, hey, here's what you got. Get out there and let your defense work with a 3-run lead. You're not having to work with that potent part of the offense, although they're potent pretty good to it, but not like that top 4. Which he'd only had to work through 3 had it not been for an error on Riley Barney on Shaden Benson's hit. Oh, that was close. Freeman wanted that. He's looking into the dugout there. He's wondering. 2-2. That one's up. That's going to fall. So another hit. Dawson Robb didn't do much with it, but took the curveball and just went to left field with it.
Yeah, almost the same thing as Wyatt Hall. Wyatt Hall hit
The
his.
designated hitter, number 12.
Obviously a little better than Dawson Robb right there, but he got just enough, put the ball in play, and let it find some grass out
and
there.
they're seeing the curveball. I think let's come with that hard one right there. Struck 1.
Yeah, you're right. There's a time to use the curveball, and then there's time not to. And right there, really no need to. Just challenge them with the fastball till they prove they can hit the fastball. Then you start mixing it up on them.
Yeah, both hits have come off of the curveball. Yeah, so there he strike 2. Just threw that one by Millett. Yeah, you got that. He's got kind of the riding fastball is going in. It's going to tail from the right-handers. Got some good zip on it. So 0-2.
Yeah, look, Millett wanted Coach Townsend down there at third base to run through the signs again.
Strike 2. That's that cut fastball right there that got him.
Yeah. Well, and when I say run through the signs again, it's holler out the number system again. Like you mentioned, they're one of the teams that use that. I personally am a fan of just sticking with signs. And
me too. I like the traditional part of baseball.
And just the yelling across, just give signs and communicate that way. And
first pitch to Connor Robinson's up.
But you're seeing that kind of more and more with just baseball and softball in general.
So the 1-ball pitch to Robson. That was his quick move. That's not what they call the balk move.
Yeah.
fine line there between a good Bach move and the Bach move. Where that leg goes. He's got a high leg kick, but he does it quick. He gets to the plate in a hurry. 1-1.
Yeah, good pitch right there from Freeman. And like you said, just a freshman, but you would never expect it. Might have got some blood as he slid back into. Yeah. Band-aid or something from his elbow. I think slide
blood
back
time.
in. He kind of just got scuffed up.
Start the clock. We got blood time. Yeah, we got blood. The base runner there at first.
He dove back head first and, scuffed his elbow there on the dirt. Sometimes the dirt can be a little bit abrasive right there. And
Dawson Robb, we're having trouble
I think he was
finding.
showing the coach, too, after the first time, but then that second time getting back in. Heroin getting the old training bag out, and they'll just run some pre-wrap and tape around it, I guess.
Yeah, going to come to the dugout for some treatment. Well, we got a second while we have a look at from the V6 Media sponsors. Gateway Sinclair, locally owned and operated, has served Duchesne for 22 years. Stop by for a car, truck wash, Subway sandwich, hot stuff pizza, and lots of delicious snacks. They also have a free RV dump, clean bathrooms, and the friendliest staff around. Jones Paint and Glass has high-quality paint brands, including designer favorite Benjamin Moore at affordable prices. Visit their design experts in Vernal or Roosevelt to find the right color and paint for your next project. Larson Haslam Dental in Roosevelt has the latest dental technology and offers same-day crowns. Dr. Jake Richardson is accepting new patients. Call 722-0101 to schedule your next appointment. Coverage today sponsored in part by State Representative Christine Watkins. She's a strong rural advocate for oil and gas, small business, education, and the Second Amendment. Uinta Basin Healthcare's mission is caring for our communities through access to compassionate, quality health care and investing in those we serve. Boone Lake Electric, a locally owned association with over 83 years, providing dependable and affordable electric service to its membership. Its well-trained workforce of 90 employees and its state-of-the-art electrical system have set a standard of excellence in the electric utility industry. I think we're back ready for action here. Connor Robson at the plate with 2 outs and a 1-1 count. Riker Freeman ready to deal. Here's the pitch. That riding fastball stays up for ball 2.
Yeah, when Freeman's good is when he's getting that ball down in the zone and just really pounding it knees and corners. And that one he kind of lifted a little bit up in the zone, belt high.
There's a fastball on the outside corner for strike 2.
Yeah, and right here, no reason to even change speeds. Stick with the fastball.
Yep. You've got the number 8 hitter in the lineup up there. Go at him. There's the pitch. There it is. Got him. Strike 3.
Just sticks with the fastball and blows it right past Robinson.
Yep, third strikeout.
The coaching staff and the players for South Severe are pretty pumped because after 2 goose eggs, they get a chance to come and add to their 3-run lead.
So he'll get a chance to come back out there. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and the 1 runner left on base. So after 1.5, it's 3-0 South Severe. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Prepare on the second, no run. No errors, 1 runner left on base.
At V6 Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help by delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help.
Leading off for South Sevier in the second, the right fielder number 7, Hagen Burrell.
A 3-run inning for the South Sevier Rams. 8 hitters to the plate. So 0-1 to Hagen Morrell. Down and in for ball 1.
Yeah, Morrell, the right fielder, he's the only senior on this team. Batting from the left-hand side. He's just like another leadoff, though, but he has some pop, too, in his bat.
And that's one to slap the left side. The ball was on the outside portion of the plate, and he just went that way with it.
Yeah, that's the one thing with this South Sevier team is they do a really good job of hitting the ball where it's pitched, and that's why already six hits, and we're just barely in the top of the bottom half of the second inning.
So Riley Barney comes up after he had a single and scored the first run back in the first. So Hagen Morrell's got good speed. We'll see if they choose to test Christian Bost. He's set up to throw. He's going, and that ball gets away from him.
Yeah, he's another one of those kids with a lot of speed. We've seen some speed on the base pass earlier today and even yesterday, but Hagen Morrell's one of those. He runs a lot of fly balls down out there in right field and gets to balls that normally most people wouldn't.
So 1 ball to Riley Barney, runner on second. Garber looks him back. Here's the pitch up. Curveball stays up. Ball 2. So the 0-2 or the 2-0, I should say, coming to Riley Barney from Trevin Yardley. It's on its way. Nope. Umpire says nope, it's inside. Ball 3.
Yeah, Yardley was kind of putting out his hand like what's going on, but you know Barney has every right to be right on the.
He's there as close as he can be, ain't he? And still be legal. He knew it. Called strike. Automatic.
Yeah, 3-1.
Something 3-0 between the stripes on the batter's boxes is more than likely going to get you a called strike.
Yeah, Boss is going to go out there and talk to Yardley again, but at the same time, Riley Barney's got to be sitting on one pitch in one zone looking for his favorite pitch to hit right here on this 3-1 count. And if he doesn't get it, then turn around and look for it on full count.
So the 3-1 pitch. On its way. Outside corner, strike 2. Riley Barney knew it. He's a good hitter, though, with 2 strikes. Blue's going to go out and talk to Townsend, Coach Jed Townsend.
Yeah, and I think they're just trying to let him know where they're at pitch count-wise and try to keep track of things, but, you know.
Yeah, he asked if he had 35 even. The coach came over. Wonder about that. That looks to me like maybe they're going to make a change.
Yeah, I don't know. It's early in the game still. I mean, if anything, they'd probably try to keep him for sure under the 60, but.
Well, he's looking in the dugout and asking what's going on, trying to get the pitch count. Yep, I think they're going to bring it. Looks like they got number 42. Who's number 42 here?
That's Bo Millett.
Bo Millett, number 42. Bo Millett's going to come in. So, was that a straight change? Yardley coming out.
No, right. Yardley's going to stay in the game. Someone else come out. I wasn't sure.
Attention, please. Now pitching for Parowan, number 42, Bo Miller.
It might have been the second baseman, Porter Jackman, that came out.
I'll bet it is. Yeah.
That's what it was.
So Porter Jackman comes out. Trevin Yardley go to second base.
Yeah, and Bo Millett, we saw him. He threw a really good game last year in the state tournament as well. Got a pretty good bender right there as you see him warming up. But, Parowan trying to probably just do the 35. You can do 75 in 2 days, but that allows Yardley to pitch at least 40 tomorrow.
That's exactly right. Playing for another day, so we're trying to get so number 1.
That's Yardley. He'll go to shortstop.
Going to shortstop.
Townsend moves from shortstop to second base, and then the second baseman, Porter Jackman, comes out as Bo Millett goes in for him.
Okay, so the new pitch is going to be Bo Millett. Yardley goes from pitcher to shortstop. Matt Townsend goes from shortstop to second base. I think we're up to date. So Bo Millett will face Ridge Tebbs.
Yeah, Bo Millett will get a chance to see what these South Severe hitters are made of, and they've knocked a lot of pitchers out throughout the course of this year as they've been at the top of the RPI and pretty much stayed there, finishing number 1 overall.
We saw Bo Millett last year in the state tournament. I actually saw him with 2 stints. He pitched in both ball games last year, doing something similar to they did just here right now. They had saved him up enough that he could pitch in both ball games. All right, so we got no outs.
Full count, too. He comes in with the full count.
And the ball's in the dirt. Bose tries to go to third base. Nope. So on the ball that skips off the chest protector for ball 4, Barney's at first base.
The shortstop, number 1,
first base balls.
Ridge Tebbs.
Well, and Hagen Morels is aggressive as you see as far as base runners here in this tournament. He's one of those high energy guys as well, and reads that one perfectly, gets down to third base.
So, Ridge Tebbs didn't like how long Millett was taking. He steps out. Ridge struck out looking his first time up and trying to redeem himself here. His first look at Bo Millett. Millett looking hard at Barney there at first base. Looks to third. Pitch is up for ball 1. Yeah. Boss comes up out of there. He's ready to throw. It looks like they may trade that out or attempt that. Pick him, throw him out at second base. But Morel, like you talk, he's pretty aggressive. If that ball goes past the pitcher, he's going to go. Ball 2's in the dirt. Had a good secondary, but decided to retreat.
Yeah, you got to make up your mind out there, Riley Barney. Ball in the dirt. Am I going to go? Am I not? And a little bit indecisive out there, as he probably should have just been going on ball in dirt. And
probably anybody but Christian Boss behind the plate. He might have, Boss is in their mind because they know they've seen him. They've sat and watched a couple ball games. That ball's up for ball 3.
Yeah, well, and then the count right now, like you say, 2-0 now 3-0. That dictates sometimes too, but still you got to know what you're going to do as far as game plan on the bases. And this is Bost. He's been out to the pitcher, whether it was Yardley or even twice now with Millett. Not sure what the discussion is, but they continue to go out and talk.
Well, yeah, and that's typically uncharacteristic of Barney to be a little hesitant there. Tabbs is going to get out there like he's going to bunt. Got the third baseman charging. He's going to watch strike one.
Yeah, and sometimes showing that early, it just obviously tells the pitcher that I am just taking. Sometimes it gets in their head, sometimes it doesn't, but Millett doesn't let it affect him and comes right down the middle with strike one.
So 3-1. Ball's in the dirt. So all the other stuff we talked about is irrelevant for the base on balls. Second base on balls in the game. First for Bo Millett.
And if you're South Sevier, probably the hottest hitter on the team right now, Keegan Heath, batting in the 3 spot, just been on fire as far as hitting the baseball, and he comes up with a chance to tack on to this 3-0 lead with loaded bases.
And he's got the pop in his bat that he could make one disappear as well. Millett from the full windup. Here's the pitch. Curveball stays up. So he gets Keegan Heath gets a free look at the curveball from Bo Millett, the one that stays up. Keegan holds up on a curveball in the dirt. 2 straight curveballs.
Yeah, really patient at the plate, good eye, and laying off that curveball. Now he's got 2-0 count, hitters count.
Bases loaded. Full of South Sevier Rams. Here's the pitch. Keegan drives one at the shortstop, pulled in. They're going to come home, but the throw pulls him off. Both are safe all the way around. Throw came home, but pulled him off.
Yep.
So then he tried to throw behind the runner at first base, and the run scores. Go ahead, Coach.
I was just going to say, you know, that's a tough one as a catcher. You really almost got to set up like the first baseman, but that ball was just too far up the line. But I don't think he was really on the base either to where Yardley knew where he was throwing the ball.
So the first error in the ball game for the Parowan Rams. Throwing error on the third baseman, or shortstop, I guess. Curveball misses to Tate Brown, batting from the left side. Ball 1. Bases are still loaded.
Yeah,
one run across, no out.
Tate Brown with the double and 2 RBIs. Or 1 RBI, excuse me.
Insider. Thought that might be in Tate Brown's wheelhouse, but he laid off. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Tate Brown. Inside, way inside from Bo Millett.
It was 2 RBIs, right? He
yeah.
He got 2 RBIs, that's right.
I had to mark him down, but he did score the 2 runs. Riley Barney and Keegan Heath.
Yeah.
Mark him down now. All 4 straight pitches.
Yeah, and this is a tough situation. I didn't really get a chance to see, but do you bring Bo Millett in? And I'm not sure if he just coming in cold off the bench or if he was down warming up in the bullpen. I don't think he was. I think he's just coming in off the bench, and Parowan expected him to get the job done right now. Hasn't really found the zone.
Yep, there was nobody down in the bullpen that we saw.
He does get the ground ball, but then the errant throw by Yardley, no outs.
Curveball, strike 1 to Peyton Ingram. So I think it's first curveball he's been able to dial in there.
Yeah, and South Sevier with the early 5-0 lead, still loaded bases and no outs here in the bottom of the second.
Another curveball, same thing.
Yeah, Ingram he kind of tracked it, but just let it come in, and that was right on the inside part of the plate. Good pitch from Bo Millett.
Infield in for Parowan Rams. So if you can just get something hard on the ground somewhere, you got a good chance of getting one in a gap somewhere. Shortens everything up.
In center field, kind of shallow. right field and left field a little bit deeper, but shallow out in center field.
Curveball, yep, pulled in. That would have probably been an out on the normal. Going to be a play at the plate, but it's going to be the throws off. Another 2-run RBI, this time for Peyton Ingram.
Yeah, Ingram with his second hit of the game picks up 2 ribbies, and South Sevier doing what they've done all year long, and that's just scoring runs and hitting the baseball.
So 7-0. We're in the bottom of the second. Still no outs. Runners at first and second. Tate Brown, Peyton Ingram, Biggs Northup coming to the plate. Biggs had a base hit his last time, his first time up, back in the first inning. Takes one up and in for ball 1. So they put up 3 in the first inning. They've already put up 4 here in the second with no outs. Did the South Sevier Rams. Runners at first and second. Here's the pitch. Inside the Biggs Northup for ball 2. Bo Miller's really struggling to find a consistent portion of that strike zone.
Yeah, and South Sevier going to send Ridge Tebbs down to get warm in the bullpen.
That's good. That's a good plan, because then when they bring him in, because I'm pretty sure he's going to have to bring him in at some portion of this next inning. If they don't start him, then he's not coming in cold.
Well, the other thing too, though, you could start him fresh with the inning, and then you just save pitches for Freeman for tomorrow.
Or he could come in and face one more batter, maybe a Shaden Benson, something like that, in a tough situation later in the ball game.
Exactly right. Biggs Northup with the single and the RBI, looking for his second hit, and another RBI opportunity with Tate Brown standing out at second base.
That ball is ripped past. They're going to hold up Tate Brown. Anybody else probably other than Tate Brown on the ball club, they would have probably sent him right there. But Tate's got a bum wheel.
Yeah, and Biggs Northup just turned on the inside pitch, ripped it down the line, and
Coach.
This isn't Coach Townsend, no doubt, but Shane Williamson, the pitching coach, going to go out and have a visit with Bo Millet.
Let's stay here. We'll get another shout out to some of the V6 media sponsors. Gateway St. Clair is a locally owned and operated and has served Duchesne for 22 years. Stop by for a car or truck wash, Subway sandwich, hot stuff pizza, and lots of delicious snacks. They also have a free RV dump, clean bathrooms, and the friendliest staff around. So if you're in the Uinta Basin, go out there and check them out. Jones Paint and Glass has high-quality paint brands, including designer favorite Benjamin Moore at affordable prices. Visit their design experts in Vernal or Roosevelt to find the right color and paint for your next project. So the pitching coach is going to come back. We'll make a quick return to action here. No outs. Bases full of Rams. That's the way it's been most of this inning. 4 runs across. Canyon Okerlund at the plate. Struck out looking. His first down up. That was against Trevin Yardley. Facing Bo Millet now. Millet steps off. Everybody gets back. Tate Brown at third. Peyton Ingram at second. Biggs Northup at first. So ball 1 upstairs.
Canyon Okerlund struck out. He tried to maybe lay a bunt down at one point, and then ended up not needing to, and then just didn't get the
curveball. Freezes him there.
Yeah, Coach Williamson just went out, talked to Millet, settled him down. Still no outs here in the bottom of the second inning, and South Sever's already plated 4 runs.
So the 1-1. Curveball stays up. Tough situation for Bo Millet to come in when he did, with already a full count on the man he was facing, and,
Well, with South Severe already, the momentum, Yardley struggling against them. They were just pounding him, and then Millett comes in, and it's continued with the South Severe lineup.
Strike 2 catches that outside corner. Oakland steps out. Looks at coach, third base, steps back in. 2-2. Oh, it's one in the dirt.
Yeah, Oakland's second strikeout. He's upset with himself, but a good-looking curveball that time for Millett. Drops it down, and Christian Boss doing a nice job keeping it front, but with first base occupied and less than 2 outs, the batter's out, so that brings up Riker Freeman, the pitcher.
Yep, the 9th batter in the inning. Riker Freeman. He popped up to the shortstop his first time up, just missed one on that outside portion. That's where he was looking, to that left side. Millett steps out, so does Riker Freeman.
Yeah, Millett throwing out of the windup now.
Freeman steps back in and looks like we're ready to go. Here's a pitch from Millett. Fastball stays up.
Boss going out again. They must be struggling with signs today, just trying to figure things out.
Big smile on Millett's face. Maybe just a little encouragement there, and go out and tell him a joke.
Yeah.
Relax, settle him down a little bit. There's the pitch. That one's fouled off. Tell him going out and tell a joke. I got to get down on our UHSAA assistant director here, Brennan Jackson. Probably went out and said, hey, UHSAA here's, we're safe. We're protected. He got a big laugh out of that, too. That's hit towards the first baseman, Shaden Benson. That's going to go foul.
Yeah, Benson wisely let that one go foul. Otherwise, another run crosses the plate. Only play he would have had was probably there at first base. Wasn't hit hard enough. But now it's a 1-2 count, and Freeman, popped up the shortstop. Capable of driving in a couple right here, but he's down in the count.
Got to protect. Curveball on the outside, when he swung over the top of it.
Yeah, back-to-back strikeouts is, looks like Millett's kind of finally figured out that curveball and got it dialed in right now.
Hagen Morrell, now he can hit a curveball, so you don't want to hang one like that up there to Hagen Morrell.
He's the one that started this inning.
Yeah.
Got the single into left field, and then got a stolen base and picked up third on a pass ball.
Here's the pitch to Morrell. Ooh. Hard to figure out how that one could catch the corner where that catcher caught it.
Yeah, kind of a backdoor curveball, just caught the outside part.
That's all we'll say about that one. So the 0-1, 2 outs. Same pitch, same location.
Yeah, and Millett's got a big smile on his face. He's feeling pretty good about it. And, if you're Hagen Morrell, you got to think that's probably coming again here. They've thrown curveballs to Okerlund and Freeman, and then 2 back-to-back on the outside part of the plate.
Here's the 0-2. Up comes down and in. Good stop there by Bost.
Well, Bost was almost standing up, too, like they wanted a high fastball, and they threw that one in the dirt. Kind of surprised right there on just what was going on.
Millett steps off. He's going to listen. Coach talking to him here. Mining's got 2 outs, rocking fire. He's ahead 1-2. Here to Hagen Morrell, the number 9 hitter. Don't let that fool you. Dangerous at the plate. Takes that to the left side. Fielded a low throw. Good dig there. Says he pulled.
I'll tell you what, that was a scoop from Benson, though. I'm not sure how he even scooped that ball.
So after
Yardley, another errant throw, but Benson he's a heck of a first baseman, no question, but he scooped that, but it was off the bag. But it's amazing that he was able to even scoop that, as Coach Townsend's going to go out and call to the bullpen.
So when he says, all right, with that, we'll take a break in the action. You're with Willie Akers and Nolan Anderson here at Gates Field on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
The second baseman, number 3, Riley Barney.
Riley Barney, a right-handed batter, and first pitch behind him.
And I got to see the tailing action on the Luke Millett pitch firsthand, coming right at me. Here's the 1-ball pitch. That's going to stay upstairs for ball 2.
Yeah, right now, if you're Coach Baker, you got to have the take sign on, make him throw a strike, because a walk's another run, and it gets you that one more run closer to 10-run rule. Obviously, you're going to have to play defense for a couple more innings still, but still, you'll take every run you can get.
That's hits off. Oh, that lucky one there. The ball off the mound and bounced up to Trevin Yardley, was able to come across and step on the base. Otherwise, I think that ball was headed to center field.
Yeah, it was, but because it did hit the mound, it slowed it down, it bounced it up, and Trevin Yardley made a really good play to go get it, and beat the base runner to second base to get that third out, but at the same time, that almost got up the middle and would have scored 2.
So we had 5 runs on. I just had the 3 hits that time around there. Yep, 3 hits. There were 2 errors on the Rams and 3 runners left on base. So after 2 complete, it's 8-0 Sevier Rams. South Sevier Rams. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
2 parallel errors, 3 runners left on base.
At V6 Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help by delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help.
Sports leader,
KSBC.
Okay, we're going to start the top of the 3rd inning here. We got some changes. We got number 1, Ridge Tebbs pitching. Riley Barney moves from second to shortstop. Tyson Robb enters in place of Riker Freeman. He'll play second base. So Ridge Tebbs will start off. He'll face 9-1-2 in the order for the Parowan Rams. Matt Townsend, who's been a tough out every time we've watched him. First pitch, called strike 1 from Ridge Tebbs.
Yeah, good looking pitch from Ridge Tebbs, and that's the way you want to start. And I think that's a smart move by Coach Baker going to Ridge Tebbs right here versus, bringing him in mid-inning. Just go with him, start the inning. Had a chance to go down there and get warmed up and get ready to go.
Yeah, ball 1 in the dirt. So 1-1, Tebbs to Townsend. That one's up, fouled off to the right-hand side.
And this works out really well if South Sevier can go on to finish this game out with a victory. Then you can turn around and start your lefty Riker Freeman again tomorrow and use him till he hits the 75 mark, and then figure it out from that point on. But early run support makes a huge difference.
Let's hit out to Barney. Throw to first. Got him. Just.
Yeah, really good play right there. Riley Barney with the backhand. Nice and smooth, zips it over there, and then throws it to first base.
Coach can go over there and talk to the first base umpire, trying to say that he was off the base. They're going to go talk to the home plate umpire. These things are very seldom turned around like this. Don't want one umpire showing up the other, but they're going to call him out. They stuck with the play. So the 6-3 put out. It's out number 1.
If you're Coach Townsend too, you got to do that. First base coach, Coach Gardley down there at first base, felt like he was off the bag, and so Townsend went and checked, but he didn't get totally upset. So,
your fans and your players want that too. They want that out of you. So the 0-1 to the leadoff hitter, Trevin Yardley. The first pitch, Trevin Yardley's down for ball 1. Next pitch, outside for ball 2.
Yeah, that didn't miss by much. That was a pretty good looking pitch right there.
That one's up. Fouled off to the backstop back here.
To help us, please return all
above
foul
us.
balls to the dugout area.
Yeah, Trevin Yardley struck out, obviously facing the lefty Riker Freeman, first time facing Ridge Tebbs.
That ball's going to tail in, got in under the hands. It's that riding fastball that got some good movement in on the right-handers. I think it got Peyton Ingram. He's going to go out.
Yeah, take a
break here and
then probably talk about this next pitch right here. It's a great opportunity versus call a pitch, get it figured out what you want to do. Ridge Tebbs falls behind 2-0, but comes back with 2 straight strikes to even the count at 2s.
So 2-2 with 1 out. That ball ripped center field for a base hit. Third hit in the ball game. He's going to take 2 as the ball was bobbled in center field.
Yeah, that ball was kind of up in the zone, and Yardley with 2 strikes says, I can hit that, drives it into center field, and then a little bit of a bobble out there by Heath, and then Yardley turns on the wheels, slides in safely at second base.
First baseman number 22, Shaden Benson.
So another error. Brings up Shaden Benson. Ball outside. Yeah, he's going to be careful here to Shaden Benson, trying to keep it away. His wheelhouse in the middle half in.
Yeah, especially with first base open.
Ball 2. That one's upstairs.
Yeah, and that one was a pretty good pitch when you consider you got Benson standing
6-7.
there 6-7. That's a pretty good pitch right there from Ridge Tebbs, but ball 3.
Ball 4. So the first base on balls given up by the pitching staff of the Sassaville Rams.
The catcher, number 31, Christian Boss.
Yeah, that's going to bring up Christian Boss. He grounded out to second base his last time up. Pair one with runners here now at first and second. 1 out. Ridge Tebbs trying to go right after Christian Boss here and get his second out.
First pitch to Bost. Now it's going to get him in the back. So the hit by pitch is going to load it up. First hit by pitch. And it's Tebbs. Freeman's going to go out and talk to him. Pitching coach is going to come out and talk to him. Well, we got a little break in the action. We're going to see if we can get another word on the
Well, this is smart. Just go out there and say, hey, we got an 8-run lead, 1 out. Let's just settle in.
Larson Haslam Dental in Roosevelt has the latest dental technology and offers same-day crowns. Dr. Jake Richardson is accepting new patients. Call 722-0101 to schedule your appointment. The coverage today is sponsored in part by State Representative Christine Watkins. She's a strong rural advocate of oil and gas, small businesses, education, and the Second Amendment. So, Jason Little, got the bases loaded. This ain't the man you want to see up there. There's 2 of them in the lineup. This is number 2, Shaden Benson, the other one. But he's going to see him with 1 out. Here's the first pitch right there, strike 1.
Yeah, you got to like the competitiveness of Ridge Tebbs, who just says, that's fine, I'm going to go right at you. Comes back, fire and strike 1.
Strike 2, fouled off to the right-hand side. Keeping him away, you pitch him away. That's where you want to pitch him away. Make him get out of his comfort zone, have to take something the opposite way. He likes that pitch, like say in the middle half.
Well, I think Ridge Tebbs is more comfortable out of the windup too.
That's a curveball, it's ripped. That's going to get all the way to the wall. That's going to score at least 2. That's going to 3 because he bobbled it. That's going to clear the bases.
Yeah, and that was just a curveball, kind of left it up in the zone right there. And Chase Little puts a nice swing on it.
Yeah, they have trouble. Looks like people have been having trouble today getting the ball out of the underneath the fence out there. They've got the, I don't know what that is, if that's woodbine or whatever that's growing on the fence out there.
Center fielder, number 28, Wyatt Hall.
So that brings up Wyatt Hall.
Yeah, Wyatt Hall had the first hit of the game for Parowan and then was picked off of first base.
Oh, they just hit him. So that puts 2 runners on.
And
Second hits by
Coach
pitch.
Baker's going to go out.
They're going to have to make a change. Then Coach Ram's already been out. Or Coach Brown, I mean. So we'll get a little break in the action here. See if we can't get another word here from the Uinta Basin Healthcare's mission is caring for our communities through access to compassionate quality health care and investing in those we serve. Moon Lake Electric is a locally owned association with over 83 years of providing dependable and affordable electric service to its membership. Its well-trained workforce of 90 employees and its state-of-the-art electrical system to set standard of excellence in the electrical utility industry. So, new pitcher.
Now pitching for South Sevier.
Is who?
It's going to be Tyson Robb.
Tyson Robb, who just came into the ball game here a little bit ago. So Tyson Robb. So Riley Barney will probably go back to second base. Tebbs will go to shortstop, I'm guessing. We'll wait and see here.
Yeah, it looks like that's the way it's going to go. And Tyson Robb actually came into the game when they pulled out Riker Freeman, so just allows him to bump over from second base into pitcher.
Little different arm slot. He's going to come from 3/4 to side arm. Curveball's going to go about 9 to 5. So we got Dawson Robb facing Tyson Robb with 1 out. 3 runs across in the inning. 2 runners on. First pitch from Tyson Robb to Dawson Robb. Fouled off to the right-hand side. Going after him first pitch.
That's what you want to see, you know, challenge the hitters. Dawson Robb right there got a good swing on it, but fouled it straight back, and he got a single over into short left field his first time up. Kind of one of those little pop-ups into left, but it was just not far enough for the left fielder to get to it.
Nick pitches up. He dropped down a little more sidearm on that one, did he? Show a little different arm angle. Ball stayed up. Got a riding fastball. Is going to tail in on the right-handers. You ready to go? 1-1 pitch. Oh, another hit by pitcher. That's 3 this inning. It's going to load the bases.
Yeah, and it's not like they're trying to get hit by any stretch of the imagination. The ball's just kind of riding in on them, and you know, just Parowan just turning and getting hit right square in the back on that one.
I don't know where he could go to get out of that. He couldn't duck, or it's going to get you in the butt.
That's going to bring up Luke Millett. He struck out his first time up.
Well, was close to being inside again.
Yeah, and South Sevier still working that inside part of the plate. Maybe that's part of the reason they're hitting guys, but trying to keep the ball in on the hands of these Parowan hitters.
Another one up and in. 0-2. Walks a run here. You cut the deficit in half. You walk a runner in here. 8-3. Top of 3. 3 runs across in the inning on 2 hits.
That was a good pitch from Rob right there, just right in under the hands, and Millett swings over the top of it. But I think obviously the game plan is don't get anything out over the plate where they can extend their hands and drive the baseball, but at the same time you don't want to keep hitting batters.
Up, swing and miss, even things up, yeah. No defense for the base on balls we talked about.
No, and Rich Tebbs looked really good out there on the mound. He was comfortable. Rob, same thing, just sometimes that's the way it goes. South Severe's getting the bullpen warmed up too still, just in case they need to go to him.
2-2, fouled off. They stay alive. Be the 6th pitch in the at-bat for Luke Millett. 8-3. 8 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors for the South Severe Rams, 3, 4, and 1 for the Parowan Rams. Here's the pitch.
Peyton Ingram held it right there, trying to make sure that the umpire got a good look at it, but just a little up in the zone, which he hasn't called it. We mentioned even when Benson was up being 6-7, his ball was kind of top of the zone, but they weren't calling it.
So the payoff pitch fouled off to the third base side. Curtis Townsend going to track that one down. So 2 foul balls after the 2-strike count. Quality at bat here for Luke Millett, regardless of what happens. Right here, heating up a lot of pitches. Tyson Robb. Here's the payoff pitch again. Oh, in the dirt. It's going to score 1.
Yeah, Parowan, after being down 8-0, coming up with a big inning right here in the top of the 3rd.
So that's going to bring up
the left fielder, number 23,
Connor Robinson.
Be
the 9th batter in the inning.
Yeah, and right now 2 walks, 3 hit batters, a single and a double.
Ball outside for ball 1. Yeah, the wheels have kind of come apart here. They come off the wagon for the South Severe Rams. Parowan's cut the deficit in half this inning with 4 runs. 1 ball pitch. That Robinson calls for a timeout. They finally got the word to Tyson Robb out there.
Yeah, still only 1 out too, Willie. South Severe looking to get that 2nd out.
This all happened with 1 out. First batter out 6-3 was Matt Townsend. Nothing's happened good for South Severe since then. There's a strike.
Well, we saw this yesterday. South Severe gets down early to Kanab 8-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then came storming back, and right now Parowan down early 8-0, and they're storming back.
So bases full. 1-1, 1 out. Robinson at the plate. Fakes the bunt. Gonna get him at home plate. The suicide squeeze went on. Robinson couldn't get the ball down. So out number 2 at the plate. Runners do move up.
Yeah, that was just a curveball, and there was really not much Robinson could do on that one. That's one of those you try to pick a pitch that it's going to work on, and that time South Severe had a better pitch for that particular call than what Parowan had on.
Well, that ball gets by Ingram, going to be a play at the plate, but he's safe. So they couldn't get it with the squeeze, they get it with the wild pitch. Evens the count at 2-2.
We got 2-2, 2 outs on the scoreboard now.
So they've matched what South Severe did there in the bottom of the 2nd with 5 of their own here in the top of the 3rd.
Yeah,
the eraser out.
You know, it's amazing, too, because South Severe was lively in the dugout and had all the momentum, and it's totally shifted to Parowan right now.
Curveball gets him.
Yeah, good-looking curveball to get the strikeout there.
But they come up with 5 runs. They do it on, I just have 2 hits. 1 error, 3 runners left on. So after 2.5, it's 8-5. South Severe over Parowan. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Since 1947, Barney Trucking has built a reputation of unparalleled customer service and satisfaction in the trucking industry. Barney Trucking is now hiring drivers statewide, including Beaver, Millard, Sevier, San Pete, Juab, Carbon, Emery, Utah, and Salt Lake counties, as well as many other locations. The job includes a home daily schedule, excellent pay, benefits, training, retirement, a positive work environment, and requires a Class A CDL license with doubles endorsement. To apply, go to barneyjobs.com. That's barneyjobs.com.
Barrett's Food Town has been your hometown grocer since 1935, earning your business every day with its fast, friendly, and convenient services. Barrett's meat department is second to none. You don't have to call someone out of the back room to get that special cut of meat you desire and deserve. You don't have to play card games or put up with troublesome gimmicks. You save money every time you shop Barrett's Food Town. Barrett's Food Town supports local schools and sporting events. Shop Barrett's Food Town in Salina or click on barrettsfoodtown.com or follow Barrett's on Facebook.
DP Curtis Trucking works hard to move America and get their drivers home on the weekend. DP Curtis hires reliable drivers with competitive starting pay and raises after 90 days. Additional pay for tarps, drops, picks, and additional trailers. Employment options include insurance, 401k, paid vacation, and attainable bonuses and more. Why would you drive for anyone else? Call DP Curtis Trucking for details, 435-893-2886. That's 893-2886, or click on dpcurtis.com.
Your home for high school sports.
KSBC.
Well, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here at Gates Field, where we saw the Parowan Rams claw their way back in it with 5 runs in the top of the third. South Severe coming to bat in the bottom of the third. They'll have Ridge Tebbs. It's 2-3-4. Ridge Tebbs, Keegan Heath, and Tate Brown. Ridge is 0 for 1 on a strikeout base on balls and scored a run. First pitch from Luke Millett. Upstairs for ball 1. So I don't think there's really a reason to panic. The South Severe's forte is scoring runs. They're just going to have to score a bunch of them this bar, and that's fouled off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, and they still have the 3-1 lead. You know, they're out hitting Parowan 8-4. I mean, 8 hits in 2 innings is quite a few. Some teams don't even get 8 hits in a ball game. So South Severe's just got to continue to hit the baseball.
And they're not facing an overpowering pitcher.
No, he's got a little bit different delivery. Kind of even after his body's kind of flailing all over out there, even after he does deliver the pitch, but you just got to focus on the baseball, not worry about the delivery.
Oh, that's, you couldn't see where that was hit to
right to the pitcher. He got a one-hopper, gloved it and flipped it to first base for the out.
So the G1.
Center fielder number 22.
Yeah, I was blocked out by the home plate umpire. Couldn't see what happened there on that one. So 1 out. That'll bring up Keegan Heath. He's been on twice. Fielder's choice and a base hit. Scored 2 runs. Swing and miss it. One that's up in the strike zone.
Yeah, that's where South Severe's going to hurt themselves. We saw that early on yesterday with Kanab chasing that high pitch.
Now Leon can't get too anxious. Do have still a 3-run lead.
Well, right there, Heath had a chance to wear one. I understand you don't want to be hit by the pitch, but that's the difference with Parowan is they just stood in there and took them.
Badge of honor for the Parowan Rams here, and they've got plenty of badges today. Here's 1-1 upstairs for ball 2.
Well, and really for the most part, too, if you're South Severe, you're just going to sit on a fastball. You're going to get a pitch down in the count or down in the zone where you want it and just sit on a fastball. But don't help the pitcher out.
So the 2-1 to Keegan Heath. He can pop that into the right-hand side. Both right fielder Dawson Robb comes in for the F9. The second out. So Tate Brown, that's what you want. Just went out and scored 5 runs. You want to come back and shut down the opposition, get the bats back in your own hands. Just look down, a reminder out there in left field, 2,155 miles to Cooperstown. Ball down to Tate Brown for ball 1.
Yeah, I heard one of the fans kind of heckling the grounds crew saying, how many miles is it to Cooperstown? And he says, well, that depends on where you start.
Yep. Ball 2 upstairs. But if you're one of them that talked about the geolocation, apparently 2,155 miles from right where we are here today,
yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, if it starts here, that's the distance.
That ball's driven to the left-hand side. The left fielder come in. He's got it. That's Connie Robson with a good running catch. The F7's going to end things for the Rams in this half. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. After 2 complete, it's 8-5. South Severe will be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Hello, this is Brenda Bartholomew, CEO of Gunnison Valley Hospital. We are celebrating 90 years this year. We're planning on celebrating all year long. On behalf of the providers, past and present, and our amazing staff, we extend a thank you to all who have been with us in this journey of success. We've loved taking care of the people of Central Utah since 1932. We look forward to serving you for the next 90 years.
The Intermountain Power Service Corporation is committed to supporting our local schools, communities, and the economies of Central and South Central Utah. Each year, IPSC's 2 950-megawatt generating units provide 3 million megawatt hours of energy for communities in Utah and Southern California. The Intermountain Power Project ranks among the best of coal-based power plants in reliability, cost-effectiveness, and environmental responsibility. IPSC, honored to sponsor this sports broadcast.
Jones and DeMille Engineering is proud to be a part of Utah's rural communities and loves to cheer on the youth of rural Utah. We take great pride in helping shape the quality of life by offering full engineering and architectural services, municipal and private business software solutions, and community involvement. Jones and DeMille is your go-to resource for planning, funding, designing, and infrastructure needs. We strive to serve with a professional, personalized rural touch to provide value that reaches beyond the project. Jones and DeMille Engineering, shaping the quality of life together.
Life's hard. Don't make it harder. Shop the Jorgensen Automotive Group. The Jorgensen Auto Group bursts the bubble of the big city car deals. Jorgensen Ford Richfield, Jorgensen Chevrolet Ephraim, dealing experiences that fit your lifestyle and budget. You can even shop from the seat of your britches at both Jorgensen dealerships. Sit down or pull over and click on jorgford.com or jorgchev.com. Start your lifestyle story free of the after-deal remorse you often get in the big city. Enjoy the experience at the Jorgensen Automotive Group.
Harmon Tire in Nephi is proud to sponsor this broadcast of high school sports and wants to wish the Juab Wasps good luck. Harmon Tire, 895 North Main in Nephi, has been a family-owned business since 1973, providing Nephi and the surrounding areas with exceptional service for over 40 years. Harmon Tire specializes in tires, alignments, brakes, steering, suspension, wheels, shocks, struts, and more. Stop by Harmon Tire on Main Street in Nephi or give them a call at 435-623-0720. That's Harmon Tire in Nephi. Go Wasps!
Your connection for high school sports.
KSBC.
Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here where the Parowan Rams will start off where they started off the last inning with Matt Townsend. That combination worked for 5 runs. New pitcher, Stockton Roberts. He replaces Tyson Robb. First pitch. Popped up. That could be trouble. Biggs Northrup comes in and corrals that one for out number 1.
Yeah, Roberts, we saw him a little bit yesterday. Gets a chance to come in here fresh, starting an inning, and got warmed up really well and looks pretty good.
Same exact way, though. They started with first out from Townsend and went on to get 5 runs, so that brings top of the order Trevin Yardley to the plate. First pitch from Roberts, popped up. That's going to get out of play.
Reminder,
Strike one.
to please help us with all foul balls and please return them to the dugout area.
In fact, I'm not sure. Unofficially, Roberts might have got the win yesterday.
Yeah.
I can't remember for sure.
I don't either. I slept. That's popped up to the right-hand side. That could be trouble. Nope. Hagen Morrell, I forgot he's out there, covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, he does.
Gets that in fair territory for the F9. And out number 2.
Nice work so far for Stockton Roberts coming in, getting the fly ball to left field from Townsend, and Yardley to fly out to right field.
Number 22.
But here's the man you got to worry about, Shaden Benson. Shaden got on an error and got base on balls, scored 1 run. First pitch, strike 1, low and away.
Got a really good pitch right there. Roberts hitting that outside part of the plate, keeping it down around the knees. That's a tough pitch to hit.
Next pitch. Boy, looked like the same spot to me.
Same pitch. I thought maybe strike 2 right there, but umpire doesn't give it to him.
Well, one of the mysteries of baseball.
You know, Stockton Roberts just a freshman as well, so South Severe got a couple dandy freshmen.
Ball 2 outside. Next pitch fouled off to the left-hand side for strike 2.
Yeah, Stockton Roberts right here looking for his first strikeout. He'd love to get one right here on Benson.
Oh man. Ooh, he was looking for that strike on that outside corner, but he didn't get it.
Yeah, just a little out, but that's a great pitch and good location.
Hit towards the second baseman, he retreats and throw him out for the 4-3. 4-3 put out number 3. It's going to end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. So after 3.5, it's 8-5. South Severe will be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media. If building dreams is how you make your living, demand the performance of New Holland construction equipment from Mason Machinery in Springville and Aurora. Choose from skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, loader backhoes, compact excavators, and more. Built-in visibility, stability, and comfort allow you to work with a higher level of confidence, speed, and efficiency. Learn more about the performance of New Holland construction equipment. Stop by Mason Machinery in Springville and Aurora today.
Come find your trail in Utah's Trail Country.
Here in Sevier County, we have a trail for everyone, from hiking to biking to rafting and more.
Hike to 100 Hands Cave and stay overnight in the pit house at the Fremont Indian State Park.
Or kill it on the Kilnet Trail, part of our new mountain bike trail system above Richfield.
Raft the rapids past the Big Rock Canyon Mountain.
Or fish your heart out at Fish Lake.
Whatever it may be, we have a trail for you.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Utah's Trail Country and come find your trail in Sevier County.
Live play-by-play coverage of local high school sports.
KSBC.
Well, Willie Akers and Nolan Anderson here. We do try to keep it live. Do try to keep it lively. Sometimes in baseball it gets a little tough to be lively, but we've got an 8-5 ball game with South Severe coming to bat in the bottom of the 4th inning. They do have the 3-run lead. They're going to bring Peyton Ingram, Biggs Northup, and Kenyon Okerlund. Going to face Luke Millett on for his 3rd. Yeah, they came in. Just faced a couple batters first time up, but working the 3rd inning anyway. Came in back in the 2nd inning.
Leading off for South Severe in the 4th
Yeah,
inning.
South Severe, gets a good clean inning out of Stockton Roberts in relief. Comes in, does a nice job. Did that same thing yesterday.
So Peyton Ingram, first pitch from Luke Millett. Got him.
That's how the big inning started for Parowan with 3 hit by pitches and then 2 walks. Then you mix in a double and a single, and all of a sudden you've got a big inning right here. South Severe has the opportunity to turn around, get that turn that hit by pitch into a run.
Yeah, Big Northrop coming to the plate. Biggs had a single back in the first inning. I didn't write down what he did in the second inning, but he ended up at second base. So those of you that listen to me through the year know that every now and then I miss something because I'm watching the baseball game. Ball went upstairs to Biggs Northrop.
Coach Brown down there at third base running through the signs. Northrop, we've seen him come up key all season long, and he's already on the day 2 for 2.
Looks at strike 1, so he had a hit his last time up. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, 2 singles. Yep.
2 singles, all right, we'll put him down there. I marked the hit down, I think, but I didn't put him on his spot in the little triangle there, where we call that thingy. All right, 1-1. 1 runner on. Big knob. That's uncharacteristic. Big swing, best pitch is down in way under his hands for strike 2, and he knows it. He's talking to his bat, talking to himself.
Yeah, that pitch is almost like a changeup, a little bit off speed, but just down in the zone. And Biggs, like you said, he knows it. He wants that pitch back.
Swing and miss, one up in the strike zone.
Yep, chase one down and then chase one up to get the strikeout. So good job for Parowan and Luke Millett to come back and get the strikeout and get the 1 out.
So I'll bring up Canyon Okerlund. He's a victim of a strikeout looking and then a strikeout swinging. Face Luke Millett. Peyton Ingram at first base with 1 out. Fouls that one off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, that time he had a really good swing at it. Canyon's had a little bit of a tough start in this game today, but he's capable too of driving something in a gap. We saw him against Gunnison last week on the first round of the playoffs, take one off the left field wall.
That's in the dirt. Good stop there, but Christian Boss keep that ball out in front of him.
You've talked about Christian Boss quite a bit. Hit a lot like R.J. Magnette of Kanab, and just a really solid catcher. And he shows that he's got that strong arm, and he blocks well, and he works really hard back there, keeping runners on from advancing.
So the 1-1 to Okerlund. 1 out. Got a runner at first. Peyton Ingram, nope. Thought about it, but it stayed up. They're going to appeal. He's going to say no. First base umpire said nope, did not go.
Right field, shading the right field line right here. Not real deep. Center field pretty much straight away. Not real deep either. And then left field kind of playing the left field line, not real deep. So the gaps are big right here if South Severe can find one.
Yeah, Okerlund, he is kind of a slap hitter. We've seen him go deep to right center field like you were talking about in that game.
Well, in second base, Yardley at shortstop's playing probably traditional double play depth, but second base, back of the grass.
Ball that gets by Bost. That had to be way outside to get by Bost, but it did.
Yeah, there was no chance. He didn't get a glove on it. That's just a wild pitch from Luke Millett.
So that puts a run in scoring position. If Canyon Okerlund could get something hard somewhere in the gap, something through the infield with the speed of Peyton Ingram. Three balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss from Okerlund.
That was a healthy cut right there from Okerlund too. Right here, he's got to do a good job now with full count, 1 out runner at second base to shorten that swing up, not take such a big hack, and just, hit the ball where it's pitched.
You mentioned job. His job is to get something in a gap somewhere, get something in the air to at least advance the runner, or get a base on balls.
Good eye right there as Millett leaves that pitch up and in.
So the fourth base on ball is given up by the pitching staff for the Parowan Rams. That brings
Stockton Roberts.
Stockton Roberts, who ended the game last inning at pitcher. Going to get his first chance today. Just a freshman.
Batting the pitcher,
Long, lanky
number
kid.
11, Stockton Roberts.
Facing Luke Millett. Runners at first and second with one out. Here's the pitch. That's going to be upstairs for ball one.
Yeah, and right now, if you're Roberts coming in first at bat here in the tournament, you want to see a few pitches.
8-5. South Severe over Parowan right now. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Swing and a miss. Winner today stays in the winner's bracket. Won't play until tomorrow. The loser. I want to tell where I can't find mine. I'll let you look at yours after this pitch.
Okay.
1-1 to Stockton Roberts on its way. Curveball. He might give up on that a little bit early, but stayed inside.
Yeah, it did. Ball two there. So tonight at 7 we have Kanab Enterprise. The winner of that game will play the loser of this game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Yep.
And then the winner of that will take on the winner of this game.
We'll take on the underfield. There's a rip, but Freeman had to wait. So he's going to score. They're going to hold up. So that scores a run.
Good piece of hitting right there for Stockton Roberts, helping himself out. Gets the RBI single and almost Canyon Okerlund. The ball kind of got away from Yardley and had Brown, Coach Brown there at third base, not held him up. He was trying to score, which is the right thing to hold him up, but then the ball got away from Yardley or he might have scored too.
So 9-5.
Their right fielder, number
Runners
7,
at first and third.
Hagen Morrell.
Hagen Morrell comes up. Hagen can hit the ball anywhere. Got a good hole in right center field. Outfield's a double play depth, or infield's a double play depth. Stockton Roberts got a fair lead. Benson holding him on over there at first. Here's the pitch. He's going. Boss is going to throw down. Yep, they give up. I think they would have thrown him out. But
yeah. They had Townsend coming in short of the bag on the grass there, cut that one off, checking the runner at third base, but Canyon Okerlund staying home. So now Parowan's going to pull the infielders in, and Hagen Morrell's job now is to drive something out of the infield.
Let's get something hard. He's just trying. Swing and miss for strike two. He's got to put the bat on the ball somewhere. Get it deep to the outfield. Tag up, probably going to score.
Yeah, he's 1 for
Canyon
2, got a
Okerlund.
single, and then was on safely on the E6.
That would have done it. He was off on contact, and it was slow enough that I don't think Benson would have had the chance had it stayed fair, but it did not. So he stays alive. Going to get another whack at Luke Millett. 9-5, favor of the South Severe Rams, batting here in the bottom of the fourth with one out. Curveball stays up. Luke Millett wanted that one, didn't get it. And we've been talking about that. That is one that he hasn't called.
Yeah, it was outside trying to catch that outside corner with that backdoor curveball, and Christian Bost actually made that pitch look a lot better the way he caught it and slightly pulled that in.
Good stop there by Bost. Came up looking to throw. The one in the dirt. That's going to even things up at 2-2. Two and two. One out. Runners at second and third. Ball stays out. Ball 3. So it'll be the 7th pitch in the at-bat to Hagen Morrell. He's had a good look. See if he can drive something somewhere to the pulled-in infield. Swings and miss on one up in the strike zone. He's talking to himself. Route number 2.
Yeah, really good at bat until that swing right there chased the high fastball. Now it's Riley Barney's job to get a clutch hit right here.
Now it's still, but by the time of this inning's over, it won't be that way. But it got the pitcher throwing from the sunshine. That ball coming in from the sunshine through the shade there can present a little problem for the hitter. So Riley Barney up. Curveball, that's going to catch the corner for strike 1.
Yeah, pretty good curveball right there from Luke Millett. Riley Barney, 1 for 2, single, had a walk, and then fielder's choice.
Here's the 0-1. That's on the outside corner. That gets with, nope, not going to be enough. Not going to be enough to score a run. Millett was off the mound quick to cover the plate, but evens the count up at 1-1.
Nolan Kenyon Okerlund doing his job coming down the line right there. Ball just didn't get far enough away, but he'll be ready if it does the next time.
Had it got all the way to the wall, I think he probably would have come, but it was just about 12 foot behind the plate. Like I said, Millett got off quick. There's a pitch, another curveball. He's been able to kind of put the handcuffs on the South Severe hitters with that curveball, and he starts it at the elbow.
Yep.
Hooks it in. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. The curveball, boy, that was ripped foul. That one hung up a little bit on him.
And Stockton Roberts is getting a pretty good secondary lead out there, so if Riley Barney can find some grass out there in the outfield, for sure 1 run, and probably Stockton Roberts should have no problem scoring from second base.
Yeah, there's nobody holding him on. They've got, like I said, they had the infield pulled in, but they backed off now. Nobody really holding him on with somebody in front of him. He could get off even a little farther. Curveball. Oof. Oof. Riley Barney's even breathing a sigh of relief, I believe, there, after watching 2 of them called strikes right in that similar part of the zone. That curveball starts it at the elbow, breaks it down and in. 2-2. Now, if he did not want to do that, he didn't want to go to 3-2, but he does.
No one on deck, you've got Ridge Tebbs. He's 0 for 2. Got caught looking his first time up, drew a walk, and then hit that 1 hopper right back to the pitcher, his last at bat.
So Riley Barney ready to step back in to full count. Luke Millett about ready to deal. Here's the pitch. Ball's popped up towards the second baseman going back. Right fielder coming in, called up, pulled in almost. Glad Riley Barney took a tumble on the F9, route number 3, but they get 1 run. They do it on 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on. At the end of 4 complete, it's 9-5. South Severe will be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media. High School. The winners bracket portion of the 2A state championship. Stockton Roberts will face the 3-4-5 hitters, Christian Boss, Jace Little, and Wyatt Hall. With a 4-run lead here in the top of the 5th inning.
Yeah, Stockton Roberts came in, looked really good last inning, and just watching him throw his warm-up pitches right there, still looks pretty comfortable. And the other thing too, he came in with a big hit. He got his first at bat, gets an RBI single, and then picked up a stolen base.
Yeah, comes in, helps his own cause. Nothing overpowering, and they weren't looking for anything overpowering. They wanted to pitch to the defense.
Leading off for Carroll.
He's done that.
The catcher, number 31, Christian Boss.
So, Christian Boss. Hit by pitch. Ground out to the second baseman. 0 for 1. Did score a run back there in that big 5-run 3rd inning. First pitch from Stockton Roberts. Upstairs, ball 1.
Yeah, Christian Bost grounded out to second base, and then he was hit by a pitch, but has had a nice tournament, not only catching wise, but does a really good job at the plate, batting in the 3 spot.
Yeah, second pitch right there, strike 1. Evens count of 1-1 to the catcher for Coach Jed Townsend today. Curveball lifted. Riley Barney going out. He calls it and makes the catch.
Really nice job there, Barney, getting back on the ball, getting, get around it, and from behind, camping under it, and doing a good job of calling it so that Keegan Heath coming in from center field knew to kind of back off and just let him take it. We almost saw that in the last inning with Parowan between the right fielder and second baseman. Yep. Kind of a little bit of a collision there, but they were able to make the catch and nobody get hurt on that.
So Jace Little coming up like you want him with nobody on, swinging a foul back, right straight back.
Yeah, and Little, I've yet to really see Little hit anything on the right side of second base. He is pretty much dead pull, and he is swinging for the fences.
Well, they're playing the right field just in case there's a mistake and something gets over there, but everybody else playing pretty much straight away and deep. Curveball had him thinking, drops off for ball 1.
Yeah, if you had the shift on or wanted to play the shift, he'd be a good player to run it on because he swings for the fences, and when he connects, it goes.
Ball 2 upstairs. Stockton Robert tried to put a little extra on that one, I think. I don't think you're going to throw it by. Jason Little's a good fastball hitter. You're just going to try and work right there, work that location.
Yep. Well, same thing. You keep it out there. He doesn't like it out there. He likes it middle in. He's wanting to just use his strength against your strength, and his strength is taking that middle in pitch and driving it hard to left field.
Curveball drops off for ball 3.
Just see what Little did too before that last pitch, but he got that second strike as he moved up in the box and then up on the plate. He's still right there in that same part of the box, up and in.
We talked about yesterday about adjusting to the pitcher and the count. That one's driven high. Keegan Heath out there in center field has to come back in. That wind's not really a factor right now. The F8.
Well, same thing. Heath got back on the ball, kept the ball in front of him to where he could just keep it and then just move in, make the catch, and especially on the high ones. Sometimes you lose them otherwise, and so you want to keep the ball in front of you, get behind it, and Heath did a really nice job right there. So Stockton Roberts so far, he's kind of been the answer to slowing down this Parowan rally.
Wyatt Hall 1 for 1, hit by pitch and a single. First pitch outside for ball 1. Yeah, Stockton Roberts come in and did everything that they could ask of him, including that RBI. First time up. Curveball ball, that's Skyda. The Parowan Rams, they're teeing off. And
They like to
They aren't shy,
swing
no.
the bats, that's no question. But the key with Stockton Roberts, too, is he's been able to locate his pitches. You know, he's got good command, good control out there. When South Sevier got in trouble, they walked 2 and they hit 3 batters.
Curveball. Ooh. Who was that?
It had to have been down, I'm guessing, but that was a pretty good pitch.
Good answer. Safe answer. 2-1's fouled off to the right-hand side, leaving things up 2-2.
Yeah, Coach Townsend telling Wyatt to change his approach now with the 2 strikes. Same thing, move up in the box and kind of up on the plate, and that's what he's doing right here.
Well, he moved up. He's still pretty deep in the box, but he's up right on the plate. Oh. Ball's upstairs, full count.
Yeah, and that's not a bad idea from Roberts right there. He's been really keeping the ball down and maybe get the Wyatt Hall, an aggressive hitter, to challenge him up in the zone, see if he'll chase, but Wyatt Hall doing a nice job laying off that.
That ball's popped up straight back. Wyatt Hall stays alive. This will be the 7th pitch in the at-bat with 2 outs. Bases are empty. It's a 9-5 ball game in favor of the South Sevier Rams right now. We are in the top of the 5th at Gates Field. Kearns High School 2A State Baseball Championship. This is the 2 undefeated teams left here on day 2. That ball's up. Hit a mile high, but out there to Keegan here again. He retreats and comes in. The F8's going to end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. So after 4, where are we at? Yep, 4.5. It's 9-5. South Sevier coming to bat in their half of the bottom half on the Mid-Utah Radio Network and V6 Media.
At V6 Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help by delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help.
Paint projects go more smoothly when you use Jones Paint and Glass, because we're as excited as you are about your project. Our paint experts know their paint and will work with you to help you find the perfect paint products for your needs. They'll help ensure you get the color you're hoping for and that you're able to get the job done right the first time. Stop by Jones Paint and Glass to speak with an expert today.
When you hear the crash, you better think Jones.
Leading off for South Sevier in the 5th inning.
Here's South Sevier off balance.
They've been going for some of them pitches up in the strike zone. The arm slot of his, that ball would get up there without really seeming like it.
Yeah.
So, Ridge Tebb steps in. Ridge 0 for 2. Looks at ball 1. Struck out looking in the first. Base on balls and scored in the second. Grounded out to the pitcher back in the 3rd. Batting here in the 5th. There's one that's going to find a hole. Well, a good stop there by Trevin Yardley, but no chance to throw out a Ridge Tebb on something like that. So he's going to get an infield hit.
Yeah, really nice play from Yardley, just even filled that one, and then Benson wisely comes down the line to get the one-hop throw, but nice hit from Ridge Tebbs. Gets him his first hit of the game.
Keegan Heath's going to step in. He's 1 for 2. He also got on a fielder's choice. Flew out his last time up in the 3rd inning. He's going to face Luke Millett. Ridge Tebbs at first. That ball's up. That would have been a good pitch to run on with Boz coming up and having to move away from the plate down the third base side.
And you got Ridge Tebbs at first base with good speed.
They haven't really tested Christian Bosch yet today.
No, they haven't.
One time, but was with the runner at third base. There he goes. There's the throw. I don't think so.
And I'll tell you what, that was because of the lead. I mean, that's probably the biggest lead I've seen of a player so far today, but he got a good lead, and then he actually inched out, took 2 more big steps, and he had a huge lead and a really good jump.
So, Keegan Heath stepping in. That was a strike, by the way. So it's 1-1 with an RBI opportunity out there at second base. Good speed with Ridge Tebbs. Keegan Heath at the plate, facing Luke Millett. No outs. Curveball hit right at Trevin Yardley. He's got to retreat. Good stretch there by Shaden Benson for the 6-3 put out.
Well, and really smart base running that time by Ridge Tebbs too as he started. Ball's kind of hit a little bit in front of him. He retreats quickly back with the second baseman sneaking in that back door behind him, and forces Yardley to make the throw across the diamond to get the out at first.
So 1 out. Ridge Tebbs still there at second base with Tate Brown batting from the left-hand side. Trying to get that backdoor curveball, but misses for ball 1.
Well, we've seen Tate Brown throughout this tournament. He'll take that outside pitch and drive it into left field, but you get something in his wheelhouse, and he's capable of turning on it too.
1 for 2 in the ball game. Here's the pitch. Down, gets by Boss, so Tebbs is going to end up at third base.
Yeah, not many balls getting, but that just went through his legs, got below the glove.
Now that changes the job here for Tate Brown. He needs to get something either to that right-hand side or something in the air deep enough to score. Ridge Tebbs there from first base.
Yeah, and then
third base.
Yeah, and then Ridge Tebbs too. The other thing is he's got to get a good secondary work down the line on balls coming home, because even if it gets 10, 15 feet away, he should be able to make it safely.
And they're pulling the infield in.
And almost had one right there, but Boss with the good block goes down to the knees and keeps it in front. But pass ball's an option. Doesn't need to always get clear to the backstop either.
Now, just a scenario ahead. If Tate Brown gets on, are we going to run for him?
Late in the game, 5th inning, probably a really good idea. You can re-enter him.
Yeah, that's I think called strike, but it opens up some possibilities there. And Tate, he's got to.
Well, we've already seen too in a first-third situation, Parowan doesn't want to give up the other run, so more than likely they're going to let you take the base.
Down, that makes it easy for Tate Brown to lay off of that one, the base on balls. So runners at first and third. That's going to bring up Peyton Ingram. Peyton's 2 for 2 in the ball game. Been hit by a pitch and scored. Stranded at second and third after his base hits in the first and second inning. But he's been putting the bat on the baseball. They're going to leave Tate Brown in there. Force there and kind of changes up. You don't really have to speed things to get the force out. Maybe the double play on something hard.
Well, that's the other thing too. You want to stay out of a double play because a double play keeps you from scoring a run.
And they haven't, they've shown that they'll give up the base there to try and keep that runner there at third base. First pitch is up to Peyton Ingram.
Yeah, good eye from Ingram laying off the high pitch, but pretty much playing up the middle. corners aren't even really in. You got Benson holding the runner, Tate Brown at first base, but good opportunity for Ingram.
Ball's up for ball 2.
The other thing I guess you do is you can give the take sign so you don't hit into a double play and see if Millett's going to throw a strike. Instead, if not, he's going to run the count to 3-0.
Yeah, Biggs Northrop behind him is 2 for 3 in the ball game. So that one on the outside, maybe got a friendly call there. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners at first and third for the Rams with a 9-5 lead. Luke Millett facing Peyton Ingram. Here's the pitch. Had a good hack at one that was down in the strike zone to even things up. Fouled it off.
Yeah, 2-2 count now. Still first and third, Tate Brown. Doesn't look like he's got the lead to where he's going to be going, so just kind of going to go on the swing.
Well, that one's up over the head of Peyton Ingram.
You know, this is where you might give him a head start and get him going, but you hate to line into a double play too.
Or a strikeout, throw him out.
Yeah.
Now, in that situation, Boston would probably go to second, instead of cutting it off in front there like they did the last time. No, that's up. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, and I think you're going to probably see some activity in this parallel dugout. You know, as he's starting to miss back-to-back walks, leaving the ball up in the zone.
Well, and then here again, I hate to harp on that, but with
left fielder,
with bases loaded, you know, Tate Brown, not the fleetest. But they're going to leave him out there. Not getting a real good lead to start with. Got the infield pulled in. Biggs Northrop putt. First pitch. Upstairs.
Yeah, and right now, Sal Severe, the way he's throwing, you've got to lay off of everything above the hands. Make him get something down where you can drive it, but be patient at the plate too. That's how Parowan got back in the game, as they were patient. They drew walks, they got hit by pitches, and now it's Sal Severe's turn to do the same thing right back to him.
I laid off. He thought about it, but laid off. That's it. You know, I start with your hands at the top of the strike zone and work from there down. Especially down with, you know, runners with the bases loaded and just one out. That's on the outside portion and misses for ball 3.
Yeah, that's 3-0. You'd probably give him the take for the next 2 pitches right here.
Now this one for sure going to have the handcuffs, huh?
Yeah, but every run matters at this point. You know, you're the bottom of the 5th inning, and you know, probably make him take 2 pitches.
It's going to be tough sum for the right side of the infield and outfield. Biggs calls timeout, gets it, and steps out. He didn't like how long Luke Millett was taking. So he'll step back in. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out, 9-5. Bases full of South Sevier Rams with Biggs Northrop at the plate. A 3-0 count. Surprise, that fairly close, but didn't get it with the old automatic. That's going to score a run and move everybody up.
Yeah, and still Parowan. Maybe they just don't have anybody else to go to. They're just going to ride it out with Luke Millett right now, but seems to kind of lost it, but showing some senior leadership out of there.
Shortstop and catcher.
Yeah, coming out, talking to him, just settling him down, saying, we got you, throw strikes, and we'll help you out defensively. But, you know, South Severe, great opportunity really to just continue to add runs and build this lead and maybe put this game away.
Canyon Okerlund with the bases loaded. Tate Brown at third, so he's no danger on the pass ball. Wild pitch here. First pitch to Okerlund right there. Strike 1.
Yeah, and you got to take that pitch after 3 straight walks, but that was a good pitch. Millett coming back and throwing it in there.
That's the other thing with Tate Brown at third on one that's hit back to somebody. You know, they don't have to hurry things to get him at home plate. Good scoop there on one in the dirt from Christian Bost.
Yeah, it really was. And you got to know, too, if you're on the base pass for South Sevier, they're going home with this one automatically all the way, so you've got to run everything else out, especially if you're Canyon Okerlund. You don't want to get doubled up on anything from home to first. You want to try to drive this ball out of the infield with the infield in.
Oh, that's up. Bost have to come up out to get that one, come up out of his crouch to get that one. Come up out of his crotch. Well, that too.
Yeah.
Two balls, one strike, one out. Base is full of South Sevier Rams. One run across in the inning for the 10-5 lead. Next pitch, outside for ball 3.
And I think right here you see another pitch. Let him run it full, but no reason to swing right here.
Stockton Roberts in the on-deck circle. They're going to go behind Biggs Northup over there at first base, but he's back in time. Hoping to catch him sleeping there. Shadows are gone now from the pitcher. There's one that's ripped by the pulled in infield. But that's just going to score the one. Oh, I got it. Here we go. Here we go. He's going to get in there. But here's the play at the plate. Nobody had to go. But they do score one.
We've seen that a couple times today, but that time, they get him out at home plate.
So 2 outs. Some discussion about whether the runner had the slide there. Coach Townsend trying to get the...
Yeah, he gave himself up.
Yeah. The guy says he don't have to slide, and it's like you say, he got to give himself up. He stepped inside, so there can't be an interference call. So 11-5.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there, but sometimes you got to pick up the runner and the coach in front of you, and South Sevier run themselves into an out right there.
You never know when that's going to cost you. Don't want to make those kind of mistakes. A good ball club like the Parowan Rams.
The pitcher, number 11, Stockton Roberts.
So Stockton Roberts with 2 outs. Runners at first and second. Northup and Okerlund. And not really Biggs Northup's the one that caused the problem there. He's at second. He got ahead of himself. Got to remember, got a young ball club for the South Sevier Rams and just kind of run themselves out of a situation there. 2 outs to Stockton Roberts. First and second, Roberts steps out. Ready to go again. Biggs Northup at second, Canyon Okerlund at first. So we do have good speed. We're going to go to second base, try and get Biggs Northup. He gets back just in time. That was a good play. Just as the shortstop, Trevor Yardley, started to move away, Matt Townsend snuck in there behind, and Northup just got back. So 1 ball. There's 2 outs, 2 runners on. 11-5. South Sevier hitting. Stockton Roberts, swing and a miss. Not the best looking swing that time. Stockton kind of swung around that one. One ball, one strike, 2 outs. One in the dirt there. Boss comes up with a clean. That's what I like about Christian Boss. When balls are in the dirt, he doesn't just catch the baseball. He catches the baseball and comes up ready to throw somewhere. Good game awareness. Two balls, one strike. Here's the pitch. That's down again. Same thing. Bost stops it, picks it up, swivels, and he's ready to go somewhere.
Yeah, Sal Severe, you know, they pick up 2. They'd like to still get some more here, and they have a chance. You know, they put together a little 2-out rally. Pretty good pitch.
Roberts, yeah.
It was down and in, but that's where he's been calling the strikes for the most part of the game.
Yeah. Well, and Roberts, to his credit, he didn't really just he started down there, but he stopped before he showed up.
He was kind of waiting.
Yep. It was a late call there by Blue.
Runners are moving on this pitch.
Late start by Northup there on the pitch. Fouled back. But that comes from that play where they tried to come behind Biggs Northup. They got him thinking they're in his head there. Had a good takeoff there from Kenyon Okerlund at first base. Benson still playing behind him, kind of inching in. Oh, curveball got him looking. Nice pitch there from Millett for out number 3, but they come up with 2 runs. They do so on 2 hits. No errors and 2 runners left on. So at the end of 5 complete, it's 11-5. South Severe over Parowan. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Since 1947, Barney Trucking has built a reputation of unparalleled customer service and satisfaction in the trucking industry. Barney Trucking is now hiring drivers statewide, including Beaver, Millard, Sevier, San Pete, Juab, Carbon, Emery, Utah, and Salt Lake counties, as well as many other locations. The job includes a home daily schedule, excellent pay, benefits, training, retirement, a positive work environment, and requires a Class A CDL license with doubles endorsement. To apply, go to barneyjobs.com. That's barneyjobs.com.
Barrett's Foodtown has been your hometown grocer since 1935, earning your business every day with its fast, friendly, and convenient services. Barrett's meat department is second to none. You don't have to call someone out of the back room to get that special cut of meat you desire and deserve. You don't have to play card games or put up with troublesome gimmicks. You save money every time you shop Barrett's Foodtown. Barrett's Foodtown supports local schools and sporting events. Shop Barrett's Foodtown in Salina or click on barrettsfoodtown.com or follow Barrett's on Facebook.
DP Curtis Trucking works hard to move America and get their drivers home on the weekend. DP Curtis hires reliable drivers with competitive starting pay and raises after 90 days. Additional pay for tarps, drops, picks, and additional trailers. Employment options include insurance, 401k, paid vacation, and attainable bonuses and more. Why would you drive for anyone else? Call DP Curtis Trucking for details, 435-893-2886. That's 893-2886, or click on dpcurtis.com.
Your source for high school sports.
KSVC.
Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson. We're back here at Gates Field, Kearns High School. 11-5 ball game in favor of the South Severe Rams. I'll get it spit out. They got Matang all tangled. But Parowan coming to bat here in the top of the 6th. They're going to come to the plate with 6, 7, and 8. Darson Robb, Luke Millett, and Connor Robinson.
Yeah, not sure. Stockton Roberts, he didn't throw a lot of pitches yesterday, so we can throw, you know, between yesterday's pitches and then today's up 275. I'd imagine he's going to be pretty close to being able to finish out the 6th here and then possibly the 7th.
He's done a good job of holding the Parowan Rams scoreless since he came in. Got the 2 zeros up there in the 4th and 5th inning belong to him.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job. And then, like I say, the biggest thing too is he's hit his spots.
Yep.
He's moved the ball in and out. He's got a nice little curveball, but he's really been in control of his pitches out there on the mound.
Right there for his pitch strike. Dawson Robb 1 for 1 with a base on balls and a run scored on that base on balls back in that 5th inning.
Well, and just what you said, first pitch strike. That's the key.
Curveball got him swinging over the top of that one for strike 2.
You know, that first pitch strike is huge, and then it allows you to do that, and quickly he's got Rob down the count 0-2.
Well, you look at the statistics they keep, that first pitch strike's one. When you look at a pitcher's numbers,
yep,
it's there. Curveball got him.
Wow, that's a nasty pitch. 2 in a row from Roberts. He's kind of getting in the groove out there.
So that's going to bring up his opposing pitcher, Luke Millett. So the first pitch to Luke Millett with 1 out. Right there, first pitch strike. On the same spot that he hit for Dawson Robb.
Yeah, you know,
outside corner.
If anybody, you know, wants to be successful as a pitcher, that's what you got to do right there. Hit your spots, pound the zone, but get that first pitch strike.
Oh, curveball. He's going to wear that one. Curveball. He trying to do that. Started at the elbow. But
yeah, and that one just slipped. You could see that coming out of the hand. He didn't have it a good grip on it like he did those 2 previous curveballs that he threw to Rob, and you know, that one just slipped.
That's the 4th hit by pitch. What do we got here? We're going to have a.
I think they're going to bring in a pinch hitter right here. Connor Robinson has 2 strikeouts, and Coach Townsend going to choose to pinch hit.
Number 34, Hunter Johnson.
34, Hunter who?
Hunter Johnson going to bring in number 34 to pinch hit for Connor Robinson.
Bottom of the 6th, Hunter Johnson's going to get his chance against Stockton Roberts. 1 out, got a runner on first. Roberts goes over there, but Millett's back. Wind has died down for the most part, got just a little bit of breeze.
Careful, I did that to us yesterday.
Yeah, well,
It's been a lot better day today, put it that way, as far as weather. It's still a little chilly back here behind home plate underneath. What a great view, though.
Oh, no kidding. No kidding. Does the heart of an old catcher good to sit back here and watch a baseball game. 1 ball. Got a runner on first. That's Luke Millett. 1 out. Hit right at the shortstop. 2nd for 1 up. Can't make the transfer, but they do get the lead runner.
Yeah, and I think Coach Baker's coming out saying that the runner didn't
slide.
Yeah, I mean, kind of got in the way of the second baseman, I think is what he's arguing, but I don't think he's going to win the argument.
No.
I think they're going to say he gave himself up, and it was because the second baseman kind of lost the ball on the exchange.
Yeah, and that's what you saw the umpire saying that. So,
and you know, same thing we talked about, Coach Townsend. You got to do that for your players, your fans. Everybody know you're. And same thing with Baker right there.
But you think about it. If you're coming across the cover there, coming at you, the first thing you're going to see when you turn around and look is that runner coming at you. That's something that's always on your mind. So, yeah, well. No change.
Well,
we got 2 outs.
You know, that's one of those balls. If it's taking you the direction towards second base, if you're shortstop, you can probably underhand toss it with a little momentum. That one, kind of the one hopper, he probably should have just pivoted and thrown like a dart, and then you know, Barney should have not come across the bag on that.
Matt Townsend's hit towards the left fielder. Big Northup, he's going to catch it for out number 3, so it doesn't hurt. So we got no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on. So at the end of 5 1/2, it's 11-5. South Sevier We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media. Gates Field, Kearns High School, 2A state baseball. Third game of the day is the undefeated teams. Both of them are the Rams. Parowan, South Sevier. South Sevier with 11-5 lead. Did you get some information for us, Coach?
Yeah, I did. So Stockton Roberts came in yesterday and threw 13 pitches. He's thrown 33 so far, so that's 46. He can throw 75. He's going to be able to go out there on the 7th and finish this one and probably still have pitches for tomorrow.
For South Sevier.
So South Sevier, if they can win this one, which it looks like they're in a really good position to do so, they're going to have plenty of pitchers available for tomorrow to win one game. Two, they only need to win one, but if it happened to go to two, they'll steer in good shape.
You betcha. Hagen Morrell got a chance to help out. They don't want to take the foot off the gas yet. I'm sure with a team like Parowan up there, they'd like to have a couple more runs out there. 6-run lead. We watched them put up 5 back there in the second inning. They're capable. Hagen Morrell going to take one on the inside portion for ball 2.
Yeah, and I think Christian Boss tried to pull that one in too much. Had he just stiff wrist that one and stuck it, he might have got that call on the inside part of the plate.
Yeah, Hagen not caught it, but he's about middle of the batter's box there. I think he's just going to take a pitch till he gets a strike. It's not usually like Hagen Morrell, something in there. He's usually easily going. They've thrown some handcuffs on him.
And I don't know where that last pitch was. That might be one that Christian Boston, Luke Millett can argue.
Can't argue that one.
Yeah, and the problem is Luke Millett just went like this. Put out both hands like, where's that, even though he called it a strike.
I'm watching that on the center field cam there, and that was that right down the middle. So ball 4 to Hagen Morrell. She put some speed on the base, and we're back to the top of the order.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. I would imagine you'll see Hagen Morrell take off, and we'll be able to see just flat out Morrell versus Boston, see what kind of move Millett has to help Boston trying to throw out Hagen Morrell on a stolen base.
Yeah, be surprised maybe even see a little ball here. Some small ball from Coach Baker. Got good speed here. Riley Barney usually handles the bat pretty good. We've seen him lay down some good bunts through the year. He wants that first pitch go by for ball 1. Morrell didn't go nowhere, didn't show any signs of taking off. So 1 ball. Hagen Morrell at first base. He's going, he got a late jump. Oh, and Boss couldn't get a handle on the baseball.
Yeah, you're right, he didn't get a great jump, but at the same time, Boss knew he had to come up with it and didn't get a handle on it. So stolen base right there for Hagen Morrell.
Evens the count at 1-1. There was a strike. Boss just, like I said, just couldn't get the grip. And a chance throwing one out into center field or something, or hopping one out there and getting by. He just ate it. So The 1-1's upstairs to Riley Barney. Ball 2-1. Boss going to go out and talk to Luke Millet. Ridge Tebbs in the on-deck circle. Ridge scored 2 runs today. Riley Barney has scored 2 runs. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game. He steps in. About to get the 2-1 offering here from Luke Millet. It's on its way. Not a great big lead from Morrell. But that one's ripped right at the left fielder. I think it burned him, got over his head. Yep. So that'll score Morrell. The thing is, where's Barney going to end up? He's going to stay there at second base with the stand-up double.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there from Riley Barney and keeping the pressure on. Double and RBI.
The shortstop, number 1, Ridge Tebbs.
Need to keep him. Shouldn't be advertising that. Catcher hears that.
No outs right now too. Ridge Tebbs has a chance to drive in Riley Barney.
Oh, that's right at third baseman Jace Little, but Barney recognized that quick and got back.
Yeah, Tebbs hit a hard one right there. Lines out to the third baseman, L5.
Fielder, number 22.
Yeah, that's going to bring up Keegan Heath. Keegan scored twice. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game. So, 1 out. Runner on second. 1 run across in the inning. Keegan Heath at plate. He's going to drive one towards left fielder. They're going to double him up. Got him. Riley Barney made the mistake on that.
Yep, base running error again right there.
7. There's a second out. Third out there behind him. So, but they do come up with 1 run. They do so on 1 hit. No errors and no one left on base. So at the end of 6 complete, it's 12-5. And we'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Jones and DeMille Engineering is proud to be a part of Utah's rural communities and loves to cheer on the youth of rural Utah. We take great pride in helping shape the quality of life by offering full engineering and architectural services, municipal and private business software solutions, and community involvement. Jones and DeMille is your go-to resource for planning, funding, designing, and infrastructure needs. We strive to serve with a professional, personalized rural touch to provide value that reaches beyond the project. Jones and DeMille Engineering, shaping the quality of life together.
We sell more, so you pay less. Jorgensen Automotive Group, the #1 volume dealer in San Pete and Sevier counties. And we ain't just whistling Dixie. It's a matter of fact. You don't get to be #1 without having great deals on great cars, paying top dollar on trades, and taking great care of your customers. So that's all we do, all day long. Jorgensen Automotive Group, the #1 volume dealer in San Pete and Sevier counties. There's only one #1.
Harmon Tire in Nephi is proud to sponsor this broadcast of high school sports and wants to wish the Juab-Was good luck. Harmon Tire, 895 North Main in Nephi, has been a family-owned business since 1973, providing Nephi and the surrounding areas with exceptional service for over 40 years. Harmon Tire specializes in tires, alignments, brakes, steering, suspension, wheels, shocks, struts, and more. Stop by Harmon Tire on Main Street in Nephi or give them a call at 435-623-0720. That's Harmon Tire in Nephi. Go Wasps!
You're listening to exciting high school sports action on
KSVC.
Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here at the Gates Field, Kearns High School. Stockton Roberts has thrown handcuffs for 3 innings on the Parowan Rams. He comes to do his 4th inning of work with a 12-5 lead in the top of the 7th. And coming to the plate for the Parowan Rams is going to be Killer's Row, 1, 2, and 3. Trevin Yardley, Shaden Benson, Christian Bost. They'll be followed by Jason Little if they get that far. But they have done nothing against Stockton Roberts. I don't show any hits against Stockton Roberts since he came in.
No, he's done a great job, and I think give this South Sevier pitchers and coaching staff a lot of credit as they were able to watch this Para 1 team dismantle the Enterprise roles, and then, you know, they took notes. They know where to position their players and what to pitch to these guys, and they've done an excellent job.
First pitch strike, as we've talked about there, to Trevin Yardley. Curveball. Just misses.
And sometimes, too, you know, you go from a Rylan Randall had pretty good pop on his fastball facing these Para 1 guys, and then you know, change his speed. Sometimes these guys have a hard time sitting back and waiting, and they roll over pitches and they fly out, or they just miss hit pitches because, you know, just a change of speed sometimes makes a difference.
Yep, 2-1 count here to Trevin Yardley. This is hit to the right side. Oh, that got over the head of Hagen Morrell. Miss Jerry, we talked about the sun out there. I kind of wonder if that played a part on that one, but a leadoff triple.
I'm sure it did.
Trevin Yardley.
That ball was pretty much hit over his head from the get-go, but looked like to Hagen Morrell maybe he needs to come in a step or two, and then it just carries and gets over his head quickly.
So that brings up Shaden Benson. And nobody out, runner on third. No, they're not going to walk him, they're going to pitch to him. Ball one outside. That's the first hit that I show against Stockton Roberts since he come into the ball game.
Yeah, he's done an excellent job, and you know, it's okay if you give up a hit once in a while. You're a freshman.
You got 7 runs of work. There's called strike one on that outside corner. I think Shaden Benson was taken all the way. Oh, and swinging the miss. He swung over the top. I just got a tip, but a little piece of that stuck in the glove there of Peyton Ingram behind the plate for strike 2.
Yeah, he took a healthy hack right there. He was wanting to get a 2-run homer on that swing.
Kind of pulled off of it though a little bit. Ball on the outside portion. Curveball there. He might have been shooting for the cell tower over there in left center field. Might have worked better for him. That one's in the dirt for ball 2, 2-2. We're into one of them funny lights up there in left center field.
Yeah, and he was able to hit the curveball. Got on the E4, a walk, and then ground out to second his last time up.
Ooh, close. Stockton wanted it to happen.
You know, and that's the same pitch that Para 1 was wanting last inning, so umpire being consistent.
I'm oohing it, laying off of that one on with 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Hits that one right at Tate Brown. They're going to give up the run for the out. That's the G3. That ball doesn't have to hit fair. Anywhere between here and first base, if it goes out there and then pops back in, that's a fair ball. Or it was when I played ball.
Yeah, I think Benson's...
It does not have to.
Benson says that was a foul ball. He turns and says, but nope. Both umpires say it was a fair ball, and just a ground out to third with an RBI as he scores the runner.
What's the difference? A ground ball that goes out there and just curves on, hits dirt club, whatever it does out here in foul territory. When it goes fair, it's fair ball. They're going to lose that one.
That's your call, Blue. You got to call that. That's your call.
But they're going to argue it.
It's a home plate call.
It's going to end up with 1 out. They're going to get the run.
Well,
so it's 12-6.
You don't.
Am I wrong? Or?
No, but I don't think, really, I'm not sure what they're arguing. He's saying he has to make a call fair or foul. I mean, I guess you can point one way or the other, but it really doesn't change anything.
He says he gave the signal, so Coach Townsend's going to walk back now. The Para 1 crowd doesn't like it, but I'm not quite sure what they thought they were basing it on. He can't call it until after it gets past first base to start with. You gets out there, hits, and goes in. So
yeah. Well, it's where he fields it too. If
Yep.
he fields it in front of the bag in fair territory, it's fair ball. If he fields it foul right there before the bag, then it's foul.
So, first pitch to Christian Boss is low for ball 1. Second one in the dirt for ball 2. Dr. Roberts kind of talking to himself.
Well, and I think they're giving the take till they get a strike.
Yeah, Boss is right up on the plate. Ball 3.
Yeah, and Coach Townsend giving him 3, basically just saying no, not till you get a strike.
So the 3-0 to Christian Bost with 1 out. Base is empty. There's a strike.
Yeah, these Parowan players got to be smart here. They got another game or 2 to play, and so you do something silly right here, you're tossed out of this one, and then you're sitting out the next one.
Well, you got the South Severe crowd over here getting after them. The Parowan crowd up here, John, as well. So we might get some action in the stands here tonight.
Well, and that was a pretty good pitch, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, pretty much right down the middle. I don't know what Boss thought he was going to do.
Same thing right there.
Yep.
And the South Severe crowd hooting and hollering. Gotta watch them Severe people. Some madmen.
Hey, competitive.
And San Peters were mellow. That one's hit right at the third baseman. Cross, got him.
And he stepped right on Brown's foot. Brown's coming up limping on that one, but I don't know that it was intentional by any means, but Brown's not liking it.
Yep. Yeah, Coach Baker comes out, checks on Tate Brown. I don't like to see that.
Yeah, Baker and the first base coach kind of getting into it now.
Batting the third baseman, number 32, Jace Little.
So
it's it.
Jace
You
Little.
know, both it just goes to show you how big a game this is. I mean,
Well,
the winners in the championship game, it has to be beat twice. The losers got to turn around and win 3 ball games to be a state championship.
Got to beat
in
an
the same
Enterprise
day.
team as well.
Yeah, I mean it's or Kanab.
Yeah, that's true. We're going to determine that here in a little bit. Ball 1 to Jace Little. Ball 2. I got to text Bo.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 count right now. Roberts fell behind to Boss too, but he came right back, gets the ground out. Ooh, pretty good pitch right there, but they're going to call that a ball as well. So 3-0 count to Jace Little.
There's a strike. So, got some excitement here at the ballpark. That's the way it should be in a big game like this. Emotions run high. The 3-1 to Little popped up.
Yeah, Little got that one on the hands just a little bit. Roberts has a chance to go put the strike out or get the final out right here and get the W and send the South Severe Rams into the state championship game tomorrow.
Full count. Fouled off. Stockton Roberts, arguably in the biggest situation he's ever been in here, got a chance to close out. A team like the Parowan Rams keep his team undefeated going into the play tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep. He's been unflappable so far. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Hit right at the third baseman. Good scoop there. Throw across the diamond. They got him. The 5-3 put out. So they got 1 run and 1 hit. There were no errors. Nobody left on.
Yeah, South Severe celebrating out there by the pitcher's mound, and that's going to set them up for the state championship, and they'll have to be beat twice that first game. If they win it, they're the state champions. If they lose, they'll turn around and play again, but that game will take place right here tomorrow at 12:30.
That's right. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Mason Machinery in Springville and Aurora have a non-stop tractor workhorse, just what you need for a non-stop world. Power Star tractors from New Holland provide unprecedented power, comfort, and performance in a utility tractor so you can tackle ground, municipal, or farm tasks with ease. Choose from 6 models from 64 to 117 engine horsepower with an open-air ROPS platform or spacious Vision View cab. Learn more about the Power Star family of tractors. Stop by Mason Machinery in Springville and Aurora today.
Come find your trail in Utah's Trail Country.
Here in Sevier County, we have a trail for everyone, from hiking to biking to rafting and more.
Hike to Hunter Hands Cave and stay overnight in the pit house at the Fremont Indian State Park.
Or Kill It on the Kilmet Trail, part of our new mountain bike trail system above Richmond.
Raft the rapids past the Big Rock Canyon Mountain.
Or fish your heart out at Fish Lake.
Whatever it may be, we have a trail for you.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Utah's Trail Country and come find your trail in Sevier County.
We've been spending a lot more time in our homes and with our families. This creates wear and tear on our floors. One solution to your flooring dilemmas is luxury vinyl plank flooring from Shepherd's Carpets. Hi, I'm Teresa from Shepherd's Carpets and Flooring to let you know that we carry high quality vinyl plank flooring. The flooring is waterproof and is affordable for your home. Only at Shepherd's Carpets in Spanish Fork in Litchfield will you be able to get the quality flooring at a great price and help and advice to install it, or use our expert installers to do it for you.
Smithfield Foods offers excellent career opportunities right here in our area. Great jobs in all phases of hog production, starting at $13 an hour. Certifications to $15.75 an hour in the first year. Other non-farm positions also available. Smithfield provides a full benefit package including medical, dental, vision, 401k, life insurance, paid time off, education reimbursement, and more. Come join the team. Visit smithfieldfoods.com/careers or call 435-387-6000. Smithfield, good food responsibly.
Live play-by-play coverage of local high school sports.
KSBC.
Okay, Willie Akers, Nolan Ryan back here at Gatesfield, Kearns High School, where the Rams are going to go on. That'll be the South Severe version. Parowan's are going to have to come back tomorrow, and they're going to play
the winner of this game right here coming up, Willie, between the Kanab Cowboys and the Enterprise Wolves.
That's exactly. So all 3 teams from the same region will be battling tonight and tomorrow morning early. So final numbers here at Gates Field for the visitors. The Parowan Rams, they had officially by my count 6 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors, and 6 runners left on base. For the home team, the victorious South Severe Rams, 12 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors, 9 runners left on base. So both teams had lots of opportunities they left out there. Really, South Severe, their opportunities were kind of quenched by some maybe a little bit shoddy or excitable base running. Let's go that way.
Yeah, that's right. You know, and really what set up that victory for South Severe was, you know, the 3 runs in the first inning, 5 in the second. Those 8 hits they had in 8 runs really just kind of set the tone, and Parowan really had no answer until they finally settled in with Luke Millett. But they got a little bit of rally of their own, and then that was shut down with Stockton Roberts come in and just finish out the game through really well.
Yeah, so that's it. We got one more game left tonight, so we're going to back out of here and get ready for that one as they get the field ready. And we appreciate the coverage of V6 Media here with us. You can see them channelv6.com. So join us for the final game tonight between Enterprise and Beaver, or Kanab and Enterprise, I mean. He's Nolan Anderson and Willie Akers. Happy trails.
You've been listening to High School Baseball on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network.
Play a lot of small ball. Yeah, one good pitcher. Keep going. Keep going. I've got it right out that way, Mom.
Hey, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson are going to do the final game of the night. This will be an elimination game between Enterprise Wolves and the Kanab Cowboys. Mason Fox from the Cowboys. Kyle Bundy meeting with the umpires out there at home plate right now. This is going to be the final season for Coach Mason Fox. Kyle Bundy, the Enterprise Wolves. Say the winner of this one will go on to play at 10 o'clock in the morning. The loser goes home. So, Coach, what do you think? We got barn burner here. These guys they know each other pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is really going to come down to, I think, hitting. We've seen both these two teams earlier come up with big victories today. Kanab with the 4-2 win over Beaver. Enterprise got down early 6-0 to Millard, but then came back with 15 unanswered runs to win that one 15-6, and that's why we're where we're at today. The winner of this game will turn around and play Parowan tomorrow at 10 a.m.
And that's it. That's going to be, tomorrow. Then that winner goes on to play the undefeated South Sevier Rams, and they would have to beat them twice. So we saw a similar situation with the Beaver Beavers go in that 10 o'clock game and then have to go on and beat Parowan twice, which they did. So,
yeah, it's definitely happened before and can happen. So, you just got to put it one inning together at a time and go play some baseball.
All righty. Well, the tea parties broke up at home plate, so we're going to go with the introduction of the lineups right here real quick. I'll have my partner, if you want to do the Enterprise Wolves, I want to have the honor of doing Mason Fox. If it could be his last game, I'm going to do them. So if you want to introduce the home team, Enterprise Wolves, let's do that.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with the Enterprise Wolves. Their head coach is Kyle Bundy. Leading off and playing center field, number 13, Brady Crouch. Batting second in right field, number 6, Trayson Randall. Batting third at third base, number 9, Jake Sanderson. Batting fourth, the shortstop, number 4, Ryland Randall. Batting fifth at second base, number 14, Keldon Peterson. Batting sixth, the pitcher, number 24, Parker Staley. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 11, Carson Stoffer. And batting eighth, the DH in center, or number 8, Kyron Bracken. And batting ninth, the left fielder, number 7, Hayden Anzalone. And playing first base, number 00, Cooper Adams.
Okay, I'm not sure what we got going on. I thought they were looking like they were lining up like they was going to do the national anthem, but no, they're going to go back.
Yeah, and they only do that to start the game, first game of the day. So.
They were playing with our minds here. So we're going to go ahead and introduce the visiting Kanab Cowboys as they'll be up first. The Enterprise is getting ready to take the field. So for Coach Mason Fox, he's going to go this way. Leading things off, number 26, behind the plate, R.J. Magnette. Batting second at shortstop, that's number 4, Griffin Bone. Batting third, number 14 in left field, Bracken McQuivy. Batting fourth, number 8 at first base, Maddox Baird. Batting fifth, number 23 in center field, Waylon White. Batting sixth, number 11 at third base, Cale Glover. Batting seventh, number 20 in right field, Lane Sims. Batting eighth, number 2, the pitcher, Mace Terry. And batting ninth, number 22 at second base, Jackson Riddle. We're going to face Parker Staley. Saw him earlier in the day. Come in and shut down the Millard Eagles. So Parker's going to start off this one. I know we'll have to find out for you here in a little bit how many pitches he's got left. He can go 75 in the day.
And well, he can go 110 in a day.
Well, that's 110.
Yeah, so if he didn't throw it all yesterday, which I don't think he did, he can go 110. So whatever he threw up to 110.
Yeah, I don't remember who threw after Ryland Randall yesterday. But, yeah, so what'd they say?
19 pitches, so he can go.
He's got 99. That? Or well, no, 89.
89, yeah.
Yeah, 89 pitches left to him, so.
No, 91.
91, yeah. You're the teacher.
Yeah, 91.
What are you asking me for?
I was agreeing with you when you said 89, but then I'm like, that's not right.
Selling him short. There we go. All right, so R.J. Magnette is going to lead things off for Coach Mason Fox. He's going to face Parker Staley. It's going to be right on right here. R.J. Magnette, as we've seen in the tournament already, got some good power. So here we go. Pitch number 1. Driven high to center field. Everybody come in, Ryland Rand. Oh, what happened there?
That was a left fielder come in and stole it from the center fielder. That was Hayden Angelo and took it right away from Brady Crouch.
F7 on that one. Route number 1. So it worked out. We've seen some awful crashes when them kind of things happen.
Well, and R.J. Magnette was first pitch swinging, being aggressive early in the count.
Here's the next pitch to Griffin Bone. Curveball had him flinch, but ball one. So Parker Staley with the 1-0 pitch to Griffin Bone. Right there, strike one.
Yeah, really working the inside part of the plate right there, and that's what he got to R.J. Magnette to get up underneath one and lift it to shallow left center field.
Next pitch, curveball's in the dirt. Ball two.
Well, once again, you can hear this Kanab dugout. By far, they've been the loudest dugout here, and trying to be up, and rightfully so. Like you mentioned, Willie, Coach Fox's last season, and every game could be his last game.
That's exactly right. So Griffin Bone takes ball three. Looking hard down third base, coach. So I got to break in a new coach next year. Oh, upstairs, Griffin. He's looking up. He's checking out the cloud formation up there.
Yeah, he's looking down there to Coach Craig Brinker, off third base coach, saying, I knew I shouldn't have swung at that one, but I did.
So Griffin, full count, 1 out. Up, time's called.
Another ball coming out on the field right there, just down the.
It's still on the field back there.
Well, kind of the warning track there, but I thought that's why he stopped it, to tell him to get the ball, but they didn't get the ball.
Oh, well, maybe they'll see it now.
Now they'll get it. I think what happened is a fan's thrown that one back in. Still hasn't seen it.
Wonder if somebody ought to say something down there. That's not a good idea to have the ball sitting down there. There's one that's bounced back up the middle. Rylan Randall couldn't get to that one, so that's a base hit for Griffin Bone.
Yeah, just a nice piece of hitting right there as Bone kept his hands inside the baseball that time, stayed on it, barreled it up, and drives it right back up the middle for a single.
There, they got the baseball off the field there. That brings up Bracken McQuivy.
The left fielder, number 14, Bracken McQuivy.
Griffin Bone on first base. See if they test Carson Stauffer here with Griffin Bone. Saw him get tossed out, thrown out in an earlier ball game, trying to steal a base. First pitch. He faked it. Faked like he's going to go. Bracken takes ball one upstairs. As we said, the winner goes on to play at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Loser goes home. Another throw to first base. Griffin's back.
Yeah, Bracken McQuivy had a nice game on the mound to help set up that victory over Beaver to get Kanab here in this game tonight.
That next pitch is called strike one. He evens the count at 1-1 to Bracken McQuivy. From the stretch, Staley up high.
Yeah, McQuivy wanted that pitch, but he did a nice job just keeping the bat on the shoulder. Kind of rotated his shoulders a little bit, but did not swing or chase that pitch out of the zone.
Carson Stauffer comes up ready to throw. Yep, that's up and in. Ball three. So with the runner on, Griffin Bone kind of got the concentration of Parker Staley there.
Yeah, both high energy guys and kind of trying to get his attention.
Called strike two. And a throw behind, but not in time. Griffin Bone gets back. So full count, 1 out. Top of 1. Kanab Enterprise. Oh, that's up, almost gets him in the ear hole. Base on balls, first base on balls given up in the ball game from Parker Staley. It's going to bring up Maddox Baird.
Yeah, Baird playing first base has had a good tournament, done a nice job over there at first base.
So the first pitch, curveball, stays up. Ball 1. Got the ooze from the Enterprise dugout, and Maddox Baird taking a sigh of relief. One ball pitch. Down there for strike 1.
That's a good pitch to miss right there. If you're gonna, or good place to miss. If you're gonna miss your spot with your pitches, you want to miss down.
So the 1-1 to Maddox Baird with 1 out. Oh, Upstack gets by everybody. Everybody's going to advance. That one, I think that mixed Carson Stauffer up. He wasn't looking for that pitch up there, and it got up and passed him in a hurry, and the base runners advanced. So runners at second and third. Bone at third, McQuivy at second. And a 2-1 count to Maddox Baird.
Yeah, now they're both 90 feet away. You got the first, another pass ball, and Kanab's gonna have a chance to get the first run of the game.
Fouls that one off. So with the exception, I think, of the game between Enterprise and Millard, the first team to score has gone on to win.
Yeah, other than same thing the first game yesterday with Kanab.
That's right, they came
Severe.
back. They came back, that's right.
But you're right, it pays to score early and score often.
You saw that in the last game. So the 2-2 count with 1 out, runners at second and third. That's one that's going to score a run. That's out to. That's going to get down. And up there, I thought maybe Hayden Anzalone had a chance at that. He kind of deked him, I think, on that one.
Yeah, he really did. And either way, that's going to score a run because you had Griffin Bone tagging up there at third base, doing a nice job base running wise, just staying put. You can walk in basically when that ball hits the grass, but if you're already down the line and he catches it and come back, you don't score. And then a good base running too from McQuivy, who kind of gets halfway, sees it down, and then advances to third base.
That brings up Waylon White. He can do a lot of different things for you at the plate. Got to respect the speed. Third baseman Sanderson's on the edge of the grass. Waylon White takes ball 1 upstairs. Runners at first and third, that's McQuivy and Baird. 1 run across. Staley steps off. Looks Baird back from the stretch. That ball's upstairs. Ball 2.
Yeah, right now first, third, 1 out, 1 run in. It'd be interesting to see exactly what Kanab's going to do with that first, third situation.
So the lights are on. Things are cooling down here. Next pitch in there for a called strike.
Yeah, just pounding that outside part of the plate to the lefty. Waylon White, probably one of the most dangerous players in this tournament when it comes to at the plate.
So these guys went to center field. We're going to test the arm. Here comes the play to the plate. Got him. So the fly ball F8 for out number 2 and throw out Bracken McQuivy home for the third out. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on. So the first half inning of play, it's 1 for the Kanab Cowboys with the Enterprise coming to bat on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with Mix Media.
At V6 Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help by delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help. V6.
Paint projects go more smoothly when you use Jones Paint and Glass because we're as excited as you are about your project. Our paint experts know their paint and will work with you to help you find the perfect paint products for your needs. They'll help ensure you get the color you're hoping for and that you're able to get the job done right the first time. Stop by Jones Paint and Glass to speak with an expert today.
When you hear the crash, you better think Jones Paint.
Hey, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here at Gates Field. We're going to go into the bottom of the second. Enterprise comes to bat down 1-0. They're going to go with Brady Crouch, Trayson Randall, and Jake Sanderson. They're going to face Mace Terry. Right-hander comes from about the three-quarter slot. First pitch swinging and fouled it off. There's Brady Crouch. After that good throw from Brady in center field, he gets to step up and see what he can do at the plate. Curveball. Misses for ball one. Even to count at 1-1. There's Terry downstairs for ball two. Mace Terry comes right down, kind of three-quarter slot. Ball that's going to tail in on the right-handers. Good curveball as we saw earlier. That one just popped up. Good running catch there from Lane Sims in right field to catch that right at the foul line for the F9. And out number one. That's going to bring up Trace Randall from the left-hand side, facing Mace Terry.
Really nice job of Lane Sims. You know, he's kind of, he had to run a long ways, but that ball was hit high in the air and just working towards that right field foul line, and Lane Sims just ran it down.
So Mace Terry inside with that first, and he gets by R.J. Magnat for ball one. Next pitch, swung and a miss. Trayson Terry, like maybe took something off there.
Yeah, he did. Randall swung right through that pitch. Good change of speeds.
You see more and more youngsters coming, finally figuring out that straight change. Oh, I don't know what that was.
I think that was another change. It just kind of come out of his hand funny.
Yeah, not much spin.
Slipped. Yeah, I think maybe just trying that circle change, and it just rode up and out to the left-handed batter here.
That was going to hit right under the diving Griffin Bone at shortstop. Out in the left center field, picked up by Waylon White out there. So, the first hit of the ball game for the Enterprise Wolves comes off the bat of Trayson Terry. Jake Sanderson's going to step to the plate now. He'll be followed by Ryland Randall.
Got Jake Sanderson playing third base. That's kind of where he has been all tournament. There was a time where Coach Bundy, he was 0 for 3, and so we went pinch hit for him and then had to bring him back in, and then Sanderson come up with a big hit. Ended up 1 for 4.
Ball one to Sanderson outside. See if Coach Bundy chooses to challenge the defensive skills of R.J. Magnat.
Terry goes to first base. Baird falls over Trayson Randall as he gets back in. So Sanderson steps back in with 1 out. Trayson Randall at first base, 1 ball. Next pitch from Terry is upstairs, and Sanderson's going for it. He got pulled in one of the earlier games for chasing stuff up there and popping stuff up.
Yeah, and that was one of those pitches kind of up in his eyes.
Coach Bunny's out there getting him this. What's going on?
Yeah, Trayson Randall getting an extra step there at first base.
1-1 curveball, dandy. Got just a piece of it, but still ended up safely in the glove of R.J. Magnette for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Trayson Randall at first base. There's that curveball again. Now he hung that one. And Sanderson turned on it. Bundy's over there telling him straighten that thing out.
Yeah, they're making him throw that ball in where it hit the side and make the home plate umpire look it over, make sure there's no tears or anything in the
Must be all right. He
cover.
sticks it back in his bag. Got the double ditty bag there on his hips. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jake Sanderson. Runner out. That one got away from Mace Terry. Looked again like that changed. They're upstairs.
Well, that's one thing you need to do with these Enterprise hitters is be able to throw multiple pitches for strikes and keep them guessing at the plate.
That change, you want to start at the knees and let it drop out of the bottom of the strike zone. But they throw the fastball by him for the first strikeout for Mace Terry. That's going to bring up Ryland Randall.
You know, one thing that's going to be a little bit different than what we saw in the last game out of this Enterprise team, too, is with the R.J. Magnette behind the plate. You're not going to see them running the bases like they did in the last game.
Nope. Terry throws over, but Trayson Randall's back. Ryland Randall at the plate. He can go anywhere on the ball field. Oh, good stop there by R.J. Magnette on the 58-foot curveball. Ball 1. Randall does have good power to every portion of the ball field, including the opposite side of the fence out there.
And they're playing him pretty much straight up. Center field is shading the right side of second base.
That one's ripped down the right field line.
Foul ball.
Foul ball. Sigh of relief from the dugout over here to our left. That's the Kanab dugout. That was going to tie the ball game right there. Ryan Randall would have had more than likely a triple on that one.
He was just way out in front of that one, but the ball just, and that's what it does with the left-hander down the right field line, just kind of hooks the right field, works towards that foul line, and then same thing with the left-handed or right-handed batter down the left field line.
Yeah. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Randall at first, Randall at the plate. Yep, there's that. It gets away. Circle change. He's been able to get it over a couple times, but he sent 2 of them traveling. Secret on that circle change, you got to get out there on the ball of your foot and get that arm angle down. Well, drag the ball down with you.
Yeah, and the other thing too is you just, I mean, it's the grip, right? It's the grip that takes the speed off it, so you just got to keep that grip and just throw the ball and let it do its thing.
That ball's hit the opposite way. Yep. Secret.
Sometimes people will overthrow that pitch, and there's no need to.
That's what happens if you don't get that thing. If you don't drag the ball down with you, you don't drag it down hard, but you got to come down. It's similar to where you're going to throw the curveball. There it is now.
Yeah, that was a lot better pitch.
So that's going to bring the count full with 2 outs. So
Well, and the other thing too, Kanab's, got smart coaches over there. Mason Fox, a pitcher himself. Rylan Randall up to bat with the runner at second base, first base open. You're not going to give him anything real great.
That's a pitch. That is driven. That is going to stay fair. Almost in the same spot. That's going to go all the way into the corner. Rylan Randall's going to end up third base with a stand-up or slide in there, with a stand-up slide with the triple. It's going to tie the ball game. Drives in his brother.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised, same thing, that they, I would have thought maybe another changeup or off-speed pitch down in the zone, let him see if he'd roll over something, but left that one right up in his wheelhouse, and he drives it down the right field line for a triple.
So we're tied at 1 with 2 outs, but Rylan Randall at third base. And that's driven foul past Coach Bundy. Kind of a weak effort out there by Bundy on that one. I'm going to get on him after the game.
Yeah, he kind of olayed that one.
Stand will be closing in 10 minutes.
Keldon Peterson at the plate, playing second base. Beautiful day for baseball. Beautiful evening. So the 0-1 from Terry to Sanderson. That's popped up to the right-hand side. That's going to get foul. So a quick 0-2 count. And that's one thing you got to be careful of here, with the pitch selection with Rylan Randall there. He's not one that's going to make a base running error. If it gets by R.J. Magnette, he's going to get that and hit foul. Oh.
Yeah, had to turn the glove. Had to kind of overran it a little bit, going really hard towards the foul. It was in foul territory, obviously, but going in towards that retaining wall down that left field line, and kind of had to turn his glove and flip it over underneath at the last minute.
So we'll do it again, the 0-2. Good spot, but down and away. Peterson did not go for it, so that's ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Rylan Randall at third base on the 1-1 game. Small curveball got him.
Really good pitch.
But the Enterprise Wolves, they come up with 1 run on 2 hits. No errors, 1 runner left on base. At the end of 1 complete, it's 1-1. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
For Enterprise in the first, they got 1 run on 2 hits. Leading off for Kanab in the second, the third baseman, number 11, Cale Glover.
One down. Cale Glover be followed by Lane Sims and Mace Terry. Staley deals ball 2 down in the dirt. Hops away from Stauffer. Looks like the South Severe Rams going home and get a good night's sleep.
Go get a bite to eat and get to bed and get ready to play tomorrow.
And dream of sugar plums, huh?
Yeah. I guarantee they'll sleep a lot better tonight after the victory than if they would have lost.
That's for sure. Ball 3. Takeo Glover squares to bunt. Ball 4. In the dirt. Got to take off all of his batting gear on the base on balls. That's the second base on balls given up by Staley. 2 hits apiece, 1 run apiece.
Lane Sims.
Top of the second inning. That brings up Lane Sims, the right fielder. Staley doing some groundskeeping out there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they let him do that. I know the
grind the ball,
might be a new ball, but you rub it, you don't just get scuff marks on it.
Throw behind Cale Glover, who gets back. Quick delivery. Strike 1 up in the zone on that one. Oh, 1. Nobody out. Glover at first, taking the throw back there. Glover's back in time. Mace Terraby followed by Jackson Riddle. There's one that's just kind of had Lane Sims out on his front foot and just lifted it foul.
Well, and almost another balk right there because of no pause.
Yeah, quick delivery.
We saw that last game a couple times.
Again, I'm like you.
Yeah, most of the time umpires just going to say no, let's throw it in and have someone rub the ball, but not sit out there and rub it and scratch the mound with it.
So the 0-2 on its way. Curveball, that's going to drop in there for a base hit. Sims just kept his hands back and drove that one. Just kind of the top spin lob on the ball over the infield. That's the third hit in the ball game for the Kanab Cowboys. That's going to bring Mace Terry looking to help himself.
The pitcher, number 2, Mace Terry.
Sanderson kind of sneaks in a little bit there. So does the first baseman, Cooper Adams. See if Mace Terry, he's squaring. He lays that. He puts a pretty good bunt down there. They're going to have to make a good play at first to get him, and they do. So the sacrifice does what it.
Yeah, it was a nice bunt right there from Mace Terry. Bunts it down that kind of towards the first baseline. The pitcher, Staley, has to come off and field that and throw to the second baseman covering first base, Kelvin Peterson, to get the out, but moves both runners into scoring position. And Jackson Riddle has a chance now to add 2 runs here if he can get a base hit.
First pitch to Riddle. Curveball turned him around, strike 1.
Yeah, he stayed right in there, caught the inside part of the plate, but he stood right in there. And Coach Bundy bringing in the infield after that bunt, going to cut off the run at home.
Well, these guys, like you said, they play each other. They're usually a close ball game. That one's lifted foul to the right-hand side for a quick 0-2 count. R.J. Magnet encouraging Jackson Riddle.
Yeah, he wants to see him get on base here and
exactly
get something going and give him a chance to coming up as he's warming up in the on-deck circle.
A lot of fly balls today for R.J. Magnet. That got Staley on, I think, on the shoulder, but everybody's going to be safe.
Yeah, just a line shot off the bat of Jackson Riddle, and Staley had no chance to even react to that one as it hits right off his shoulder and bounces towards between the first and second baseman.
So they're going to check Staley. He looks like he's all right. Didn't go to the ground or nothing.
No, and luckily, I think, like you said, got him in the shoulder area, I believe.
Got him on that
that's
left.
What he's saying.
On the right shoulder as he did kind of turn away from it on his follow-through.
Yeah, on the follow-through turn, like you said, and so fortunate for him, it got him in a good spot.
Coach Kyle Bundy's going to leave him in, I think.
Yeah, he's
turns and checks again, going to make sure.
Well, I think, too, telling him first-third situation, he takes an opportunity right there when he's out there to cover the defensive situation.
Exactly.
The catcher.
So Staley's going to deal with R.J. Magnette.
Yeah, Magnette, if he could come up with one of his big hits right here, 3-run bomb would sure be nice. Coach Fox would go for that right now.
Or something just in the alleys. Sometimes that thing in the alleys just keep the wheels turning here.
You're right.
RJ takes curveball for strike one. Not disagreeing with you, but a lot of times you see it, they come up with a 3-run home run and then everybody kind of relaxes.
You're exactly right. You'll take the 3-run homer, but sometimes that triple or that double, like you say, base runners, it just keeps the momentum going.
RJ Magnette takes one up, but for a called strike two.
Speaking of 3-run homers, Juab with the walk-off 3-run homer to beat Canyon View.
Wyatt Payton, yeah.
Yeah, big hit.
We haven't had a chance to check much of the 3A stuff here today with things going quick like we are. And R.J. Magnette lifts that one foul. He kind of been getting out on the front foot.
He's just trying to lift the ball. You know, he hits that home run yesterday and then he hits a double. Just really drove the ball, and I think he's just trying to do that same thing.
Scuffing up that ball again. Not sure why. If I'm a coach in that Kanab dugout, I'm over there figuring out why we're letting him do that.
Yeah,
But there have been a lot of things I don't understand. There's one that's ripped. That's going to score at least one. They're going to bring him. The relay, if they get it on him, they say he got under.
Yeah, just under the tag, too. I do think the ball beat him there, but his hands got in under the tag. The tag was a little bit high. Pretty good relay, but good slide right there. And nice hit from R.J. Magnette.
Yeah, Magnette heads up, gets to second base on the throw to third. Magnette's going to bring his offensive gear over to coach, get a knuckle, going to go back, take his time. I don't blame him. That's going to bring up Griffin Bone. 2 runs across. We got a 3-1 ball game right now here. We're in the top of the second inning. Griffin Bone going to get his second opportunity. He had a base hit, scored the first run back in the first inning.
Got Griffin Bone opportunity here to get another hit and an RBI, maybe 2.
Curveball, good stop there from Carson Stauffer. That ball was in the dirt. One of them 59-foot curveballs. Trouble is with that curveball, depending on the arm slot, what's going to happen once that ball hits the ground. If it's going to spin true and come right in you, or take a little English one way or the other. Kind of a guessing game for the catcher. So you just try to get the body on it. That's fouled straight back.
Yeah, pitch was a little bit up, but Griffin Bone just misses it, gets underneath it, and fouls it straight back. But got runners at second and third here with 1 out, and Coach Fox got to love the fact that he's got Griffin Bone up to bat, Bracken McQuivy, and Maddox Baird.
That one got away from Staley, and he was a little disappointed in himself. I think he was hopping in the air before that ball ever got to the catcher's glove.
Yep.
2 balls, 1 strike to Griffin Bone. That ball's right there down the middle.
Yeah, and they kind of pitched him away, and then right there they come in on the hands, and I think Bone was looking for a pitch on the outer part of the plate, and they came in on the inside.
Yeah, Griffin likes that ball in the middle half, up and maybe out. Got a ball on the field. Going to deliver some baseballs to Blue here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 runs across in the inning. Griffin Bone at the plate with a 2-2 count. Got a lot of 2s. Griffin asks for time and gets it. Going through his swing there. Talking to himself. Staley steps back. He wants to.
Kind of a little head game going on right here.
Let's see who wins this one. Curveball
Staley's going to win that one.
Yeah, Bowen throws him on the inside part of the plate with the curveball. Twice caught him looking for something else, and good job of Staley to come back and get the strikeout.
Yep, first strikeout. It's a strikeout looking for Parker Staley. That brings up Bracken McQuivy. Base on balls his first time up. Curveball. I think he's trying to throw the curveball there, and it stays upstairs. Seventh hitter in the inning here for Kanab Cowboys. Swinging a miss on one up in the strike zone by Bracken McQuivy. But he likes that ball up there. We've seen him deal with that pitch there. We've seen him miss a couple. We've also seen him drive a couple to that right-hand side.
Yeah, and right here, this is where Kanab and Coach Fox needs a clutch 2-out hit to pick up those runners on base.
Staley bailing down there. That's third base. Throw across. Going to get him for the 5-3 put out number 3. But Kanab Cowboys, they come up with 2 runs. They do it on 3 hits. No errors. And there was, what, two runners left on base. So at the end of 1.5, it's 3-1 Kanab. We're on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
For super low prices and weekly specials, stop by Kane County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab. Not only do they have the highest standard of customer service and the friendliest checkers in Utah, you'll save 15 cents per gallon of high-quality Chevron gasoline when you spend $50 or more. Save at Glazier's Family Market with their weekly specials, and be sure to check out their digital ads. Check out the Stage Stop convenience store. For guaranteed freshness in their meat and produce and short lines, visit Kane County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab.
The staff and management of Kane County Hospital provides professional care for you and your family. Their skilled nursing facility, medical, surgical, radiology, and laboratory personnel offer a calm and professional atmosphere while providing care for the community and visitors alike. Their 15-bed skilled nursing facility offers residents an astounding panoramic view while delivering the security and comfort of home. Healing happens here. Kane County Hospital in Kanab, supporting academics and athletics at our Kane County schools.
The Kane County School District is proud to serve students and parents in Kane County, while making it a priority to focus on every student every day. Kane County School District makes it easy and convenient to find information about local schools, the district calendar, announcements, Board of Education minutes, as well as your students' grades and attendance, all at kanek12.org. That's kanek12.org. You can also follow the Kane County School District on Facebook. Rigor, Relationships, Relevance. The Kane County School District.
This is Central Utah's sports leader,
KSVC.
Another strike to second base on that final pitch, warm-up pitch from Mace Terry by R.J. Magnat. I love to watch that. Coming to the plate for the Enterprise Wolves, Parker Staley, Carson Stauffer, Kyrone Bracken.
Parker Staley.
It's a 3-1 ball game, bottom of 2 here at Gates Field. Strike 1 to Parker Staley. This is an elimination game. Loser goes home, winner goes on to play the 10 o'clock game tomorrow morning right here. Same time, same station. Ball 1. Well, not same time, but same station.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean. Right. Figure of speech, folks. Ball 2 in the dirt there. Curveball that didn't quite make the required distance.
Yeah, and Staley, took that line shot off the bat of Jackson Riddle, but luckily he got hit in the shoulder as he turned his shoulder after he followed through on the pitch and able to stay in the game.
Guarantee he's going to feel it in the morning. They better use up all the pitches they can get out of him tonight.
Well, and he draws the walk right there and looks it over the dugout and trying to get him fired up.
Because he's not going to feel like throwing the baseball in the morning. That would be my bet anyway. If I was a betting man, I'd lay you some pretty good odds. I know what I would feel like.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably going to have a bruise. That's no question.
One of the worst bruises I ever had playing. I was kind of hurt. I couldn't run. My arm was kind of sore. I'd had shoulder surgery about 7 weeks earlier. So I'm pitching slow pitch. I took one off of the shin. That thing is still swollen up to this day. I was 39 years old when that happened. So was that 41 years ago?
Yeah, that's not good.
So, had a pickoff attempt there at first base. The attempt is the big word there. Terry Dean and Andre Magnette comes out there on a knee to get that. Ball one to Carson Stauffer, catcher for Coach Kyle Bundy today. Next pitch, down just a little low. Well, this is the kind of game we expected. And it is the kind of game you expect at this point in the tournament. The pitch starts to get thin. The bats come out. The carousel usually takes place. Oh, that was lifted. One that was probably out of the strike zone. Griffin Bone drifting back. He's going to catch that one.
Yeah, Griffin Bone did a nice job right there. He's been starting at shortstop since he's a freshman. Obviously, he's gotten a little bit bigger and stronger, but just takes charge out there. And, you know, if you're Coach Fox, you got to love it when a ball's hit towards him.
First time we saw him, he was just a little skinny kid. I'm thinking, yeah, they had the wrong team out there. They must have had the 7th or 8th grade team out there. But so that's going to bring up Kyron Bracken. Pretty good looking athlete right here. Waving the bat out there. Mace Terry. Throw to first. Not in time. Saw Bracken in the last ball game. The Enterprise played here. He's either the brother or the cousin of Davis Bracken in that same dugout. It's called strike one.
Yeah, and that pitch particularly right there, Mace Terry kind of took a long, slow leg kick to get a little extra zip on that fastball, and he tries that again. Enterprise is going to pick up on it and start running bases.
Yeah, Carson Stauffer's got good speed. There's a curveball. Magnette's out there.
Seeing even on that curveball, that was a lot better job. It was kind of more of a slide step to home, but you might get away with that higher, slower leg kick one time here and there, but if you're doing that consistently, these Enterprise Wolves will make you pay for it.
Yeah, throw over. Well, you know, these kids have been at the ballpark almost as long as we have today, and, you know, a little loss of concentration sometime. You just never know. So 1-1 with one out. Runner on first. Ball's down for ball two. Counts 2-1. To Kyron Bracken. With Parker Staley at first base. Got about a 2-step lead. He's going to stay right there. There's the pitch right there. Strike two, good pitch.
Yeah, it really was a good pitch to come back and get strike two and even the count. Like to keep that double play intact if you're Kanab and really challenge the hitter here versus give in and go 3-1 on the count.
Next pitch, up, it's popped up. See if there's going to be a play. Circling under that is R.J. Magnette. There you go.
Yeah, really good job by Magnette to stay with that one, and umpire did his best to
dance out of the way. Yeah,
keep getting out of his way and not cause any distractions for Magnette, but he was focused and zeroed in on that baseball coming back in, and he did the smart thing. He got the back to the infield. Yep. That's the key.
Well, and he held his mask until he saw where things were going to be. He sees too many youngsters just throw that thing out of the way, and then you end up tripping over it.
Yeah.
Fouled back off the bat of Hayden Angelo for strike one.
Yeah, so after the leadoff walk to Parker Staley, you get a pop-up to the shortstop and a pop-up to the catcher for 2 outs, and your 9-batter, Hayden Anzalone.
Curveball stays upstairs. Well, you know, a lot of people say, well, the most sophisticated position on the ball field is the pitcher. Well, look at your catcher, too. I think you got the 1-2 right there, and you can, depending on the situation, swap the importance of the two. 1-1. That one's drilled pretty good. But Bracken McCurdy's back there to haul it in for out number 3, the F7. So they get the leadoff runner on, but they strand him right there. No runs. On no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on. After 2 complete, it's 3-1. Kanab will be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Honey's Marketplace invites you to experience their refreshing variety and signature items. Honey's Marketplace features a wide selection of camping supplies, a garden nursery, and fresh floral department. Experience prime quality in their meat department with fresh-made Angus specialty hamburgers and meats, as well as delicious smoked chicken, ribs, and pulled pork, all smoked fresh daily. Get all this with the hometown service you deserve. Fresh, friendly, and close to home, Honey's Marketplace, 260 East, 300 South in Kanab.
You're listening to exciting high school sports action on
KSBC.
Okay, how about a shout out here to our V6 Media sponsors. Gateway St. Clair is locally owned and operated and has served Duchesne for 22 years. Stop by for a car or truck wash, Subway sandwich, hot stuffed pizza, and lots of delicious snacks. They also have a free RV dump, clean bathrooms, and the friendliest staff around. And Jones Paint and Glass has high-quality paint brands, including designer favorite Benjamin Moore, at affordable prices. Visit their design experts in Vernal or Roosevelt to find the right color and paint for your next project. So let's have a look out there in the Uinta Basin. Help our sponsors out, V6 Media, our video partner here for the 2A state tournament. We're going to go to the top of the 3rd inning. Kanab's going to come to the plate with the top of the lineup. Or Enterprise, not Kanab. I got to get over here on the right sheet. Get back. Come with the 4-5-6. Maddox Baird, Waylon White, Cale Glover. There's one that's drilled long ways, but foul for Maddox Baird.
Yeah, it needed to just time that up a little bit better, wait on it, and that ball was gone, no question, but way foul.
Well, we've seen some balls hit pretty hard, but that air seems to be a little heavy. Today?
A little more so today than yesterday.
Yeah.
There was, 4 home runs on the day yesterday?
Yep, that rain happened to clear the air, lighten things up a little bit. Oh, nice pitch there. Staley comes back, gets one in under the hands of Maddox Baird for the quick 0-2 count. So the 0-2 from Staley. On the outside portion, Maddox Baird fouls that one straight back.
Yeah,
Stays alive.
Baird just kind of battling right here. Got to try to find a way to get on base. He got the single and an RBI to score that first run in that first inning for Kanab.
So the 0-2 going to do it again. Oh, that gets him. He wears that one. Look at him on the inside of that right thigh.
You know, you see a lot of hit by pitches, probably more so at this 2A level than you do others, and a lot of that has to do with the velocity of multiple pitches, whether it's the fastball or the curveball, because you know, if you're not throwing very hard, hitters are willing to step in there, but you start throwing higher velocities, it doesn't feel as good. And,
yeah, self-preservation comes to play.
Yeah, and you can't just stand in there and get hit. That was on a fastball, but you see it a lot on a curveball.
So Waylon White up, takes called strike.
Enterprise in on the grass, trying to take away the bunt down that third baseline. I still think, though, if Waylon White could really perfect a drag bunt, you know, especially with runners at first base, that's going to be tough to defend.
There's one that's driven to center field. That's going to get over the head. Oh, unfortunately, I think they're going to go ahead and send him. That might not have been the best idea in the world, but I think it's going to work out.
Well, and, you know, I'd like to point out a few things right there on that play. Obviously, the outfielder Brady Crouch for Enterprise, they typically play Waylon White in shallow. Waylon White burns him deep over center field, but that was really good base coaching by Coach Brinkhoff. And the reason why is because Waylon White is thinking triple all the way. He wanted to hold the runner up, but he knows if he holds him up, someone's getting out, so let's make him make the perfect throw at home. We're going to be safe at third. Either way, you're going to have a runner at third, but just we'll take the chance at home. And so that's why he sent him. He wanted to hold him, and then he realized, here comes Waylon White. I can't stop him. So he sends the runner, and really good job of base coaching over there at third base.
You're right. Nobody out. What I was making reference to was Maddox Baird coming around second base, stumbled.
Yeah.
And there at the shortstop position, he's down on all fours.
And that's why. And Coach Brinkhoff was going to hold him and then realizes, I can't. I got to get you into home plate and make them make a play, which they didn't.
They're talking about that right there, that same thing. Waylon White making hand gestures and said that he said, I was chugging.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a pitching change here. Go ahead, Coach.
I was just going to say, the little things, and it's as much as the players as it is the coaches, but right there, that little key, you'd rather take the chance of them throwing you out at home than getting hung up in there and getting one of you out of the bases. So once again, just a really good job by Coach Brinkhoff to recognize that and send Baird home.
So Davis Bracken is going to come into the ball game. I'm going to guess he's going to replace Staley in the lineup. I'm just going to take the wild guess there.
Yeah, I would imagine that's exactly what it is.
I hadn't seen him go to the dugout. I didn't see him come back, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to pencil him in under there. Under Parker Staley in the lineup side of the
58 in for 0-0, so Cooper Adams at first base is out.
So where does Staley go? Your job, your assignment, should you choose to accept it.
Well, Randall comes to Trayson Randall from right field, comes to first base, so I'm guessing he goes out to right field.
Okay, I can buy that. Trayson Randall. Cooper Adams is out. Number 6, Trayson Randall, okay. And then Parker Staley goes to right field. All right, we got it straight. We got the new pitchers. Davis Bracken, Parker Staley goes to right field. Trayson Randall comes to first base. And that brings us to Cale Glover. Base on balls and scored his first time up.
Yeah, and right there, Bracken wanted to throw out the windup and then stepped off and switched to the stretch, especially with the speedy Waylon White there at third base.
That first pitch from Bracken is upstairs to Cale Glover. Base on balls and scored back in the second inning.
Yeah, and with no outs right here, Cale Glover's looking for a pitch that he can drive out of the infield as the infielders are in on the grass trying to cut off this run.
Well, he just kind of slings it.
Yeah, leaving
there
it up
Davis Bracken, yep.
And right now, too, if you're Waylon White on a ball hit on the infield, you're definitely not going with no outs. You're maybe going to obviously work down the line, see the ball through. Anything in the air, you're going to tag up.
That finds the strike zone for a called strike one. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out. 1 run across in the inning. Waylon White, like you said, at third base. Cale Glover at the plate. Now you know as much as I do. If you want to see it, go to channelv6.com. There's one that's going to be hit right up off the knee of Keldon Peterson there at second base. Waylon White's going to score on the E4.
Yeah, and that one he just tried to kind of backhand it instead of just take 1 step over and square it up and field it cleanly, and misses it kind of off the glove and off the knee and shoots into center field.
So 2 runs across in the inning on the air. So it's a 5-1 ball game.
The right fielder, number
Lane Sims
20, Lane
comes to
Sims.
the plate. Bracken takes a look over. He's going to go to first. Ooh, close. Cale Glover and dive back in there. Bracken comes to the plate. Curveball just going to be dumped. Oh, shortstop got up there and got that. Thought it was going to airball there for a second, but heads up play by Cale Glover to get back on the L6 for out number 1.
Yeah, kind of got that off the end of the bat, not enough to really get over Rylan Randall, but really good base running by Cale Glover that he didn't just take off and get doubled up.
Good play there by Rylan Randall. I thought it was going to get over his head at first. Mace Terry up. He grounded out to the pitcher his first time up.
Yeah, had the nice bunt to move the runners.
Ball 1 to Terry. Enterprise, Carson Stauffer and Davis Bracken both wanted that one. Cale Glover got a good 2-step lead. Bracken looks over there. Looks back. That was lifted foul to the right-hand side from Ace Terry. It evens things up at 1-1. 1-1, 1 out.
Yeah, that pitch was on the outer half, and instead of really just stepping into that pitch and driving it that way, they tried to kind of pull it and got the bat head underneath it and popped it up over that right side.
5-1 your score. Kanab up. Davis Bracken goes to first. Cale Glover's back safely. Flag shifting with it looks like the wind coming straight out of the west now.
Yeah, if you can get that pitch up in that right field there, let it travel.
So you can get it up in the jet stream there. Looks like it's fairly stiff. That's a ball. So counts 2-1 with number 2 at the plate. Bracken looks in. Here's the pitch. Yeah, right there. Good spot.
Yeah, it was. That's a good spot to keep it. He was pitching him away and then challenges him down and in, and I think Terry was still looking for that pitch out over that outside part of the plate, and Bracken brings it inside.
2-2. Just 1 out. Glover at first. Bracken looks in. Here's the pitch. They're going to appeal. They say yes. I'm not sure how umpire out there can see that one, but they ring him up. 2nd out.
Yeah, I think the Enterprise dugout and fans they sold that one to the field ump, because typically the field ump out there behind mound never even checks that.
Yeah, Mason Fox is going to come check at that. Yeah, let's have a look here at
yeah, that's Mason's argument. That's why I even ask him when he's out there behind the pitcher's mound.
Yeah, well, I agree. I don't like the setup with that, but needless to say, he's going to lose that one. We got 2 strikes. Jackson Riddle at the plate. Thought we were going to be able to have a look at it here from the center field camera, but.
And Coach Fox has a point, though. If you even have to ask, then it's probably not, because you should see that from home plate.
That's exactly right.
If you need help, it is down first. Right there, it's either a ball or it's a strike, and the home plate umpire's got to be the one that makes that call.
So 2 outs, still 1 pitch. About to be delivered to Jackson Riddle from Davis Bracken. So that's no good stop there by Stauffer to hold Cale Glover there at first base. Cale been out there a long time.
Yeah, he has. Jackson Riddle had the hard line shot right off the pitcher in that first at-bat of his in the second inning.
Pickoff attempt. So we're going to do it again, 1-1, 2 outs. Cale Glover at first. Jackson Riddle at the plate, facing Davis Bracken. Bracken looks in. Ball's down. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Jackson Riddle. Like I said, had the single off the arm of Parker Staley his last time up. Stranded at third base. Bracken looks in. Here's the pitch. Swinging outside, there goes the runner. Ball bounces, he's going to get past him. He's not going to be able to advance. So Cale Glover finally gets himself off of first base and the ball in the dirt. Pretty good try for Stauffer. Rylan Randall couldn't handle it. Might have had an opportunity had he been able to handle it, but short hopped out there. Tough play.
Yeah, it really was, and a good pitch for Glover to go on.
So 3-1 RBI opportunity there from for Jackson Riddle. Curve ball. Lefty.
Got that inside corner for strike 2.
Jackson let it go. So full count, 2 outs. There's one that's ripped past Randall. They're going to send him. It's going to take, nope, they're not going to. They're just going to hit the, going to go home. So the run scores.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there on that full count from Jackson Riddle. He's 2 for 2 with 2 singles now and picks up an RBI right there as he drives in Cale Glover, and it shows you how important that stolen base was too.
Exactly. You know, I think though on that kind of a play, if you're going to make a play at the plate, you got to do it. You're going to run an air ball, that one.
Yeah.
I know, maybe the runner's going to advance, but this kind of a ball game, if you're going to take the chance, you need to cut him off there. RJ Magnette up.
And this inning's not over. Nope. I mean, you got Magnette top of the lineup with 2 outs.
This kind of pitching that Magnette likes usually. He likes that kind of slingers, and where Davis Bracken has been kind of leaving that ball up.
Yeah,
in the middle portion of the plate.
That's why he laid off that one. It was a little bit down and out. It was a good pitch. It was a strike, but it wasn't the one that Magnette's looking for. He wants something kind of middle in.
Riddle still at first base there. 0-1 pitch. Got Magnette. That's in the dirt, and that gets away from Stauffer, but a good job to keep it there where he could get on it.
Stauffer's probably one of the quickest as far as footwork and things like that, as far as catching goes in this tournament. He really works hard back there, but quick feet, balls in the dirt. He has got cat-like reflexes in picking up the ball.
So 1-1, 2 outs, 3 runs across in the inning for Kanab. Magnette at the plate. There's a throw back. Nope. Ball 2.
Yeah, just kind of trying to back throw there at first base after a good secondary from Riddle.
There's the pitch. Oh, there.
he knows it. Yeah, I was going to say they've been pitching him away, and then last minute you see Stauffer slide over on the inside part of the plate. So I was waiting for that, thinking you know, if he doesn't hit his spot right here and get it just where he needs to, Magnet's going to make him pay, and he just missed that.
Yeah, Magnet talking to himself on that one. Here's the 2-2. Can have dub out, stump, oh, swing and a miss. Got him.
Yeah, got him up in the zone just a little bit, and stare down from Bracken over in the dugout after that strikeout.
So the Kanab Cowboys, they come up with 3 runs. They do it on 2 hits. There was 1 error, and there was 1 runner left on. So after 2.5 innings, it's a 6-1 ball game with Enterprise coming to bat in the bottom of the 3rd on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media. Larson Haslam Dental in Roosevelt has the latest dental technology and offers same-day crowns. Dr. Jake Richardson is accepting new patients. Call 722-0101 to schedule your appointment. And my favorite person today, coverage today, sponsored in part by State Representative Christine Watkins. Strong rural advocate for oil and gas, small businesses, education, and the Second Amendment. Uinta Basin Healthcare's mission is caring for our communities through access to compassionate quality health care and investing in those we serve. Moon Lake Electric, a locally owned association with over 83 years of providing dependable and affordable electric service to its membership, its well-trained workforce of 90 employees, and its state-of-the-art electrical system has set a standard of excellence in the electric utility industry. Deal done. Let's pay some attention there, folks, and give them people out in the Uinta Basin some of your business. Give them all your business. Keep the money local. So, get over here on the right page, turn my sheet over, and we're going to go with
center fielder, number 13, Brady Crouch.
Brady Crouch, Trayson Randall, and Jake Sanderson. Mace Terry starting his 3rd inning of work.
Yeah, Mace Terry's done a nice job out there so far.
Ball 1 in the dirt to Brady Crouch.
Biggest thing too, in my opinion, is only the 1 walk, which is key. You know, you don't want to walk too many guys. Let your defense have a chance to make some plays.
That one catches the bottom portion of the strike zone for strike 1.
And this is the 2nd time through the order now was Brady Crouch, the leadoff hitter. Flew out to right field his first time up, so we'll see how Terry makes the adjustment and see how what these Enterprise hitters do too as far as their approach at the plate.
Had him leaning on a 59-foot curveball, but he held up. Counts 2-1. There's one. Gonna even things up. Pitch on the inner portion.
The other thing, I was excited to see how Mace Terry comes out and throws after he felt like he got took on that strike 3. He was upset going in the dugout, and so I figured he'd have a little bit of a fire in him as he goes out there and gets the strikeout.
He got a couple miles per hour velocity added to his fastball there as he throws that one by Brady Crouch for out number 1.
Yeah, and if you look out there, you know, and just watch him, he just throws, but doesn't get too emotional. But he did after strike 3. He was upset. He's a competitor.
Jason Randall swings over the top of one on the first offering from Mace Terry. Done a nice job here today. Held the Enterprise to 1 run so far. We're in the bottom of the 3rd. Curveball. Or that changeup maybe. We hadn't seen that for a while, but it stays up.
Yeah, try to get it up, break it on that outside part and catch the corner, but just stayed out.
There's that curveball. It takes a bite there at about 59 feet.
Well, he's trying, Randall got a base hit off him last time up, so he's trying to keep him off balance, but so far the fastball's been working for him. He just needs to stick with it.
Yep, Randall scored the only run so far in the game for the Enterprise Wolves. Number 2 ranked RPI team coming into the tournament. Kanab, I believe, what was number 5, right? Pair 1-6. That one's fouled off to the left-hand side. I mentioned Parowan because they're one of the other teams still in the tournament. They'll be there tomorrow. That one's fouled off to the left-hand side off the bat of Trace and Randall.
Yeah, nice concentration out there by Kel Glover at third base as he catches it off the net on the ricochet.
There's the curveball. That just slapped. That's going to find a hole. Yeah, he kind of hesitated as
they bobbled it out. They didn't pick it up clean, and Randall rounds it and picks up the baseball, and then just on his own picks that one up, realizes he's bobbled it, and goes in standing up at second base.
Got a baseball on the field when the kids
out
there on the grassy knoll.
The 10th one, isn't it?
Yeah, that grassy knoll will get you.
You got to love the kids out there playing and throwing the ball, but it slopes so much that anything misses just bounces out and ends up on the warning track.
Yeah, because there's not much of a lip from the grass to the top of the concrete with that little bitty 2-foot rail fence there.
The third baseman, number 9, Jake Sanderson.
Jake Sanderson coming to bat with Trace and Randall at first base and 1 out. Mace Terry struck Jace out his first time up. It's hit. Griffin Bone makes a good stop, but he's not gonna. They got Randall in the rundown. We got him.
Yeah, that was a really good play by Griffin Bone, that shortstop. That was his only play, really. I don't think he's going to get Sanderson at first base, and poor base running by Trayson Randall as he gets way too far off, and second baseman for Kanab right there. Jackson Riddle sneaks in behind, and they get him in the rundown, and good execution.
Good deep there by Griffin Bone. He come up like he was going to throw to first base. Randall took off and got hung out there.
Yeah, just being too aggressive.
So Jake Sanderson will be at first base. The throw across there from Mace Terry. That's not out of the woods yet. That brings Rylan Randall to the plate. Rylan had a triple his first time up. That's how Trayson Randall was able to score. There's one that's hit to deep. But right there.
Yeah, Kanab played pretty good as that ball was hit the left center, and McCready goes and makes the play.
So no runs on the 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on. At the end of 3 complete at 6-1. Kanab. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
For super low prices and weekly specials, stop by Kane County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab. Not only do they have the highest standard of customer service and the friendliest checkers in Utah, you'll save 15 cents per gallon of high-quality Chevron gasoline when you spend $50 or more. Save at Glazier's Family Market with their weekly specials, and be sure to check out their digital ads. Check out the Stage Stop convenience store. For guaranteed freshness in their meat and produce and short lines, visit Kane County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab.
The staff and management of Kane County Hospital provides professional care for you and your family. Their skilled nursing facility, medical, surgical, radiology, and laboratory personnel offer a calm and professional atmosphere while providing care for the community and visitors alike. Their 15-bed skilled nursing facility offers residents an astounding panoramic view while delivering the security and comfort of home. Healing happens here. Kane County Hospital in Kanab, supporting academics and athletics at our Kane County schools.
Live play-by-play coverage of local high school sports.
KSBC.
Yes, sir. Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson here. Live coverage. Audio, video, audio. Mid-Utah Radio Video, V6 Media, channelb6.com. It doesn't get any better than this. Baseball under the lights. Carson Stauffer throws down the last warm-up pitch from Davis Bracken. We're ready to
turn on the action.
Yeah, you know, Kanab, if you look out at the scoreboard, Willie, 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the third. What are you expecting?
Looking for a 4 spot up here, huh?
Yeah, 4 in the fourth.
I ain't as dumb as I look, am I?
You pass your math class when it comes to
scoreboard
patterns.
Scoreboard 101. There's one that's hit right at the third baseman. Good scoop there by Jake Sanderson. Throw a strike across the diamond. Route number 1.
Yeah,
the 5-3.
If Kanab's going to get 4 here, they're going to have to do it with 1 out. That ball was hit well, but a nice play by Jake Sanderson there at third base.
Well, you could go to the pattern of 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0, but you just never know. That's not what's on Bracken McCreavy's mind. He's going to come up here and try to work himself aboard. A curveball down in the dirt for ball 1. McQuivy. Base on balls and a 5-3 ground out. Up for his 3rd time. First time though facing Davis Bracken. Ball down in the dirt for ball 2.
How many pitches does he have left? I think he's got pitches, right? You know,
he's got some because we saw him earlier in the day.
Yeah, if they need to bring him in, I mean, he can throw 110.
Yeah.
I think he was in the 80 range. So,
Coach was over asking a little bit, but I didn't hear what Kurt told him.
Yeah.
Between innings, we'll try to get over there and figure out what it is because I lost track of his count.
Yeah, I got some fans yelling here, getting frustrated with the kids and the balls coming out on the field.
Baseball. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and kids under the lights. You can quote me on that. Davis Bracken. Dealing. Strike 1.
Yeah, good pitch right there from Bracken. Comes back after falling behind 2-0 with a big strike right there.
Bracken McQuivy. Takes that one up. Ball 3. 3-1.
When the Kanab hitters have been patient and laid off the high stuff, good things have happened for them. And right there, McQuivy lets the high one go, and now he's got a better count. 3-1 to hit with right here.
He's ready to lay off that one. That's not his pitch. We've seen him popping that one up all day.
Yeah, and the umpire almost tried punching him out, but it's only strike 2.
That's right. He ain't looking at the scoreboard, is he? So he's got that little thing in his left hand for. Oh, that popped up. That's just preservation there, protecting with 2 outs. Fouled off to the right-hand side.
A reminder to please
yeah, Paul's
return all
probably
foul
down
balls
and in to where it's ball 4, but you never know. And McQuivy doesn't want to leave it up to the umpire, so he fouls that one off.
I'm sure they don't blame him.
Coach Brinkerhoff telling him get the ball out in front of the plate and drive it.
Full count. Oh, swing and a miss. On the ball that was down, a little curveball took something off and got him.
Yeah, another big strikeout right there. Bracken's done a nice job. We saw him earlier in the game.
Number 8, Maddox Bear.
Against Millard. And Coach Bundy goes to him here in this one.
So Maddox Baird comes to the plate. Max had a pretty good day. 1 for 1, base on balls and a run scored. Fouls the first pitch off. Straight back for strike 1.
Yeah, and then hit by a pitch in his second at bat. Playing first base defensively.
That one's going to find a hole out there between third base and shortstop.
That 5-6 hole seems to be a popular spot for both these teams. Lots of base hits getting through that hole.
Rylan Randall out there kind of rubbing up the elbow after diving at that one. Probably got him a strawberry. Yeah,
He's not feeling so good about that.
Yeah, Maddox Baird too. 2 for 2 now with the hit by pitch. He's been on all 3 times.
I'm not sure I wouldn't go out there and check on.
Yeah, that's what he's looking. We've seen that earlier with one of the Parowan players diving back into first base. Sometimes this dirt can be a little abrasive.
Waylon White at the plate. The ever dangerous Waylon White. He went to square but pulled it back and takes ball 1.
That's the thing too, Waylon White, he's got pop. We saw him burn Crouch out there in center field for the triple, but he can lay it down and just, he's dangerous.
Yeah, but he hit it to the right at the 390-foot sign there, about probably 370 feet anyway. The other portions of the ballpark where that one would have got out. Oh, swings over the top of that one. Yeah, because we're 390 to center field, 345 down the right side, 330 down the left side, and 360 in the power alleys. And Waylon White's going to keep him guessing.
Yeah, and Sanderson moves back a little deeper at third after that swing.
Throw over by Davis Bracken. Not in time. Max Baird gets back. Got 2 outs. 6-1 lead for the Cowboys, batting here in the top of the 4th. Ball's down, gets away from Stauffer, and Maddox Baird scampers to second base. So RBI opportunity.
I was just gonna say that's the one thing Bracken has struggled a little bit out of the out of the stretch. He really feels a lot more comfortable and has thrown a lot better out of the windup, but he has at times, thrown pitches like that out of the stretch. And now right here, Waylon White's just trying to get a base hit and drive him in.
Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. 6-1. Baird's out there at first base. Good stop by Stauffer. Oh, they throw over, but good heads-up base running there by Maddox Baird. He drew the throw, but never went back second.
Well,
went back to third.
I think that was the plan, honestly, as he was trying to get off, draw the throw to second, and then just go to third base. What Stauffer should have done is pumped it and checked him and then seen what he was doing and then thrown it on his way back to second versus giving up the base right there.
Yeah, ball 3.
The one thing this does, though, is it allows Bracken to throw out of the windup.
Yep.
He threw back-to-back pitches in the dirt, but he immediately goes to the windup.
Calls that one on the outside portion. Waylon didn't agree, but he steps out. Thinking things over. He'll step back in, see what he can do with the full count pitch. Payoff pitch right here from Davis Bracken. On its way. That ball ripped right up the middle. Well, second baseman Kellen Pease got over, but he airballs it. Waylon White never slowed down. He's going to third. Are they going to get him? Yes. But the run does score. White gets the single.
He got the single, and the RBI did what he needed to, but that one didn't quite get far enough away on the overthrow. And good job backing that one up as they throw him out going to second base. But, he's been able to get away with that because of his speed, and right there it catches up to him.
So, 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, no running left on. At the end of 3.5, it's 7-1 Kanab. Enterprise will beat a bat here in the bottom of the 4th on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
Media, we specialize in helping businesses tell their stories with powerful and engaging video. But telling your story is just the starting point. Telling it to the right people in the right place is how you make it count. Our team can help by delivering your ad in places like Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll make sure that your business is being seen. Your business has a story to tell. Let us help. V6 Media.
Paint projects projects go more smoothly when you use Jones Paint and Glass because we're as excited as you are about your project. Our paint experts know their paint and will work with you to help you find the perfect paint products for your needs. They'll help ensure you get the color you're hoping for and that you're able to get the job done right the first time. Stop by Jones Paint and Glass to speak with an expert today.
When you hear the crash, you better think Jones Paint.
Leading off our Enterprise in the fourth.
Mace Terry.
the
Mace
second
out there for his
baseman, number 14,
fourth inning work.
Kelvin Peterson.
Held the Enterprise Wolves to 3 hits and 1 run. Holds a 7-1 lead. From the windup. First pitch, drops that curveball in there for strike 1 to Kelvin Peterson. Kelvin struck out his first time up back in the first for Enterprise. Called strike 2.
Yeah, Mace Terry just coming out firing strikes right now, and that's what you want to see. Bottom of the fourth, you got the 7-1 lead, just throw strikes.
Ooh, tried to get one by him upstairs. Fouled off to the right-hand side by Kelvin Peterson. So Mace Terry will deal the 0-2 again. Curveball. Oh. Kelvin Peterson tried to lean into it. Umpire says it missed.
Yeah, stayed in just a little bit, but Peterson definitely was trying to get hit by that one.
Next pitch, that curveball hung up there. That drilled a long ways out there, but Bracken McQuivy camping under it for out number 1. F7. Did I cover the positions on the field yet?
You better do that.
I better do that. Every position on the field has a number. Pitcher 1, catcher 2. First to third, 3, 4, 5, shortstop 6, outfield left to right, 7, 8, 9. So the F7 is a fly out to the left fielder. Brings up Parker Staley. First pitch in the dirt, bounces clear off the cement above us and back out towards Mace Terry for ball 1.
Yeah, Mognet seen it get by and he was looking around, didn't see it here. It's because it was out by the pitcher's mound. You got kind of this underneath first base, behind home plate, third base dugout area, and then you got that cement layer that separates the two for where the bleachers and everybody sits up above, and a lot of balls will hit that and bounce back.
That was hit to the right-hand side as it stays fair. Maddox Baird over there catches it for out number 2.
Yeah, really nice job by Baird, just getting to the fence and finding the fence first and then staying in foul territory right there, getting you out.
Talking about that concrete apron, saying there by Ernie Banks, says it's a good day to play baseball. Let's play 2. Well, we played 4.
Yeah.
Or we're into the 4th one for the day. We'll have at least 2 tomorrow and maybe a 3rd. So first pitch to Carson Stoffer's in the dirt for ball 1. Got 2 outs in a 7-1 ball game in favor of the Kanab Cowboys here in the bottom of the 4th. Parker Staley at the plate. Mace Terry still on the mound and outside, ball 2. So join us tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. Probably be on the air a few minutes early.
This is smart right here, Mognet. Pretty much Mace Terry's been just dealing. He gets behind the count 3-0 and he goes right out, calls time, and you know, it's easy to. It's not as easy as it looks to come back from a 3-0 on a hitter, but Mognet's telling him, hey, just one pitch at a time. Come back, do it. Let's not give him any base runners this inning. Let's get the 3rd out.
Yeah, the outcome of this game will determine our game in the morning. The way it sets right now, it looks like Kanab would be facing Parowan, but it's just the bottom of the 4th inning. Enterprise at bat there, that's a strike.
That's all it takes is just one pitch at a time. You don't want to totally just give up, give in, and walk the guy, but come back and challenge him.
Yeah, ball 4. If
Kanab goes on to win, we will have both radio and TV coverage. However, if Enterprise wins, we will just have TV coverage, but we will do the play-by-play on channelv6.com for that game as well. So you'll have the audio and video.
Number 10.
But no radio.
Christensen.
We're not leaving you out.
Yeah, and it looks like Enterprise is going to pinch hit. They're going to bring in number 10. That's Case Christensen. We've seen him last game.
He came in earlier, yeah, for Carmenbach. He's coming in for Davis Bracken this time. Case Christensen.
That means more than likely Davis Bracken's done pitching too. Enterprise will send someone else out to the mound if that's the case. They got someone down the bullpen warming up.
Oh, curveball stays up. Or it could have been, he's having trouble getting the handle on that changeup that we saw earlier. Not sure that is just a second base on balls for Mace Terry. Throw over.
Yeah, it is. That's accurate.
Sometimes I get excited and forget this. I started tracking the freebies over here a couple weeks back and try to keep track of that. Oh, swing and miss from Christensen.
Good looking swing though right there. You know, Coach Bundy obviously has a lot of confidence in Christensen, using him in pinch hit situation.
Carson Stauffer at first base. Ball stays down. 2-1 count. Carson Stauffer got good speed, but I'm not sure he's going to want to test R.J. Magnette down by 5,
No.
down by 6.
That's exactly, you know, you might, but when you're down 6, you just can't afford to.
That one takes a little something off of that. Case Christensen's out on his front foot, and just fouls that one off back behind here. So he evens the count at 2-2. Mace Terry ready to deal here. Whoa.
That ball just got away. Unfortunate for Terry right there. It didn't hit Christensen as it got up over the top of him, and RJ's able to go get it.
So it counts full. The runner on first and 2 outs. There he goes. Christensen trying to hit something behind him. Yep. Did they call the balk? Okay, so no pitch. So we'll put the balk in the freebie department again and go with 1. R.J. Magnette going out and talk to Mace Terry.
We've seen that Enterprise Miller. Enterprise got away with it. Miller got nailed twice. We've seen it earlier in this game. Enterprise got away with one, and then Kanab gets nailed with it right there. And almost every one of these balks are just because of
no.
Yeah, most of these are all because of no pause.
Yeah. Kurt asking for the. So if that pitch candidate did not because of the balk, so gets an extra pitch. There's one that's still with Stauffer on the move. That's going to score. Oh, he falls down. Well, falls down and then.
But once again, look how key that balk was. Puts the guy at second. Otherwise, no balk. He's at first base, and he might get to third. More than likely, the ball hit the left field right there, and only gets to second base. But instead, with the balk call, everybody's able to run across.
So 7-2 is your score. Case Christensen at first base. With the pitch hit single and an RBI. Swing and a miss from Anzalone. And one on the outside portion. 2 outs. There's the pitch. Ooh, close, but misses. Even things up at 1-1, 2 outs. We'll run across. Cut the deficit 7-2 for the Enterprise Wolves. Kanab leading 7-2.
Ball's down. Ball 3. Scoreboard says 7 runs on 9 hits. No errors for the Kanab Cowboys. 2 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors for the Enterprise Wolves.
Yeah, Enterprise getting a little life in the dugout as they get that key 2-out single and score a run. Cut into that 6-run lead and make it 7-2, only 5 runs. Terry's just got to settle in and throw strikes right here, not worry about that runner at first base.
Comes with that off-speed pitch that he's had trouble holding on to. Griffin Bones is going to come in and talk to him now. And remind him, say, hey, we got a good defense behind you here. Let's pitch to your defense. 3-1, 2 outs. Christensen at first base. Terry ready to deliver the 3-1. Swing and a miss from Anzalone.
Anzalone flew out to left field in his first at bat. This is his second time up to bat.
So it counts full. Terry ready to deliver the payoff pitch. Here it comes. That ball's ripped right at Bracken McCrivian left field. He's going to come up with it. Get it into the infield.
Yeah, and right now Enterprise kind of got a little bit of life with 2 outs. It started with a 2-out walk, and then you get a balk and a base hit and score a run, and then another base hit, and Enterprise with runners at first and second now with 2 outs.
We've talked about it through the season. Robert and I have the 2-out mistake starting to rally. Got some kids scampering to the bullpen down there for Coach Mason Fox. First pitch to Brady Crouch is up.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Coach Fox hasn't just gone out there to talk to them, slow things down, and get their guys a chance to get warmed up and settle in and just talk to Mace Terry right here.
Those ones fouled off to the, I thought that was going to get the lights up there.
I was going to test the old light bars.
Fouled off to the right-hand side. Crouch is 0 for 2 in the ball game. Fly out to right field and a strikeout. So third time through, let's see if they can figure out Mace Terry. Kretz takes that, curveball lifts it to right field. Waylon White, that goes to Lane Sims for out number 3 on the F9. But Enterprise comes up with 1 run. Do so on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on. So at the end of 4 full innings, it's 7-2, and we'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
For Enterprise, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on.
At V6.
along with Bracken in there too.
That's me to remember the critters on the carousel. I ain't doing that. Just about as many pitches we've seen today as there are critters on the merry-go-round. Been a good day of baseball here at Gates Field, Kearns High School. 7-2 here going to the top of the 5th. The visitors, Kanab Cowboys, up 7-2 on Enterprise Wolves, number 2 Enterprise Wolves. Kanab number 5 win the final RPI. 9 hits, 7 runs. 2 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for the Enterprise Wolves. For once, my book agrees with the scoreboard.
Leading off for Kanab.
That is a rarity, folks.
Number 11, Kale Glover.
As rare as the cycle in baseball.
Yeah.
Been a long day. I couldn't remember what.
Someone just hit the cycle. Who was it the other day?
It was I can't remember. I was watching the replay of that.
Yeah.
Ball 1 to Kale Glover from Jake Sanderson. Ball 2. Got the dugout for the Kanab Cowboys. We talked about them being lively there. Keeping things lively out here with the 7-2 lead. Cheering on Kale Glover. We've been playing third base throughout the tournament for Coach Mason Fox, and he takes ball 3.
It was Christian Yelich that hit that cycle.
That's right, Yelich. Is he still with the Braves? I mean with the Milwaukee
Brewers, yeah.
Brewers, yeah. Used to be the Braves.
Yeah, and he becomes the first player in the MLB history to hit for the cycle 3 times against the same team.
Oh, boy.
He completed the feat with a triple amid a 6-run 9th inning in the Brewers' 14-11 loss.
Did it in a loss? No loss.
Yeah.
Huh? So, Kale Glover draws the walk. Third base on balls given up by the Enterprise staff.
The right fielder, number 20.
So not only is it a rarity to hit the cycle, but to hit it 3 times against the same team. That's pretty impressive.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yelich, quite the ball player. And he's a very unimposing looking ball player. Tall, skinny kid, but he got some pop. Kale Glover got a good lead. Sims squares to bunt the ball in the dirt, and Kale Glover's going to end up down at second base on ball 1.
You know, we talk about major league players. There's been quite a few that have played here on this field.
Well, no kidding. You know, one comes to mind is that left-handed hitter for the Philadelphia Eagles, the bad boy, huh?
Yep, Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper. He had a son played here on this field with the Marshals. That ball's hit past the first base, and they're going to hold up Kale Glover. Base hit, good piece of hit, and one down and away to Lane Sims. He just goes that way with it.
Yeah, Lane Sims now 2 for 3 on the day. Got a single, popped up to shortstop, and then gets another single right there. And Kanab back in business with runners at first and third, and good piece of hitting. You know, the ball was out on the outer side part of the plate, and he just stepped with it and went that direction.
We got something wrong with the glove on
I believe it's because it's the color of the glove. Maybe.
Huh. I don't know, but the umpire came to him and talked to him.
I think he's asking for a different glove, but interesting. He took the ball and glove, everything in there with him. Yeah, he's going to come out in a darker glove. Too much of a white colored glove. And it's got to be a dark glove.
What will they think of next?
Well, it's interesting.
Cheaters.
Because you watch the lefty for, I think it's Kikuchi for the Blue Jays. And it's supposed, in the MLB, it's supposed to match the color scheme of your uniform, and he uses a bright yellow in the color of that power box you got there in front of you.
Now batting the pitcher, number 2, Mace Terry.
So Mace Terry coming to bat.
Terry wants a little redemption. He felt like he got cheated out of a swing last time up, so I'm interested to watch how he approaches the plate this time up.
Runners at first and third after that single to the right side by Lane Sims. So Terry squares but pulls it back and takes strike one.
Yeah, and it's not that he attempted the strike. He pulled it back, like you said, Willie. It was the pitch was just a strike. Sometimes you see it because they attempted it. It was a ball. But in that situation right there, that was a strike. He should have just, if he was supposed to bunt, went ahead and stayed down on it and bunted the baseball.
No. Must be his intention because he squared as well.
Yeah, and he knows the defense right now. Third base is coming in. Runner at third, runner at first. Holding the runner. He's trying to push that one to first base.
So the 1-1 squares again up. He missed that one. That's what he's trying to do, is trying to push it to first base, or at least to the first base side.
Yeah, now it's a 1-2 count. And sometimes right there, it's not, in my opinion, he's basically given up a run. It's a safety first squeeze with the runner at third, move the runner from first to second, but he tried to push bunt it for a base hit, and now he's down in the count 1-2.
The pitch, swing up, trying to do the monkey see, monkey do, and go to that right-hand side like Lane Sims did, but just fouls it off to stay alive. One down and away, he went with it that way. Jackson Riddle standing in the on-deck circle. Unless we get a triple play, he's going to get a chance to. And things are right for triple play. We got two runners on and a man at the plate. I've seen stranger things happen. Curveball misses.
We talked about hitting for the cycle. That's one of those things, triple play, not too often. How about the unassisted triple play?
Yeah. I'd like to look up the odds on that one.
I had one of those back in Little League when I was about 12 years old.
There's one, it's the same way, hit right to that right-hand side. First baseman had got off, but gets back in time.
And that's actually basically, the same type of situation he was trying to do, is to bunt the baseball that way, score the runner from third, move the runner from first to second. He gets it done with the hit and putting the ball in play to that right side versus the bunt. So a good piece of hitting that time to make.
He's gone at it wrong. Got somebody up there to take the ball that way, like let him do that.
Yeah, that's a really good at bat.
Hey, fouled off a second strike to give himself new life and come up with that RBI. So Jackson Riddle gets one out front. Stauffer picks it up, throws it.
That's a heck of a play right there.
Yes, it
was. But we talked about Stauffer earlier too. One of the quickest catchers when we talk about footwork and getting out of his stance and making a play and things like that. You saw it right there. Stauffer's as good as it gets when it comes to that.
And if you're at channelp6.com, you got to see it with us. RJ Magnette with 2 outs. Curveball.
A really good curveball right there to Magnette.
Don't do that again though, because that was in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, you want to keep it down.
That one's down, they throw back.
Got him. Well, Stauffer's showing off. He's making a case for one of the best catchers here in this tournament now.
Yes, he is.
2 back-to-back really good plays.
So RJ Magnette will get a chance next inning. We come up with 1 run. They do so on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. At the end of 5.5, it is 8-2 in favor of the Kanab Cowboys. Coming back to you on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and V6 Media.
The staff and management of Kane County Hospital provides professional care for you and your family. Their skilled nursing facility, medical, surgical, radiology, and laboratory personnel offer a calm, professional atmosphere while providing care for community and visitors alike. Their 15-bed skilled nursing facility offers residents an astounding panoramic view while delivering the security and comfort of home. Healing happens here. Kane County Hospital in Kanab, supporting academics and athletics at our Kane County schools.
The Kane County School District is proud to serve students and parents in Kane County while making it a priority to focus on every student every day. Kane County School District makes it easy and convenient to find information about local schools, the district calendar, announcements, Board of Education minutes, as well as your students' grades and attendance, all at kanek12.org. That's kanek12.org. You can also follow the Kane County School District on Facebook. Rigor, Relationships, Relevance, the Kane County School District.
Complete coverage of local high school sports on
KSVC.
Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here at the bottom of the 5th inning at Gates Field. Mace Terry still on the mound for the Kanab Cowboys. He's going to face the 2-3-4 hitters in the Enterprise lineup. Trayson Randall, Jake Sanderson, and Ryland Randall.
Yeah, and it looked like last inning that Coach Fox maybe may have to make a change, and he sent some guys to the bullpen really quick. He never did come out of the dugout and talk to Terry. He let him stay in there, and he got that fly out to right field to end the inning. But, you know, Terry so far has done a nice job. He's scattered 5 hits and only give up the 2 runs.
You're exactly right. So he's going to have to do it to the tough part of the Enterprise lineup again. Randall brothers with Jake Sanderson sandwiched in there. Trayson Randall up first. Trayson's 2 for 2 in the ball game with a run scored. Takes a curveball for strike 1.
Yeah, it's a good way to start if you're Mace Terry. Come in that first pitch strike and a nice looking curveball.
Fastball on the outside portion that misses.
Yeah, trying to keep the ball in the outer half here to Trayson Randall, and he's 2 for 2 with 2 singles.
There's one, the curveball back door that he lifts foul to the left-hand side. Good recognition there.
Well, that's why he fouled that off too, because that was a good spot from Terry keeping it on that outside. Randall likes it in.
Yep. Tried to go out a little farther. Misses to even things up at 2-2.
You know, Trayson just a sophomore.
He's going to just poke one out there to left field.
Yeah, and that was a really good pitch from Mace Terry, but just a better piece of hitting as he did. He had 2 strikes on him. He just slapped that one into left field, and he didn't try to do too much.
So that'll bring up Jake Sanderson.
The pitcher, number 9,
Jake
Sanderson.
struck out and was on a fielder's choice back in the 3rd. So 0 for 1. Trayson takes a good lead. They have yet to test.
Sanderson is gearing up right there, big hack.
They did send a runner with 2 outs earlier, but I believe there was a pop-up that ended the inning. Swing and a miss.
Another big hack. Sanderson just swinging over the top of it, but really trying not just to get a base hit here, but drive something deep.
Time to shorten up here. 0-2. Nobody out. Runner on first. 8-2 ball game in favor of Kanab. That one's popped up. RJ Mocknett's going to come back here and check us out. So Jake Sanderson stays alive. The 0-2 pitch. Going to do it again right here. On his way, curveball over the top. Sanderson ducks and then says, dang, why'd I do that? Put a base runner on for Ryland Randall.
Yeah, Mace Terry, the senior, you know, giving everything he's got to help extend his team's season and give Coach Fox out one more game.
Yeah, trying to extend the season and the career of Coach Mason Fox, who's given it up this year when the season's done. I wouldn't know how to do baseball without Mason Fox around. So the 1-2 from Terry. Curveball, good stop there by R.J. Magnette on about a 56-footer.
Yeah, it was, but Sanderson didn't chase it. Sanderson 0 for 2, still looking for his first hit this game.
Trying to help his own cause as he's the pitcher up. Boy, he hits that one a mile high. Bracken McQuivy comes in. He's got it for out number 2. For out number 1.
Yeah, that's
just the first out.
Yep. And Sanderson just, like I say, just lifted it, flew out just to left field.
So Rylan Randall up for the 3rd time. He's 1 for 2. So we talk about the 3rd time around. See if they solve the puzzles. Trayson Randall did. He's 3 for 3. Here's his brother, Rylan Randall. Throw across. I'm guessing they're brothers.
That's my guess too.
Brothers or cousin brothers, one of the
they're
two.
all lefties and they throw right-handed, but they learned at a young age to hit from the left side.
So it makes you wonder what dad, if he wasn't the same way. Throw right, bat left. Ball 1. Don't know much of the history of the family. Be a good conversation.
I believe Coach Randall's their basketball coach down there.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they had an older brother, Levi Randall, too. Same thing.
Yep.
All of them good baseball players, good athletes all the way around. Good speed, yeah.
Yeah, we watched them in the tournament down in Dixie the last time we were down there for the 2A tournament. Levi Randall was there. Played center field, pitched.
Yeah.
Pick off attempt. Not in time. So 2-ball count to Ryland Randall. There's one that's drilled towards the right fielder. He catches it. It's Lane Sims on the F9. Foul number 2.
Yeah,
Hit right on the button.
That ball was squared up well, but just hit right to the right fielder there, Lane Sims, and he didn't have to move, but the ball was squared up really well.
He did take a couple steps back, but then came back in, got back then 2 steps to catch the baseball. That brings up Keldon Peterson, 0 for 2 in the ballgame. A strikeout and a fly out to left field. Another pickoff attempt, a little late. Nope. Here's the pitch. Runner faked like he's going to go and kind of pulled Baird off, but he gets over there and makes the catch in foul territory for the P3 and out number 3. So they get a runner on, but they stand him there at first base. No runs, 1 hit, no error, 1 left on. At the end of 5 complete, it's 8-2 in favor of the Kanab Cowboys. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Network with V6 Media.
Honey's Marketplace invites you to experience their refreshing variety and signature items. Honey's Marketplace features a wide selection of camping supplies, a garden nursery, and fresh floral department. Experience prime quality in their meat department with fresh-made Angus specialty hamburgers and meats, as well as delicious smoked chicken, ribs, and pulled pork, all smoked fresh daily. Get all this with the hometown service you deserve. Fresh, friendly, and close to home, Honey's Marketplace, 260 East, 300 South in Kanab.
For enjoyable Western dining, there's only one stop in Southern Utah, Houston's Trails Inn Restaurant in Kanab. Stop in for their special chicken fried steak with Bob's homemade country gravy and delicious Western entrees. They also offer takeout. Just call 644-2488. That's 644-2488. Houston's Trails Inn features remote site catering. Anywhere, anytime, any place. Just phone 435-899-2140. So make plans to stop by Houston's Trails Inn Restaurant and mobile catering in Kanab, where the waitresses wear guns on their hips and a smile on their lips.
Your source for high school sports.
KSVC.
Okay, we're back here at Gates Field, Kearns High School 2A baseball. Elimination game between the Kanab Cowboys and the Enterprise Wolves. Right now, Enterprise on the short end of an 8-2 ball game. And we're going to go right back where we left off. RJ Magnette at the plate after Lane Sims was caught for the third out on a pickoff there at third base from a quick throw from Carson Stoffer.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick turnaround, for either of these two teams that win this one. Kanab obviously right now the 8-2 lead, but they turn around and play the early game at 10 o'clock against Parowan.
They don't have to be as early as we do. I'm not feeling sorry for them, especially if they win the ball game.
I don't think they'll care either.
Nope.
They'll be happy to be playing at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
I'll give Coach a hard time after this ball game about his lineup card. I think I'll have him text it to me tonight when he gets back to the room. Yeah, there's a called strike one. Kind of a joke with all the people we try. I'm out hunting lineup cards pretty early in, and people don't realize we go on usually, anywhere from 25 to 15 minutes before the game. There's one that's drilled to the right, hole over the right center field. I think it's going to go all the way to the fence. RJ Magnette on his way to second. I think they're going to hold him up there.
Yeah, Magnette with a nice line shot into that right center gap for the double, and he's giving the guns to the dugout over there.
At the 11th hit, he finally got the monkey off his back. He'd been flying out, struck out. He had a hit back in the second inning. A single.
The shortstop, number 4, Griffin Bone.
So he's 2 for 4 in the ball game. Griffin Bone comes to the plate. 1 for 3 in the ball game with a run scored. Scored the first run for the Cowboys. Find themselves up 8-2. Jake Sanderson, the pitcher. He's got that up. That's going to get away. RJ is going to go to third base. Sliding in head first.
Yeah, good base running by Magnette, but now this is where you can't get too far down the line. We seen last inning, that's how the inning ended, is Carson Stoffer rifled one down the third baseline, and
got Lane Sims.
Coming too far down the line.
Griffin Bone, he bounces one down there to the third baseman. Davis Bracken picks it up and throws it to first. Going to get him on the good 5-3 play from Davis Bracken there for out number 1.
Yeah, really good pick there at first base. I believe that's still Trayson Randall, right?
Yeah, Trayson Randall.
Really good pick there at first base.
Came in from the outfield. That's the Randall boys. They can play just about any place on the field. I think we saw Trayson Randall last year catch a ball game when Carson Stoffer was pitching. That was against Gunnison, in Gunnison. Robert and I did that ball game. Short on there, that's hit right at Trayson Randall. He's going to come home. Up, drops the ball. Carson Stoffer. That's about the only thing Carson Stoffer's done wrong today. Yeah, looks like Magnette might have tore up the hand.
His hand a little bit. That's the one thing about home plate. You start, just make sure you tell your players, and I really emphasize sliding in home with your feet first, just for safety reasons. And right there, hopefully he's not cut up too bad, but he did. He cut up his finger. But nonetheless, he was going on contact because that ball was hit kind of short. But that's a play that Enterprise normally gets the out, and ball just comes out of Stoffer's glove.
Everything was hit softly, so they had to speed everything up, and ball one hop there, and Stoffer couldn't hold on to it.
Well, and if he's not going on contact, he's definitely out, but that's why it was such a bang play at home.
Yep. Runner takes off. Stoffer throws to the shortstop side, and McQuiggy's in there with the stolen base. And ball one in the dirt. Maddox Baird. Well, we're going to hope that RJ Magnette's not seriously hurt, and maybe just a Band-Aid going to take care of something.
Another run there sitting at second base, though, and Coach Fox and the Cowboys would love to see that run come in and make this a 8-run ball game.
Oh, that ball's beat foul off the foot of Maddox Baird. They'll even the count at 1-1. 1 out. 1 run across. 1 more inning after this one. Well, we're in the top of the 6th, so I don't want to get ahead of myself here. Pitch, ooh, nice curveball. Dialed in there for strike 2.
You know, we've seen a lot of pitchers today, but Sanderson might have one of the better curveballs that we've seen too.
He's got that short arm motion. It looks like he just pushes the ball at you. That ball's hit right at Rylan Randall at first, or at shortstop. I mean, he throws across the dugout. Good dig there by his brother. For the 6-3 put out.
I'll tell you what, 2 big plays this inning there at first base. Another good pick by Trayson Randall to get the out.
You know, you're talking about Jake Sanderson. I still have nightmares about a kid I faced in high school. Rick Huddleston threw just like that. Came from a little bitty 1A school out in the eastern plains of Colorado. But boy, that kid just befuddled me. Waylon White. He bounces towards the first baseman, Jason Randall. He's going to step on the base for out number 3. For G3. So 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and 1 runner left on. So at the end of 5.5, it's 9-2 in favor of Kanab on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
For super low prices and weekly specials, stop by Kane County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab. Not only do they have the highest standard of customer service and the friendliest checkers in Utah, but you'll save 15 cents per gallon of high-quality Chevron gasoline when you spend $50 or more. Save at Glazier's Family Market with their weekly specials, and be sure to check out their digital ads. Check out the Stage Stop Convenience Store. For guaranteed freshness in their meat and produce and short lines, visit Kane County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab.
The staff and management of Kane County Hospital provides professional care for you and your family. Their skilled nursing facility, medical, surgical, radiology, and laboratory personnel offer a calm and professional atmosphere while providing care for the community and visitors alike. Their 15-bed skilled nursing facility offers residents an astounding panoramic view while delivering the security and comfort of home. Healing happens here. Kane County Hospital in Kanab, supporting academics and athletics at our Kane County schools.
Your source for high school sports.
KSBC.
Well, Willie Akers, Nolan Anderson back here. We're still waiting to see if R.J. Magnet's going to come out of the dugout here after a slide in at home. Looked like he might have injured the throwing hand. Mace Terry's out there taking the warm-up pitches while we wait.
Yeah,
still huddle over there at the
still not
other
sure.
end of the dugout.
Hopefully he's all right. I mean, you know, knowing RJ, it'd take a lot to get him out of the game, but they're helping. I think.
Hello.
Wake up.
Leave my box alone, boys.
They're down there putting on the catcher's gear, and I'm not sure if that's RJ or someone else.
I don't know.
It looks almost like someone else, to be honest.
In a few minutes, yeah. I don't know why they would be helping RJ unless the hand can't.
Unless he can't, no grip, which is going to be tough because even gripping a bat or.
Well,
yeah, Mason just come out.
Well, he didn't give us substitutions, so.
No, which you don't necessarily need to report it defensively.
No, that's true.
Unless it's a pitcher, but that might be RJ.
Okay, that's what we were surmising here.
Yeah, they are just trying to get it taken care of. He did cut his finger up, and it's been for a couple outs in there, really. So they're really working on it, and like I say, it's going to take a lot. But he immediately, after sliding into home, come up and looked at his finger, and you could see the blood. And
well, you know, super glue takes a while to cure too. If you have to use that instead of stitches at this stage of the ball game. But I could see an R.J. Magnet going with the super glue instead of the stitches. He definitely don't want to leave the ball game.
Oh,
it's him.
Yeah, he's gonna come in, but they kind of helped
got
put
the
his
Ninja
gear on
Turtle
while they were doing the
chest protector there. Yeah, they were It's on his thumb. That's going to be interesting. Let's see how this throw goes down here. R.J. Magnette got the thumb taped up on his throwing hand.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's hurting him.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that'll take some
gonna be
attention
tough.
tonight. They ain't going to be able to.
For one, he had a hard time just getting the ball out of the glove, and then he just kind of floats it down there to second base. But obviously, adrenaline and stuff's going to kick in, and he's going to throw the ball as hard as if he didn't have it cut and taped up. But the one question I had is, at some point, Kanab may use him as a pitcher, but he's not going to be able to pitch with that on his finger.
Strike one from Mace Terry. Well, I had it cut on my thumb one time. You can still see a little bit of the scar there, and that's what I did. I just had my wife super glue it. And of course, I wasn't playing catcher at that time. Foul down the left-hand side.
Just gets out, but Staley right there really getting under it and lifting that one to left field down the line foul.
Quick 0-2 count as well. Going to be back here for 10 o'clock ball game. Winner of this game going to face the Parowan Rams. That's going to off the glove of Lane Sims in right field. You don't see that very often.
No, that's one that just literally bounced right out of the glove. I just maybe squoze it too soon.
There's a bank of lights right here directly above us. And I'm just wondering if they had trouble with them lights last night. So,
well, and sometimes that's all it takes to another team to get a little momentum instead of
the first error on the board.
Yeah, and instead of getting that first guy out, it's one of those that it's tough on a pitcher.
Yeah, there it goes. There's one right up the middle.
Well, we've seen Enterprise. They can quickly put up a big inning. That's all it starts with. Sometimes it's just an error or a walk or a hustle play, things like that, and everybody kind of just gets some momentum going. We've seen Chase Christensen in his first at-bat in the ball game come up with a big single and an RBI.
Yeah, so it's a 9-2 ball game with 2 runners on for the Enterprise Wolves. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Next pitch from Terry gets away from R.J. Magnette.
Yeah, and right now Kanab just got to settle in. Even if Enterprise does go get those 2 runs, it's a 9-4 ball game. You still got a 5-run lead at that point, but you're still playing for outs. Not so much worried about those runners on base as you are getting 3 outs.
So 1 ball to Christensen. Came on as a pitch hitter. That was up from Terry. Up behind the head of Case Christensen. Came into the ball game for Cairo and Bracken. He's the DH of record in the ball game right now. The 0-2 count. Or 2-0 count, I should say. Here's the 2-0. Ball 3.
Mace Terry, though, doesn't seem to get too rattled out there.
No,
just
really
keeps pitching.
A walk doesn't hurt him that bad because it does set up a force play anywhere. We still do have a 7-run cushion. Cale Glover comes across to pick that up. 5-3 on a 3-0 pitch.
Yeah, Cale Glover, just a freshman. He's had a great term, a good-looking player. Griffin Bones, sophomore. Maddox Baird, a sophomore. Lane Sims, a sophomore. This Waylon White, just a junior. Jackson Riddle, a sophomore. This Kanab team, young. They got some key seniors, and they're going to lose those guys, and it's going to hurt seeing them go. But they've got a lot of good nucleus young players.
There's another one up the middle. Bone gets that. That's going to score 2. And Waylon White unable to pick that one up. So the first hit in the inning is going to plate 2. Well, the second hit in the inning, I should say, is going to plate 2. So it's a 9-4 ball game with 1 out. Runner on first base, and back at the top of the order, Brady Crouch. 0 for 3 in the ball game. Throw across from Terry.
Well, once again, they got the 2 runs. It's 9-4. Kanab with the 5-run lead. Still playing for 2 outs now. They've got 1.
Pitch is down.
Really not a lot hurt if you can get 2 more outs and get out of this inning with the 5-run lead. I think Coach Fox would be happy with that. Obviously, he wouldn't want to give up any runs, but at the same time, he'd be happy only giving up the 2.
Ball 2. There's one that's hit right back up the middle. Wow. Maybe knocked down there by the second baseman.
Yeah, that's a base hit.
Jackson Riddle, but base hit all the way. So back-to-back hits, 3rd hit in the inning.
Yeah,
Coach Mason Fox, I think he's seen enough.
Yeah, he has. He's going to go out there and definitely talk about it. But you got Trayson Randall, who's 3 for 3 with 3 singles coming to the plate, and then
he takes. Yep. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you're really obviously Crouch right there hitting a single, but now you're 2, 3, 4, 5, and Mace Terry is going to come out of the game. He's had a great game. He's pitched really well.
Let's see who they're going to hand the ball to. It's a 9-4 ball game.
I think they're going to go to McQuivy. He's still got a few pitches left in him, and he nods his head, tells Coach Fox he can get the job done. So
McQuivy comes in from left field. Number 14. Well, we'll go to a quick break while we figure out who they're going to put in left field. You're on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
For super low prices and weekly specials, stop by King County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab. Not only do they have the highest standard of customer service and the friendliest checkers in Utah, you'll save 15 cents per gallon of high-quality Chevron gasoline when you spend $50 or more. Save at Glazier's Family Market with their weekly specials, and be sure to check out their digital ads. Check out the Stage Stop convenience store. For guaranteed freshness in their meat and produce and short lines, visit King County's full-service grocer, Glazier's Family Market in Kanab.
The staff and management of Kane County Hospital provides professional care for you and your family. Their skilled nursing facility, medical, surgical, radiology, and laboratory personnel offer a calm and professional atmosphere while providing care for the community and visitors alike. Their 15-bed skilled nursing facility offers residents an astounding panoramic view while delivering the security and comfort of home. Healing happens here. Kane County Hospital in Kanab, supporting academics and athletics at our Kane County schools.
Live high school sports action on
KSBC.
Okay, I think we've figured things out here at the ball field. Gates Field, 2A state baseball elimination game between Kanab and Enterprise. It's a 9-4 ball game with 1 out, 2 runners on. Bracken McCrivy's going to come on. He's thrown 87 pitches for the day, so that's going to give him 23 to try and use up, getting through the rest of the ball game here. And Carson Blomquist comes in, replacing Mace Terry, and he'll take over in left field.
Yeah, we've seen McQuivy had a really good game earlier against Beaver. And he comes in a tough spot right here, but Coach Fox trusting him and giving him the ball right here.
Anzalone at second. Brady Crouch at first. So good speed on the bases for Trayson Randall. Trayson pops one up towards Waylon White out in center field. He's going to camp under that. He's got the F8.
Yeah,
out number 2.
That's the first time they've got Trayson Randall out all game, and comes in one pitch. Sometimes just a little different look. McQuivy, the senior, pretty poised out there on the mound. Coming in, realizing the situation. Got a lead, just throws strikes, gets the fly out. Sanderson coming up 0 for 3 strikeout fielder's choice and a fly out to left field his last time up.
Well, there's another one skied out there. Bone going back. He's got it for out number 3. So the P6 is going to end the rally, but they do come up with 2 runs. They do it on 3 hits with 1 error and 2 runners left on. So at the end of 6, it's 9-4 Kanab. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network with V6 Media.
For Enterprise in the 6, 2 runs on 3. Leading off for Kanab, the third baseman, number 11, Cale Glover. The right fielder, number 20, Lane Sims.
So the 0-1. That ripped long ways, but that's going to go foul. Got the kids scrambling for a pitch down there.
We've seen quite a few balls hit down there.
So a quick 0-2 to Lane Sims with 1 out. Going to call timeout. What we got going on here? Got a ball.
I think they threw it back in, yeah. Lane Sims so far, single. Popped up to the shortstop and then another single. So he's 2 for 3.
So he steps in with a 0-2 count. Jake Sanderson's come in and done a pretty fair job of handcuffing the thing. He has given up 1 run. That one's in the dirt for ball 1. So we will be here, like we say, at 10 o'clock. First game tomorrow. It still remains to be seen if Kanab does in fact close this one out. We'll be on the radio, but regardless, we'll be at channelv6.com for coverage.
Yeah, Lane Sims back battling right there, doing a nice job laying off that pitch down the dirt.
Said Parawan awaits the winner of this ballgame. There's a curveball for strike 3 looking.
Yeah, kind of frozen. I think he was expecting something else after the last pitch was a curveball in the dirt, and he comes back, does Jake Sanderson with another curveball and freezes Lane Sims.
So that's going to bring up Carson Blomquist. His first time up facing pitching staff for the enemy. Hits one towards the second baseman. Peterson kind of nonchalant it, made it closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, Blomquist gets down the line really good. Kind of frustrated right there, but he hit the ball well and he really hustled down the line, and now he's just got to go play defense out there in left field. Kanab just needs 3 outs.
So no runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on at the end of 6.5. It's 9-4. We're going to the final half of the 7th inning. Enterprise coming to bat. They will, let's look and see here. We're just going to stay here for this one. They were going to bring the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Ryland Randall, Keldon Peterson, and Parker Staley. Second inning of work here for Bracken McQuivy, who came on. He has 88 pitches, so he's still got, what's that? Do the math for me. 22 pitches left?
That's right.
Look
Good
at
job.
there. Dang, I keep telling you guys, I'm not as dumb as I look.
Well, and Ryland Randall will start things off, like you said. He tripled in an RBI his first at bat. He flew out to left field and then hit the ball really well to right field, but right at Lane Sims and in his last at bat. And then you got Keldon Peterson strike out, fly out to left field, and then a pop up to the first baseman. And Parker Staley, he drew a walk. He popped up to the first baseman and then got on the E9.
Yeah, so Bracken McQuivy threw 87 pitches earlier in the day. Came on last inning, threw 1 pitch to get a pop up from Jake Sanderson, the opposing pitcher, to get Kanab out of the inning after a 2-run rally by Enterprise to draw to the close it to a 5-run deficit at 9-4. So tough out here at the plate. Ryland Randall had a single back in the first inning, was stranded at third, and was popped up twice. Popped up to the left field and popped up to the right field. Both have been deep.
Again, right now, that's the defense Kanab needs to have. They need to deepen up in the outfield. They need to play the corners. The line, it's no doubles defense right now, because you're not. Even though Randall's got really good speed, he has been thrown out once. We saw that in the Millard game where he got thrown out, caught stealing. But they're down 5 runs. They can't afford any base path.
That's
mistakes.
drilled out towards Lane Sims. He just lets it drop in front of him.
Yeah, and see
gets it back in a hurry.
That's a perfect defense for Kanab. That's that no doubles defense. If he's normally playing where he's at, that's a double, maybe a triple. So same situation. You keep the ball in front of you and make the plays. Everything else just stays in front.
Keldon Peterson coming up, but we know we got an injury to R.J. Magnet's throwing hand. Let's see if they test him to stay out of the force play here.
I kind of doubt they will, to be honest, but you never know. Coach Bundy's one of those that, you can't always predict what he's going to do. He lets his batters, most of them, swing 3-0, just up to them, and lets them steal the bases, up to them, and most of the time it works out.
Ball 1. If anybody was going to test him on the team, I think it would be this man. Talking about Ryland Randall. Ball 2 upstairs.
Well, and Randall's a smart player. Even if it was up to him, green light to go or not, he understands the situation. His run means nothing. You got to have 5 runs just to tie it. You're trying to win the game and get to tomorrow, so you can't have any mistakes.
So 2-0. Pitch is on its way here. Bracken McCrimmon upstairs again. Ball 3.
Well, and this is where you just have to really cut it out on the mound and really throw it in there, and just same thing. You're going to give up a hit or 2, but you don't want to give up the free passes.
Well, you've got 5 runs to work with here. Keldon Peterson with the 3-ball count. There's strike one.
Well, this is the other situation too. A lot of teams right here, they're playing behind at first base. They're going to give you the base. You know, they literally don't care about that runner at first base. They're playing for 3 outs and they're playing behind, but Kanab's going to go ahead and hold him on.
Strike 2.
Nice job on McQuivy coming back after he falls behind 3-0. He shoves 2 fastballs right down the middle and makes this a full count. And now Peterson, you know, he's got to challenge him right here on the full count, make Peterson make a decision.
He's at 95 pitches right now. Using with 15. There's the pitch. Nope. Says it's inside, gonna walk him.
Yep, a little bit up and in, and Peterson good at bat. And the other thing that hurts Kanab is the pitch count's getting up. You can go to 110 and then finish that batter, but you can't walk guys.
96, yeah, with no outs. So Enterprise, that's going to bring Parker Staley 0 for 2 in the ball game with a walk. That's up as well. Ball 1.
Then there's literally, I mean, obviously nobody in the pen. It's going to be McQuivy, go as far as you can, and then Coach Fox is going to have to make a decision and figure it out from there.
It's 97. From McQuivy. Got a little drama here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Not only do we have 2 runners on, we got no outs. We're up against the pitch count maybe. McQuivy still dealing high.
Yeah, you just got to really bend the back and follow through, get that ball out in front, throw it downhill. But it's tough too. He threw 80-something pitches and he's had some time off, and bring him in. He got 2 big outs last inning.
There's a ball on the a strike, on the inside corner. Staley thought it was a ball. He steps out and step back in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. Runners at first and second. Brandon Randall at second. Keldon Peterson at first. So good speed on the bases. Now they're playing behind Keldon Peterson over there. There's the pitch. That one's popped towards Maddox Baird over at first base. He comes in, he's going to pick up the P3. Out number 1.
That's a really big out, and an out that not only McQuivy needed, but this whole Kanab team really needed to get that one, kind of get the monkey off the back, settle in.
The catcher, number
Sometimes
11,
there's a lot of pressure that last
Stauffer.
inning. You go out there and get those 3 outs.
Yep, and that's pitch 100 with Stauffer coming to bat. Stauffer's 0 for 2 0 for 2 with a walk. 2 runs scored. He skied one here earlier in the game that been as high as we've seen one hit in the ball field. There's the pitch from McQuivy. Fouled back. Strike 1.
Lane Sims coming in a little bit closer, obviously, with Randall up. He was playing a lot deeper. Coming in a little closer with Stauffer, maybe taking away that flare to right field, but they're still fairly deep there in left field. And Waylon White pretty much just straight up there in center field.
We've seen him cover a lot of real estate out there. Waylon White in particular. So the 0-1 on its way. The stop for the runner goes. RJ Magnette throws a strike there. Looked like
that was a really good throw, and if Glover actually catches the ball, I think they had Randall out at third base, but he didn't quite catch it. He was trying to swipe a little too soon, but same thing. If you're Kanab, Coach Fox and the coaching staff's got to just tell those players, hey, those runs mean nothing.
101 is the
Let's
pitch
just get
count.
the batter and focus on getting 2 outs.
Yeah, 101, 1 out. 0-2 count to Stauffer. Took something off and he fouls it off to stay alive in the count.
Well, and this is the key batter right now for McQuivy, and if he can get him right here in the next pitch or two, then he's going to be able to for sure finish off
what should be the last hitter.
What should be the last hitter, as long as he doesn't give up a hit or anything else and be able to finish these next two batters. If he can sit them down in order.
Here's the 0-2. We'll do it again. And that's popped up again. Same thing. Pitch number 103. So, going to do the 0-2 again. It's a second foul ball after the second strike here to Stauffer, the catcher. McQuivy ready to deal. Here's the pitch right there.
Kanab is not going to like that one. They felt like that was strike 3. Throws Stauffer.
Pitch number 104. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners at second and third. Randall and Peterson out there. Here's the pitch. That's just hit weakly. That's going to go as an infield hit. Just that back English on that one just got over the mound. Little fly ball.
Yeah, that one just kind of got it right off the handle, just enough to get it over the top of the pitcher, but drops it right in front of second base, and neither Bone nor Riddle can get. Riddle fields it obviously, but there's just no play.
I have that as pitch 105 unofficially. He's got 3 more, so it's 107. I missed one here. Yep.
Yeah, if he can get Christensen to get out in one of these first 2 pitches, he'll have one more batter.
So the bases are full. But that's not going to do it. That ball's down.
So now he needs him to pop up or do something on this pitch. Other than that, this will be the last batter he'll face.
He's this number 8 hitter in the lineup. From the windup. Down again. So this will be his last batter he faces. He can finish. Yep, he can finish this man right here. So the 2-0 pitch from McQuivy. That's going to catch the corner.
Yeah, this is a key at bat for Christensen.